There's no time.
The time is
13
o'clock.
Hey, everybody.
What's up?
Look, I got my red hair on today.
Yeah. Got our hair hat.
I got my hair hat on.
Yeah.
One of the many wigs that I bought
Yeah,
recently.
got a
And I
hair
was just
hat on.
kind of, on the party stream, you were like, oh, you didn't wear one of your wigs. And I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, I just like forgot about it. So,
Yeah.
you know.
I bought her a cute dress too. It was one of those little fucking what's her name?
Wednesday, Adam.
Little Wednesday Addams dress with the white collar.
Yeah.
She wore that wig with it.
Yeah,
the
with the
club. It looked good.
mannequins. I was going to say that I think on next Friday's show, we're going to have to do that thing again because, you know, Mannequins had Vampire Ball. Next Friday, they're doing their halfway to Halloween event.
So we'll have to do that again, yeah.
So we'll have to, yeah, we're just going to do the stream an hour earlier and maybe try not to get so shit-faced.
Right.
And also probably I might be partially in costume.
Yeah.
But I figured out what costume I'm going to wear. I won't, I'm going to wear something that I didn't really need to buy much of anything for.
Okay.
Zach says, Jenny, you should get your real hair done like that. It looks good on you. Well, thank you. I did have
You
it
have
like,
it like
I did have it like this for a while. I did have bangs, but I did have it bright red like this, like naturally. It just got too much of a pain to like maintain.
Yeah, you guys have no idea how hard it is to keep hair that color.
Yeah, I had to. Well, I think I mentioned before. I had to like comb dye through it, every single time
Yeah.
that I washed it. And
Turns all the sheets red.
turns the inside of the shower red.
Turns the shower red. Turns the sheets red. Turns all the pillowcases red.
Yeah. So
This is not really worth it. That's the way to go.
yeah, I just figured,
Yeah.
hey, I'll just cut my regular black hair short, and I'll just like buy a bunch of wigs and slap over it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was thinking about buying a purple one too, but I don't know. I was looking at one.
Most of those cutie goth fucking cam girls that you guys are looking at and you see all over Facebook and shit with the white hair and the purple hair, it's wigs.
Well, yeah, I
It's
mean,
wigs, we know.
think how much easier that
Yeah.
is.
It's different every time because it's wigs. You can get your hair to look like that, but it's real abusive to your hair. It's just not worth the trouble. And damage your hair.
Yeah,
Damage
because
your
I
hair.
had to bleach the shit out of
Yeah.
it, like before it would take the red.
It's got to be super white before it'll take any of those fucking bright colors like that, and that hair is already fried once you've done that. And you see some of those girls that have hair down to the small of their back, that color. The hair at the very end would be years and years old of abuse. It would just be crunchy falling off. It's not possible. It's not really possible to do it. They mostly have black hair underneath all that. That's actually the safest color to have. It's good for your hair. Black.
Well, and it covers up everything.
Yeah.
It's just and it's just easy. It doesn't fade that quick.
Mhm.
I mean, I just buy like the 3 packs of black dye for like $8 or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's just, every couple months. And it doesn't even really need it then. It's like I usually just do the roots.
Yeah.
Because usually like the ends and shit are still dark.
And a lot of the goth black girls that we know, they don't have any hair. It's shaved off.
Yeah.
I don't think Mouse has any hair.
Oh, really? I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Mouse and Crystal doesn't have any.
Well, I know she does.
She's just straight up bald.
Because she just, she goes around bald.
She goes around bald.
Because she looks good bald.
She's one of the few women you ever see that fucking, she looks great bald. She's tall and skinny, has a bone structure. She plays Storm down at Universal Studios, or she used to. I think she's now a Jedi at Disney.
Yeah.
She changed. They move her around a lot. She's an actress.
Yeah.
And yeah, she just has perfect bone structure for being bald. Perfect head.
Yeah. She's
Yeah,
got a good bald head.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sophie says, my stylist has convinced me it's worth the money for good color and healthy bleaching. I think like next time, if I was going to go that route, I would probably pay and have it done professionally just so I didn't like fuck it up. But like I said, it's just hard to maintain and it just seems much easier.
The money.
I mean, wigs are cheap.
Yeah, in our scene, it's all wigs anyway, so why are you fucking with that?
Yeah, it's like everybody's fake shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Too bad there aren't any, like, good, cool men's haircuts. I could just get a wig like they had back in the 1700s. Actually,
you
that's
start
what I
wearing
did.
some fucking Mozart wigs.
I'll get a damn
Bring
Mozart
that
wig.
shit back.
I'll bring back the fucking 17. Because I have the coats for that.
Oh my god, do it.
I have those clothes.
Do it. Please
Yeah.
do it. Somebody needs
Yeah.
to. Somebody needs
Yeah,
to.
just a white wig.
You could do like Falco tried to do in the
Falco.
80s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, because we were just watching Amadeus the other day, and I was just kind of like, man, somebody
Yeah.
needs to bring that style back. That's
Yeah.
pretty bitchin'.
Every one of those dudes wearing wigs.
And I love that. And I love that some of the wigs were like super elaborate. Like the women's ones, they had like fucking ships and big fucking swans, and they were like
Birdcage and living bird.
like 6 feet tall and shit
Yeah.
like that. Fantastic.
Ridiculous.
Of course, like if you went to a party, you can really move all that much. You just be kind of like, well, I look good anyway, but I can't really go through a doorway, or it's gonna knock my hair off. Well, I guess if you're really wealthy and you have everything done for you, then you don't really have to worry about that, which must be nice. Yeah.
DJ Minix, it's time you're talking to a guy who's had dreadlocks for 25 years. This is not news. Extensions or a wig may have been better for me 25 years ago, but they weren't readily available to me back then. Yeah. Yeah.
I thought about doing dreads a long time ago, but then I was like,
It
man,
takes a long time to get dreads working.
it does. And that's kind of what dissuaded me.
Yeah.
Because I like low maintenance shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, you know, me being basically of a military background and just like a totally weaponized paramilitary style mindset, you can't wear dreads in the field. They're just, they would rot. When I went to the field, I mostly shaved my hair off, you know?
Yeah.
Like this would be like a high and tight. You'd wear this during when you were, you know, at the barracks. But if you were going to go on a long field problem, like 2-3 months, 3-month long field problem, like Team Spirit, you shave your hair off.
Well, I don't really blame people for doing that. Like,
Yeah, your head's going to be in a helmet all the time.
I mean, you don't want anything that's gonna
Get dirty or anything.
get dirty and make everything like more difficult
Yeah.
and yucky.
Just take a damp rag and wipe your whole head off. And
Yeah.
then you're constantly putting fucking camouflage paint on there anyway, so it's all caked up on you. And then you got to shave. They make you shave. And then it's nasty. It's nasty. Shaving with cold water and all that damn waxy fucking camouflage paint getting into your beard and just tear your face up. It's like fucking shaving with sandpaper and grit on your face. It's terrible. Dirt and shit.
Yeah. Doesn't sound too fun, does it?
No, and you're doing it in a cold canteen. It might be half frozen.
Oh boy, that
Yeah.
sounds even more fun.
Yeah, but they make you do it.
That sounds even more fun.
Yeah.
So, okay, so before we get too much into this, one, I want to note that I'm a little bit sleepy because
Yeah, we're both sleepy.
Tom woke me up in the middle of the night because he thought he saw a UFO.
Saw a UFO. I did see a UFO. Saw a UFO, but I
I'm
identified
still
it.
mad.
I identified it though.
So now it's an IFO.
Yeah. had my little fucking earbuds on. Was listening to some fucking show. I was drifting in and out of sleep. And I was just looking at a light in the sky, and all of a sudden it lit up the whole fucking backyard. I jumped up. Pookie saw it too. And then it was just 2 red triangles blinking. Big red triangles with a little green light in the middle of it. And it was coming and it was going, and it got close. But eventually I woke Jenny up.
Yeah, he's
got
over
close.
there. He's over there.
Look at that thing. Look
I
at that
thought
thing.
there was like a fucking serial killer in the backyard.
No.
Because he's like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck
Yeah.
is that? He's going like, and I'm like, dude, I'm
She didn't even give a
sleeping.
shit. It
I
was
don't give a
2
shit what it is.
Red
It's waking me
triangles.
up.
2 red triangles. Nothing in the center, hollow. And finally it got close and I could hear chopper blades. It was a
Yeah.
helicopter.
Well, I told him
It
that
had a
too.
searchlight on it.
It didn't look weird. Like I first looked at it, I was like, that looks like a plane. But then like when it was closer, I was like, no, it's a helicopter.
I didn't know what the lighting
'Cause I
pattern
could
on
hear
it was weird. It looked like 2 triangles that were merging, and then they would separate, and then they would space out one, and I couldn't make out. It was night. I couldn't make out what the shape was. 2 red triangles. Whole fucking
It
backyard
was
up.
kind of far away though, still, I thought.
Well,
It
no,
was
when I-
circling around.
No, when I first saw it, it was over the house,
Oh.
and then it went away. By the time you saw it, it was
Yeah, it was way the hell
about a
over
couple
there.
miles away. But a helicopter can move at 200 knots, you know.
Well, yeah, it was
Fucking-
booking. It was going
yeah.
pretty fast. But I was like, man, I don't care if it's aliens, unless there's like a serial killer out there, like an axe murder or something, like coming in the door, like don't fucking wake me up.
I guess it was some kind of police helicopter.
Yeah, probably.
But I don't know why it had those 2 big old LED arrays on there.
And you ran out in the backyard.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
Pokey ran out. Wait,
Yeah, she was looking
wait,
at it
did
too.
you have clothes on?
Yeah, I had clothes on.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have any shoes on. I didn't have any shoes on. I
Well,
didn't have...
that's not weird. I thought you ran out there like buck naked.
No. No, I put sweats on. I didn't
Okay.
didn't have a shirt on.
I was half asleep, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Once I got out there, I could hear clearly that it was rotor blades.
Yeah, it was loud.
After a while, I knew it wasn't extraterrestrial, but I thought it might have been a small drone with LED lights on it. Yeah, like triangles. But like, you know how I said it made out of fake UFO and see if people report it, just as an experiment. I was going to take a drone and put LED strips on it. I was thinking maybe somebody did that, but it was a full size helicopter.
Yeah, it was definitely a helicopter.
Sounded like OH-58.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Yeah, observation helicopter.
I was just mad because if I get woke up in the middle of the night, it's really, really hard for me to fall back to sleep again, and then I'll just like feel like crap because I wake up pretty much the second that the sun comes up.
Yeah.
So as soon as like whatever time it is, like 6:15 or whatever, my little eyeballs go doink. So it's like if I get woke up because I think he woke me up, I think it was 1:45.
Yeah.
And I think I laid there for like 2 or 3 hours,
and
then I woke up again at like 6:15. And I was like, God damn it.
They were asking if I was growing again. No, I wasn't growing. Growing happens automatically now. They're telling me I should wear a wig. When I get drunk enough, I got wigs right over there. I put them on.
He even opened the door in preparation.
Yeah, just in case I have to go get a wig.
Like I said, because even on the Wednesday show, I was hoping it would get like into wig levels, but it only got to like the top hat level. And then like it kind of fizzled out.
What's up, T? T's in there. She goes, holy hotness, look at Jenny. Says that color looks great on you.
Thank you. I really do like this.
Yeah, that was on you, T. You started all that shit. You told her to get some wigs and then get some fucking fake fingernails. She did. She got all that. That was a good idea.
Well, like I said, it makes life a lot easier. Because I paint my fingernails, but I also kind of like pick at my fingernails, so they always look like crap.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of nice not to have to paint them. I can just like glue some shit on. Like I said, as long as I take extras and nail glue with me in my purse, in case they fall off, then I can just like put them back on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Got to think ahead with this kind of shit. All right, so
yeah, T, you notice she's got all those wigs, right? But they're in here, far away from the bedroom. Far away from the bedroom.
Well, because this is where I get ready to go out. That's why. That's when I would need them.
Yeah, if you remember, T said you need to get that shit because Tom would fucking love it. She's already trying to run from me. She's like, no. No, I had enough. No, I had enough. That's how she is now. With all those damn injections and shit.
Well, you know.
She's like, no, it's all right. Fuck, man.
Come on, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
You better shut up or I'm going to tell everybody that you're wearing shorts.
Yeah, I got shorts.
You can see your little knees.
All right.
Did you go to the pool today?
No, I didn't go.
Okay.
I walked, though.
Oh, all right. I did, too. I did my hike, and I saw Path Kitty and everything.
Yeah.
Gave him some food and some treats and whatnot. Yeah, I thought you were going to go to the pool. Well, you know what's weird?
I was going to go, but...
I was thinking about going, too, but then I was like, I woke up this morning, it was only like 60 degrees. And I'm like, well, shit, I'm not swimming 60 degrees.
I wasn't going to swim anyway. I was going to get some sun. So I said, fuck it. I needed to walk, too. So I went on that 3-mile walk, and I just took my shirt off and got sun at the same time.
Well, there you go.
You know what I'm talking about?
So you just walked around with no shirt on?
Just walked around with no shirt on, looking hot as fuck. All these Southern women. And they were like, where's your girlfriend? Where's your wife at? So she's back at home. And then, can we walk with you? I'm making this shit up.
I know.
I'm making this shit. There wasn't anybody there.
Yeah, you don't usually see... I see shit tons of people walking in, like... Because I go early in the morning.
Yeah.
And and I see, like, pretty much all the same people. Yeah. Like, jogging and walking their dogs and whatnot.
I was just trying to put that mental image in your head, though. Never mind. It don't work. She's bitch not jealous.
No.
She's not jealous.
I don't care.
That's...
I'm too old to care about anything anymore. The question is, does Tom have on booty shorts?
No, wouldn't
that be funny if you had booty shorts on underneath that? You could have said that you had booty shorts on.
Who's asking this?
Under Tila.
Okay.
If you have booty shorts.
I thought it was Zach. That was like some shit Zach.
Well, he might have thought that, but he didn't want to ask it.
Like, can you take a picture of that for me, Tom? Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how them guys are.
Yeah, they're actually.
Where are you?
They're swim trunks. Is what they are.
Yeah.
That's his swim trunks.
Yeah, they're paramilitary swim trunks.
They're tactical.
They're tactical. So they're OD green.
Because of course they are.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just have normal shit.
I can't have a normal pair. They asked me what color, and they had that there, and I said, I'm going to get that OD green. That'll match everything else I have.
Well, it's just kind of like every time I shop for clothes, and I'm just kind of like... Black.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it's like, I don't have to match every... If I buy something that's a different color, then you're like, well, I can only wear it with this, this, and this. You know what I mean? It's kind of a pain in the ass. Then I have to paint my nails a different color. Then I can't wear this wig with that. Then I can't do this, that, and the other thing. Neutrals are way better. And black is better.
It also says, doesn't Alex Jones sell tactical taint wipes? He probably does.
That sounds like something.
Yeah.
So.
That sounds funny, though. But we had those. They were just called handy wipes.
Yeah, they don't.
They were just called handy wipes. That's what we call them.
They weren't tacky enough to call them taint wipes, even though
they
that's
weren't
exactly
calling them
what they
tactical,
are.
this and that. But we carried them in the infantry. We carried them in our rucksacks, the big plastic tube with the handy wipes. What do they call that? Just handy wipes, right?
Yeah, well, I think that's a name brand. Yeah,
Is that a name brand?
Yeah.
We carried them, and that's like you could just wipe off with it. The shower, you'd be out there for a month. You couldn't really take a shower, you know.
Yeah, I've heard that's called like a horror shower, or what's the other thing?
Infantry dudes in my time.
PTA shower, tits ass.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all a secret.
Oh boy.
You've heard the term going commando. That is absolutely true. Okay, with guys that are in recon units or scout units or whatever, we did not wear underwear. That's just more things to just catch filth. All right.
Yeah.
We wore a long BDU shirt that went down past your fly. So normally we did not have underwear on, and we had our flies unbuttoned. But you couldn't really see because your jacket goes down, so you're trying to get ventilation.
Yeah, you weren't like flopping around in the breeze or nothing.
Plus you're carrying other equipment on top of you. Well, because there's not many showers, I think almost everybody, at least for my recon platoon, we were all shaved. Just everything is shaved. So there's no body hair. You're like a damn porn star. The fucking girls loved it because we were doing that before anybody else would.
Well, yeah, nobody likes to get mouthfuls of hair.
Well, you don't want a mouthful of hair, but that's what it is that it just makes everything easier to clean.
Yeah.
Because you don't have running water. So no body hair, really. And that's really what it means by going commando. Commandos didn't wear underwear, and they were shaved. That's what it meant. Just so you guys know. So there is a truth behind that. That is a real...
I don't wear underwear either.
Going
I'm
commando is a real thing.
If I'm wearing a skirt, I do. But pants now. Because why? I don't want VPL.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Tactical baby skin commando.
Yeah. So
it's Tila's hubby's birthday.
How you doing?
Happy birthday. Tila's hubby.
Yep. So but if you were fucking going commando, you could fucking take a whole, you could clean yourself up real easily with just some baby wipe, handy wipes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like you took a shower, fresh. Yeah.
You sound like a douche commercial.
Like a douche commercial. It does, man. It's funny, man. What a world.
Massengill.
Yeah.
They don't even make that shit anymore. I don't know. That shit's like so bad for you. Those douches, you don't need that shit. Vaginas are self-cleaning. Like an oven.
It's like an oven?
Well, unless there's something wrong. Okay. Unless like you have an infection or something.
We're going to talk more about that?
No.
Okay.
But I like the way you said that.
Yeah, gross.
Well, no, what's it not gross? Okay, you get to talk about wiping your balls with a thing, and it's like, and I say something about a vagina, and suddenly that's gross.
No, I was kidding.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
I see how you do.
I'm just fucking kidding.
I see how you do.
Just kidding. It's a show. I'm entertaining people. It's a show.
Oh my god.
Let's see what everybody's talking about.
People are going to be so upset at us because we haven't talked about any disappearances yet.
Zach said, so in other words, soldiers are muscular twinks? No, they're fucking... They're power bottoms. No, just kidding. Power tops, more likely.
Well, I'm sure it takes all kinds.
Nah.
Yeah, it also says yeast infections and ball wipes.
Yeah.
That's the hard-hitting shit that people come to this show for. God damn it. And meanwhile, people that have never listened to the show before and thought we were going to be talking about cruise ship disappearances are kind of like, what the fuck are these idiots going on about?
Yeah, they don't know what the fuck's going on. This is just the normal shit we do.
Yeah.
Talk about to our fucking regulars. But there's 50 of them in there right now, so we should probably go ahead and.
Well, you know, we always need to impart useful information.
Yeah, we should get down to business. I would think at this point.
You think?
I think so.
I mean, yeah, we've been
I'm
going
listening to what
almost a
everybody's
half hour.
saying. Go ahead and hit that like button, people.
Yeah,
Go ahead and
everybody
hit that button.
hit it. Yeah. Oh, I had a couple shout outs as well. I wanted to give a shout out to Louie for sending us Gone Baby Gone on DVD or
Yeah.
Blu-ray, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be reviewing that at some point.
Yeah. Who was that sent us Death Proof?
Yeah, we still got to review that. I mean, we
I thought
kind of
you wrote-
we kind of reviewed it on
I
Wednesday.
thought you wrote that down.
I thought I did too, but now I can't find
You
it.
can't find it. Okay.
It's like, you know, I try to keep shit organized, but like I said, I have like 40 things going on
It
every
might have
year.
been Louis.
Yeah, it might have been.
Might have
I
been
mean,
Louis.
I don't think he's here, but
He sends a lot of them.
yeah, there's Louis sends movies, Michael sends movies, Sophie sends movies. We've got ones like from other people too. But I just, I don't like to miss a tribute. Also, we have a new patron this week named Josepher.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that.
So welcome. It was just this morning.
Oh, just this morning.
Just this morning. So I had to write it down in my notes.
Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the Patreon. Welcome to the show. Sophie says, "Pick me. It was me." Okay.
What's she talking about?
It was Sophie.
That what?
Sending death proof. I'm
Oh, that
guessing.
was you? Okay.
Okay.
That,
I suspected.
okay. Yeah, she sent a bunch. She sent a bunch of them too. She sent me Universal Soldier, a Blu-ray of that,
Yeah.
and then Tango and Cash. I've never seen that one.
Well, because she sent us Ed Wood. I remember that.
Sent us Ed Wood. Saw that one. Yeah.
Because yeah. Because I remember you guys talking about like you thought that she hadn't seen it, but she had seen
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
So I remember that conversation.
Good.
So, Bango says, "Save the yeast for me. I'm making badge bread."
Oh damn.
Okay, the last show, you said something about a cunt cap, so
Yeah. Putting your head up in it.
Putting your head up in the cunt cap,
Yeah.
putting your whole entire head
Yep.
up in there. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So
I ain't saying anything.
it'd probably fit if you greased it enough.
That's some fucking crazy shit.
Well, hey, a whole baby got to come out of there. It's
no,
pretty
that
stretchy.
wouldn't fit. That wouldn't fit.
It's pretty
It would not
stretchy.
fit.
Your head is about baby size. Well, like the size of a whole baby, not like the size of a baby.
All
head.
right.
Of course, your baby's head is kind of squishy though,
Yeah.
because its skull isn't done yet. Zach, could you actually make bread with pussies? You could. Should you? Probably not.
No. I would not recommend any of that shit.
I feel like that's something that they would have done on like Jackass or something, and then like made them eat it. You know?
I'm scared of what would come out. How that bread would be.
Oh my god, this went downhill fast, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. It's getting bad. We're gonna try to keep it classy here, folks.
Too late.
Yeah.
It's way too late for that. That's
Fucking T's in there trying to stir the pot too, talking about fucking vitamin B and the yeast and stuff like that. Girls are nasty.
That's what I mean. It's like
Yeah.
dudes think they're gross.
No,
No.
women are much nastier.
We're much grosser.
When dudes aren't around, they fucking say all kinds of fucked up shit.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
That's something that a lot of dudes don't know. They think we're all.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I know because
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Because I don't care, and I'll just be like.
Dudes are talking about machines.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about machines. Machines are far more important than any of that.
Machines are far more important than people.
Exactly. That is true. Machines are more important than people. Machines are more important than children. They're just hey, did you see that new fucking
having been around dudes, I think that is actually the case. They do actually think that.
Yeah.
They do actually.
Yeah, it's because men don't make babies. You know, that doesn't happen inside their body. They make machines though. So
and machines don't answer back.
No, machines are purely logical. Machines are pure logic.
Except computers aren't.
Well, we're talking about machines. We're not talking about computers.
Well,
Guys are talking about goddamn combustion chambers, and valve trains, and shit like the attack angles on fucking piston rods, and just weird shit like how deep should the skirt be? You know, just all the weird shit happening inside a damn engine. They're gonna talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna talk about.
I know.
Yeah, you've heard me do it.
I know.
Yeah.
I've been around you at the bar.
Yeah.
With you and your
Fighting over the history.
You and your gearhead buddies.
Yeah, fighting over the history of World War II fucking fighter planes and shit.
That seems like that's always what they're talking about. Like
Yeah, World War
whenever,
II
because I'm like
fighter
talking to
planes.
other people, but every now and then I'll get a snippet of conversation.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, yep, there's that conversation
Yeah.
again.
Fighting over the best AR-15s that are out, fucking the best configurations and shit
Thank
like
you,
that.
Mango.
What's Mango say?
Send your yeast to Mango Badger P.O. Box.
Yeah. They're trying to keep it classy.
You know that's not gonna work.
Mm-mm.
You know it's not gonna work. All right. So we ready to talk about cruises now?
Yeah. Okay, T says, what's everybody drinking or smoking? Well, we're drinking, okay, look, I fucked up.
Well, you didn't though.
I was going to make a 50-50 bar, which is Pinnacle, whipped cream vodka, and orange juice. But instead of grabbing the whipped cream vodka, I grabbed the coconut vodka. So it's orange and coconut, which it works. But
It's like I said, I didn't even realize. I was just kind of like,
Yeah.
oh, it's a good drink.
I was tasting this, I
wasn't
was
thinking
going,
about it.
that's not whipped cream. Yeah.
And then he got all
That coconut's a lot better with
verklempt
pineapple.
about it.
Coconut's
It
a lot
is,
better
but
with pineapple.
honestly, the coconut vodka I really like, and it's I can mix it with anything. I don't give a shit.
I also have Pinnacle cake vodka, the cake flavored. And if you put that in pineapple juice and then put a little bit of grenadine syrup, it tastes just like pineapple upside down cake. Just
Yeah,
like
it really does.
And then if you take cake and add orange juice to it, it tastes just like those Hostess orange cupcakes.
Yeah.
The ones with the orange frosting on it, it tastes just like that. This shit's good.
When we were
Cake
at the
flavor.
bar at Memento Mori,
Yeah.
they did not have any cake vodka. They did, however, have vanilla vodka. And the
What's vanilla Stoli?
and the vanilla, yeah, they had vanilla Stoli. And the vanilla and the pineapple juice and the grenadine, that kind of tasted like pineapple upside down.
Yeah, it
too.
did. We got a super chat.
I know, mango. I just said that.
Oh, okay, all right. It wasn't scrolling.
Pay attention.
Oh, coconut vodka is really good.
Yeah,
Super
I
good.
like it.
Coconut vodka and pineapple juice. And we use Pinnacle coconut because that shit's artificial. And the artificial shit tastes the best.
And it's cheap.
It's cheaper. You put that Pinnacle coconut inside of pineapple juice. And it tastes like Malibu, but you don't feel as much of a pussy. Like if I were to ask my bartender Lee, say, Lee, let me get some of that Pinnacle coconut with some of that pineapple. He'd be like, okay.
He
all right.
gives you the look.
No, he'd be like, okay for that. But then if I ask for Malibu, he'd look at me like, you want Malibu?
Yeah, he gives you the look.
So, yeah, let me get some Malibu. He's like, all right. Porn.
I'm so disappointed in
Yeah.
you right now.
Here, man. Go ahead, take that shit. Go ahead, take it.
Get away from my bar.
Yeah, and then he's watching you. Like you're a fucking pussy. You're fucking like, oh, you're just like losing man points. You're just
Lee.
losing man points. Y'all don't understand.
Well, Tiff would make it for you, and she would probably like give you the look too, but she would just like laugh.
Yeah. Take that. You're a pussy. Yeah.
Her little video.
Yeah. You're soy as shit. Make that soy boy face. Smile. Yeah. Then they fucking. Yeah.
She's awesome too.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Jägermeister? It tastes like ass. That's what's wrong with it.
No, I don't mind Jägermeister. There's certain things it's good with.
And it tastes even worse coming back up, which it
Well, yeah.
inevitably does.
I used to like Goldschlager too.
Yeah, I remember you
Yeah.
getting that sometimes. Yeah.
Then there's the American version of Goldschlager, which is that fucking, what's that shit called? That cinnamon shit? Fucking Fireball.
Fireball.
Fireball is the
Blah.
American Goldschlager. That shit's fucking low. Shit's fucking white trash.
I can't. It's like the only times I drink it is if somebody is, buying us a round of shots, and it would be assholey to be like, yeah, I don't want any fucking Fireball. But
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like most people that would buy us shots have better taste than to have Fireball shots. But it has happened on occasion. And then I'm always kind of like, ugh, now I'm going to have heartburn the rest of the night. God damn
Yeah.
it. It gives me really bad heartburn. Maria says, Jägermeister threw that up out the barracks window in Germany in 1981. Memories. Yeah,
Tiva said we have her convinced. I guess it's about the pineapple and vodka.
Fourth throwdown. Life's too short to be drinking witch piss beer. Witch piss.
Yeah.
I love that. Is that a saying, or did you just come up with that? Because that sounds like a really good band name.
Oh yeah, the cucumber vodka. See, let's talk
I
about the
want
cucumber
some
vodka.
of that. I haven't had any yet.
It's for Bloody Marys.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. T, if you want a good Bloody Mary though, man, fuck that. I mean, that'd be good too, but just get regular vodka and use a mix called Zing Zang.
Well, yeah, that's like a pretty common one.
Is it common?
Yeah.
Okay, Zing Zang's good. Got a lot of celery seeds. It's a lot better. It's a really good Bloody
Yeah, I
Mary
like it
mix.
because it has a really lot of celery seed in
seeds
it, which I like a lot of celery
Yeah.
seed in there. And I want the pickle vodka. There probably is some, like I said, for that kind of shit. I would drink that. I could straight up drink pickle juice.
Yeah.
I love
Dermot says
pickles.
Southern Comfort gives him nightmares. Threw it up for days once drinking that nasty. Used to drink Southern Comfort when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd walk around.
A kid like 5.
No. like in 10th grade.
I did a little 5-year-old
Yeah.
Tom with a bottle of Southern Comfort.
No, Grand Green Springs.
Well, yeah,
Drink that as a little kid.
that's why I thought.
And would drink aftershave.
I'm
as a
drinking,
little kid.
motherfucker. Look
Yeah.
it. I'm a little bitty toddler.
Yeah. When I was a toddler, I drank a whole bottle.
Thank you, Zach.
What's Zach say?
Witch Piss is a 2014 book by a guy called Sam Pink. Well, there you go.
Okay.
Now you know.
When I was like 5, I drank a whole bottle of Aqua Velva fucking electric aftershave.
Well, it's pretty.
Yeah, it was blue. So it had to taste good.
Yeah,
you know.
that looks like candy juice.
Yeah, it tasted terrible. I got loaded
Well,
though.
yeah.
They took me to the emergency room.
Yeah, I remember you say his
Yeah.
mom took him to the emergency room.
Yeah.
She didn't know what was the matter with him.
Well,
Did she know what was the matter with you? She knew what it was?
She knew 'cause I
Okay.
had the damn empty bottle in my hand.
Oh, okay. So she
I was working on the
solved
other one.
mystery.
There was the green one. You know, they had the green.
Maybe the green one will taste
I was
better.
working on a green one. And the green one was like
No, this one's yucky too.
Electra Shave. Remember Electra Shave?
Yeah, I remember those. My grandpa had them.
My dad had the fucking an Aqua Velva one, and the other one was Electra Shave. I was working on Electra Shave, drinking that one. They took me to the emergency room, and he goes, "He drank a whole bottle of this Aqua Velva, and he was drinking some of this Electra Shave." And I had this string with 2 little fucking clips on the end of it. They were like turtles, right?
Yeah.
And you put
He's
it around
5
your neck.
years old.
I was 5, and they put it around your neck, and they put a napkin there to make a bib.
Like a bib on it.
Well, that was my favorite toy. I got this little thing, and I fucking put it in the doctor's face, and I go, "Kitty cats." Kitty cats. They were fucking turtles. I knew they were turtles, but I used to say turtles. And kitty cats. My mother started laughing.
So like he's hammered.
Yeah, the doctor goes, "Nah, there's nothing in that. It'll hurt. He's loaded. He'll go and sleep it off. It'll be all right." Is he gonna be okay? Yeah,
Let
he'll be all
the
right.
5-year-old put him in the drunk
Yeah,
tank.
he'll be all right.
Oh my
He'll sleep it off. There's nothing in
Drunk
there.
5-year-old.
Mom said my fucking diapers that smell like fucking electric shave for like 2 days, pissing all that shit out. Smell it.
I love kitty cat.
Yeah. Kitty cats. And snapping the jaws at the end, and then kitty cats. Yeah.
Oh my god. Tiny drunk Tom.
Because when I was sober, I called them turkles.
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 When
Yeah.
you were sober.
When I was sober, turkles. Get drunk, call them kitty cats. Just funny shit.
Close enough.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite stories from when you were a child.
Mhm.
I wish I'd been there for
Had
that.
all kinds of fucking funny stories.
Zach says, "Is that Tom's face on your necklace?" No, it's H.P. Lovecraft. Tom doesn't have tentacles. Well, I guess H.P. Lovecraft didn't have
Yeah.
tentacles either, technically. Well, that we know of, you know. Yeah, it is H.P. Lovecraft. Somebody got it for me on a Etsy store.
Mango says I need to try American pickle juice. They don't have it's the same pickle juice as it would be in the UK, wouldn't it? Still pickle
Yeah, I
juice.
would think.
Yeah.
I thought, well, that... Okay.
There's no-
now I'm confused. It's just pickles. Well, they make pickles out of cucumbers. It's just
Yeah.
pickled cucumbers
Pickled cucumbers, yeah. With dill.
with dill in it.
Yeah.
I mean, depends on what kind. I don't like sweet pickles.
Some of them have garlic in there, garlic pickles.
Those are good
Lots
too.
of
I like
different stuff.
garlic pickles. But like I said, I don't like those little bitty, like the sweet pickles. I don't like those. But any of the sour ones
Get you
are
a
good.
jar of that damn pickle juice. Big. When you're taking the pickles out of
Chug
there,
it.
you got the big old jar left, right? With pickles in it. Or pickle juice in it, right? Wait until you want to make some sandwiches and take 4 or 5 chicken breasts and throw them in that pickle juice and let them sit in there overnight in the refrigerator.
Brine that shit.
Yeah, pull them back out. All right. Put them in some egg wash, roll them in flour, put them in a pressure cooker and pressure cook them. Yeah.
That's
With the flour.
That's the secret to why the Chick-fil-A.
That's Chick-fil-A. And then put it on a steamed bun with some pickles and some fucking squirt some damn mayo on there. And there's your original Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Yeah, the original like.
That's the original. That was the good Chick-fil-A. Sandwich. The shit that's now that they're doing now is that's all that fucking healthy stuff, you know.
Well, you know,
they're baking it now, but it used to be pressure cooked in oil.
Well, no, McDonald's just started doing one like that because the Chick-fil-A one was so popular that McDonald's started doing one like that.
Pressure cooking it?
I don't know if it's pressure cooked.
No, it's got the original was battered, rolled in flour with a little bit of salt and pepper in the flour, and they pressure cooked it in oil for only like a couple minutes, and then it comes back out.
Of course, McDonald's also used to, fry their fries in beef tallow.
Yeah, and if you don't soak, if you don't soak those chicken breasts in that pickle juice, it will never taste right, ever.
That was very, very loud in my ear.
It will never taste right without that pickle. That was the secret to it. That was the secret. At least overnight. You won't believe it.
It really does make a huge difference.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. I'm up for anything pickled. Ask my liver.
Yeah.
All right, Mango's liver.
All right, we've been fucking around for too long. We got to get down to this case because it's gonna be all night.
Well, I have 5 cases.
Fuck. Let me see how much we have.
A lot.
Okay.
It'll be all right. We'll do it.
All right. Okay.
So, all right. So, have you ever been on a cruise?
No, I wouldn't go on that shit.
I wouldn't either.
No.
I understand. Okay, I understand the appeal of it. By the way, I got the idea for doing a show about cruise ship crimes, like I said, a long time ago, and it finally came up in the Patreon poll as the winner. I was doing a radio interview with somebody, and it was so long ago that I can't remember what it was now. But he listened to our podcast, and he said at the end, he's like, you know what? One of these days you should do a show about, all the creepy shit that happens on cruise ships, because like people disappear and get murdered and all this other kind of shit. And he's like, because I've always been fascinated by that kind of stuff. So I kind of started looking into it. And I will say that there were so many cases that it was really, really hard. I originally had 8, but of course I had to cut a bunch of them out. And even then there were some that I had to cut out because there were just so many. So I just kind of picked like the 5 kind of weirdest ones, I guess. I will say that I understand the appeal of a cruise. Like, you get on a ship, you unpack one time, you have a room, it's usually like all you can eat, all you can drink, and the ship goes different places and you get to go to different locations, you know what I mean, and get off, and you don't have to like fly everywhere and all this other kind of crap. What?
T's husband chimes in and says, don't knock them until you try them. Her and T's been on several of them. Him and T's been on several.
I mean, yeah, and like I said, my parents went
with other couples that we know.
Yeah, it'd be fun then.
Yeah.
I don't like the ocean.
Yeah.
And I'm always just kind of like, I know you're in a ship and everything like that, but I just kind of feel like, I don't want to fall overboard. I don't want the ship
to throw you overboard.
Well, and it happens a lot, weirdly, because the thing about it is,
gonna do that? How many of those?
Yeah. I got 2 more. I ordered some more, but I think they'll be here in a couple of days. Why? You want one?
Yeah.
You want one?
Yeah. See, I'll tell you what, these worked.
Yeah, these are, like I said,
bad smoker.
These are herbal.
But I haven't smoked in a long time.
No tobacco, no nicotine.
And these don't have any nicotine in them, and I didn't immediately want one.
Yeah. There you go.
They're hard to light, and they burn fast.
They do, yeah. But like I said, I ordered a couple more packs, but I got a couple left. But yeah, so I understand the appeal. I do. There, because usually there's nightclubs on board. There's all kind of restaurants. There's fucking casinos. And like I said, there's usually like a big fucking buffet spread. You can eat whatever you want. There's like all the booze you want. It's all taken care of, and you don't have to travel around. You know what I mean? You get to go to different places, like around Europe or Alaska or whatever. So I get that. But one, it's super easy with all the liquor flowing for you to just like fucking fall overboard and they never find your ass, which sucks. Also, somebody could just decide some husband just decide, hey, I'm sick of this wife now, and just push her overboard and be like, oh my God, I don't know what happened to her. So I feel like that happens a lot. There's a lot of, and two, there's like all this kind of legal shit about international waters and whose jurisdiction are we in and shit like that. So I'm just always kind of like, it's surprising to me. I mean, there's a lot of crimes happen on them. Rape is the most common by far. But there have been a lot of like creepy, weird disappearances, kidnappings, murders, all kind of shit like that. Some stuff that they don't know if it was a murder or maybe it was an accident or they don't know where the person went and shit like that. So I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often, but you know, I don't know. Like I said, I get the appeal, but I don't know. So one of my worst nightmares is being stranded in the ocean and just like sitting there on a little fucking flotation thing, like surrounded by fucking man-eating sharks.
Yeah, we saw that program. What was that? I Shouldn't Be Alive. Man, that fucking scared me. I was like, yeah, fuck the ocean.
Yeah, pretty much. And this is coming from somebody that grew up like right on the ocean. I grew up in Daytona Beach, which is like right next to the Atlantic. And so I've, been in the ocean many times, but it's just kind of like, I don't know what the fuck's going on down there. I used to have nightmares about fucking big ass giant squids and big fucking giant sharks and shit like that swimming around in there, and you can't see them. You know what I mean? So you'd be like out there swimming, and all I could think about the whole time you're out there swimming is just like my little tiny feet in the ocean, and then like down here there's a big fucking.
When I was stationed in Egypt, right off the Gulf of Aqaba, I was stationed on this damn desert island, little bitty island. Me and fucking 6 other dudes. It's just called OP311. I sent Sophie a video. Somebody made a video of it on.
They didn't even
YouTube.
name the shit.
Yeah, OP311. That's the name of it. It's like some shit out of Alien. Yeah, we're going to LV 2038. It's like that's OP3. But when we were off, right outside South Camp, because I was on the MFO mission. Some of you guys know what I'm talking about. It was a peace treaty mission between Israel and Egypt. There was a reef there, and he used to go fucking skin diving, snorkeling on that reef. See some fucking weird ass fish, big fish. The reef wall was pretty cool. Well, it was weird because you look off to your right, and it's just the sand on the ocean just slopes way off into the darkness, and the water is extremely clear. Visibility is good. It's in the hundreds of feet. You can see far. And sometimes you don't want to see far. You look out there and there'd be a shark. You just see him.
Yeah, I don't know if it's better or worse that you can see or that you can't see.
You can see him, and he's sitting there, but he's not bothering you. He's doing his own thing. You kind of got used to it. But it'd be not a huge shark, like 5 feet, 6 feet,
That's still big enough to eat your face.
Yeah, it'd bite you, And it's kind of creepy. And then you look behind you, and some fish are following you. You're like, what the fuck you doing? Why don't it look like a sheep's
Where
head?
you going, man?
What are you
Where you
following
going?
me for? Yeah, it's fucking watching me.
And I think that fish is actually called a sheep's head.
Yeah, so it's called a sheep's head. It looks like a
I'm not
sheep's head,
mistaken.
little clear fins on it, like you're being followed by the head of a little sheep. And it's watching you, like a little parrot. But after that experience, whenever I was on the surface of the ocean, which would happen sometimes in service, I'm a strong swimmer, but you're swimming at the surface and you're thinking, this water is about a mile deep. What the fuck is under there?
See, that's what I always think of.
And then you kind of get vertigo. You're like, wait a minute, I'm a mile over the fucking surface of the earth. It's like I'm flying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you could look down and see the bottom, you'd get vertigo like you were looking over the edge of a fucking skyscraper.
Yeah, see?
And your
That's
mind
the
starts
kind of shit
fucking
I
with
think
you.
about. I have nightmares about that kind of shit.
Yeah, you're like, you know what? If I wasn't floating, I'd be falling.
Yeah.
It kind of yeah.
See, I don't like that.
That's
I don't like
kind of
that.
plays with your mind a little bit.
I mean, I don't like flying either, but I definitely don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody said favorite cruise ship films. Like, yeah, like I said, Death Ship was the only one I could think of. That did have a fantastic opening sequence where everyone gets cut in half by that fucking wire. That was fucking great. I don't really remember that much about the rest of the movie, other than Gabriel Byrne being in it. But that opening scene, that was a cracker. Ah!
Oh, did he get you?
Yeah, you burned me. Spaz.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's not really like a real cigarette. It's little pieces of it falling on you.
yeah. Yeah, see, I have like nightmares about just like being under the water and it's like all black and then all of a sudden this massive, eyeball like comes out of the fucking darkness like 2 feet from my face. I have like shit like that. I don't like it. But yeah, so that's probably why I've never been. But like I said, I can understand why people would go on them, because they're all inclusive. And you like I said, you only have to unpack one time. It's like staying in a really nice hotel with everything right there, but the hotel travels to different places. You know what I mean? And you don't have to worry about flying or whatever. So I get it. But, and another thing too is that diseases spread real quick on ships. Like, especially because there's been those ones where like the sewage lines broke and like everybody got fucking cholera or whatever the fuck. It's like, you know what I mean? Because there's nowhere to go. So, you know, it's kind of like a nightmare. So, all right. So let's talk about, like I said, I got 5 cases to do. Hopefully we get to them all because, you know, we'll try. We'll try. First case I want to talk about is Amy Lynn Bradley. Probably, I think this is probably like the best known one. But yeah, I have my suspicions what maybe had happened to this girl. So this happened in 1998. Now, at the time that she disappeared, she was 23 years old. She's originally from Virginia. And she was on a cruise with her parents, who were named Ron and Iva, and her brother, whose name was Brad. Now, they were on the Royal Caribbean cruise. The ship was called the Rhapsody of the Seas. Now, they point out it's like Amy had just, I guess she had just graduated from college. She had a job lined up for the end of the summer or whatever. So it's not like she was depressed or would have jumped off the ship or anything like that. So it's March 24th, 1998. So the parents, Ron and Iva, they go back to their cabin, you know, because they'd been out, they ate out, they hung out at the casino or whatever, like you do when you're on a cruise ship. And it was getting kind of late, so the parents went back to the suite and fell asleep. Now, Amy and her brother Brad were still at a party. So they were still out partying because they were, you know, in their 20s. And they were real close. They were like kind of best friends, like the brother and sister. Now, I guess they were at like some of the clubs or whatever. Now, they have a thing on the ship, you know, because it's just like a hotel, like when you scan your fucking card through the door lock. You know, they have a record of that. So they can tell when people come and go. Out of the room, I think it went out. Well, you can have it because I got to talk, so I can't really.
All right.
Unless you're going to fill in when I'm not talking. But, yeah. So, so they know that her brother, Brad, came back to the room with his card at 3:35 a.m. And then Amy scanned her card not too long after that. Okay, so she did come back to the room. Now, they were both hanging out on the balcony for the room. Now, apparently, I don't know exactly because I know that they have, you know, the deck around, like a lot of people that, around the deck that's public or whatever. But this was the balcony for their room. And I don't think that it was accessible from any of the other rooms. It wasn't, you know what I mean? So it was just kind of like blocked off from the other rooms next to it. So they had their own balcony. So her and the brother were hanging out. And he went to bed before her. But apparently she was kind of still out there. Now, Ron, the dad, he wakes up around 5:30 in the morning and he sees Amy out on the balcony, like in the lounge chair. Like she was out there sitting and I guess she'd fallen asleep in the lounge chair. So he was like, oh, okay, you know, everybody's back. They're fine. And he went back to sleep. But he got up again half an hour later and he looked out there and Amy was gone. All of her shit was still in the room. The only thing that was missing was her cigarettes and her lighter, which she had with her out on the balcony. So her dad obviously is just kind of like, she's obviously disappeared in half an hour's time. So he starts asking around, seeing if anybody knows where she is. About an hour after that, you know, he can't find her anywhere, so he goes to the security. Now, the ship was about to dock at Curacao. They had left Aruba, so they're like in between Aruba and Curacao. So they were about to dock there. And so the family were like, okay, well, until we know where our daughter is, can you make sure everybody stays on the ship? Because they were supposed to dock in Curacao and everyone's supposed to get off, like for their, you know, shore excursion or whatever. And they were like, can you not do that until we can figure out where they are? It's like, you know, maybe somebody knows where she is. And apparently, I guess, like the captain or whatever didn't want to do that. So they kind of did a half-ass search of the ship. They said it didn't look like anybody pushed her overboard. You know, they didn't think she committed suicide, whatever. But they still let everybody off the ship anyway. They never did find her, though, like in Curacao. Now, the weird thing about this, what ended up happening was that the rest of the family, they were like, well, why don't you, you know, get off the ship? And maybe she got off the ship too and like kind of go around. So they were kind of going around like Curacao, seeing if they could like find where she was. But then when they contacted the authorities, I think the FBI might have gotten involved at one point, And they were just like, no, man, you need to go back and get back on the ship and then go back to the next port because they, for some reason, thought maybe she was still on there. So there was this whole kind of thing. But eventually, they couldn't find her anywhere that they looked. So they eventually had to go back home without her. Now, the odd thing, like I said, this happened back in 1998. Everyone kind of just assumed, well, maybe she was drunk and she fell overboard. There didn't seem to be any evidence that anyone had killed her or anything like that. But the strange thing about that is that then people started seeing her, like, still alive. There were, like, a bunch of sightings of her in the subsequent years. Now, 2 of the passengers of the ship, they later came forward and they said, we saw her on an elevator, like, still on the ship that night. And she's like, well, she had been hanging out at the nightclub with the band that were playing there. And she had been hanging out specifically with this one dude. I can't remember what his real name was, but he went by Yellow. And he actually did come forward and he's like, yeah, we were hanging out together, but, we just had a drink in the bar, whatever. And then she just went back to her room. Like I said, she did go back to her room because her dad saw her, like, sleeping on the balcony. It was just like that half hour where she disappeared. Now, after that, there was also a dude that drove a cab on Curacao. And he said that a girl matching Amy's description had come up to him asking where she could find a telephone. But apparently, like, he either didn't know where one was or he told her where one was and he didn't see her again. Because, like I said, he didn't know who she was at the time. He just thought she was some girl. Now, there was also a Canadian woman, or a Canadian tourist, and he said that he saw Amy with 2 guys on the beach in Curacao in August of 1998, which was, several months after she had gone missing. He said that he got pretty close to her. The thing about her is, like, she's kind of distinctive looking, but she also has, like, a bunch of kind of distinctive tattoos. She had one of, like, a baby, what's the fucking cartoon character that everybody has? The Tasmanian Devil.
Okay.
Like, the baby Tasmanian Devil, like, with a basketball or something. She had a tattoo of that. She had a tattoo that was like a tribal sun. I think it was like a Chinese character, like, in the middle of it. Mm-hmm. And then she had another one. What was it? It was like a dolphin or shit. What a dolphin. I can't remember what it was. But she had something like that on her ankle. So this guy, because this disappearance had been on America's Most Wanted. So this guy saw her on a beach with these 2 guys. And he said that she had tried to say something to him, or looked like she was about to try to say something to him. And then one of the guys, like, kind of pulled her away or whatever. There was also another reported sighting about a year later in 1999. A U.S. Navy officer said that he had seen her in a brothel on Curacao. And he claimed that she said, "My name is Amy Bradley. Please help me." You know what I mean? So he said that he said that. Now, he didn't report it at the time because he was afraid he would get in trouble for being in a brothel.
Right.
So he didn't report it until a little bit later. But he didn't report it to authorities, but he did, like, contact the family because obviously they had a website and all that kind of stuff set up. So they did look into that, but I guess they couldn't find her. And I think later when they went and checked where that was, I think the brothel had burned down and, like, everyone was gone or whatever. There was also another sighting in 2005. This woman said that she saw a girl that looked like Amy in a department store bathroom in Barbados, and that she was in there with, like, 2 or 3 guys that seemed to be, like, keeping her from talking. I don't know how credible that sighting is. There is, like, some interviews with her because, this case has been featured on, like, a shit ton of different shows and stuff. And I think they have actually interviewed that woman. So I don't know how credible that is, like I said. But pictures of her were kind of all over the place. Now, the same year, this was 2005, the family got an anonymous email, and attached to the email was a photograph that had pictures. It was like all these pictures of this woman that, not gonna lie, it really does look like her. But her hair's longer because it's been several years, and they have her, like, in this kind of slutty looking outfit. And whoever sent it said, "I found these pictures on like an Aruba-based escort service website. which, like I said, that was also investigated, but again, they couldn't find her. Like I said, I've seen the pictures and it does actually kind of look like her, but it's hard to tell. They have had, professionals that look into that kind of thing, like, the photo matching and all that other kind of stuff. And several of them have said, yeah, that is very most likely her. But, no one's sure. So basically, as many leads as there have been, she is still missing and nobody knows where she is. She'd be in her 40s by now. Obviously, the family was kind of pissed because they felt like the cruise ship didn't really take the disappearance seriously starting out. They should have kept everybody from disembarking and they didn't, and they did all this other stuff. I want to note too that there might be a possible connection to the Natalie Holloway case, which I think we might have discussed on one of the other shows, if I'm not mistaken. If we didn't, I apologize for that. Also, I wanted to mention too that here's something weird. So, you know how on cruise ships they have photographers on staff that go around and take pictures of the guests and then try to sell them to them later? They do it at Disney and all that other kind of crap too. Well, when they went back to investigate later, every single official picture of Amy that had been taken on that cruise was mysteriously gone, which I thought was kind of interesting. Also, this just goes to show how fucking low some people can sink. So this poor family are still looking for their daughter, obviously. And they get contacted by a private investigator, and he's like, I think I might know where she is. I need X amount of money to go investigate, whatever. And it's like, obviously, that, they want to know where their daughter is. This guy seems legit. So they give him some money, and he goes down to Aruba or wherever and says that he's looking for her. And he even sends photographs to the family of a girl that very much appears to be her with the same tattoos and everything. And they get all excited and they're just like, oh man, that's her, that's all her tattoos and it looks just like her. And then that goes on for a few months and they sent him like something like $200 something thousand, right? Over the time. And then it came to light later that dude was just farting around down there like on extended vacation. That girl was a model that they had put a wig on and they had stenciled those tattoos onto her.
Damn.
So that he could send photos and go, hey, I found her. Send me some more money. Yeah, it's like, can you imagine like how shitty a person you would have to be to fucking do that to somebody? Yeah. But it's just kind of like, because they were just so excited because they were like, it's her. It's like, look, it's got the exact same tattoos and everything. And it wasn't.
This whole getting drunk and falling overboard, I don't buy it. Those railings are pretty high. They fucking,
in most places they are.
You're not going to accidentally fall over a railing. I've been fucking just hammered and never accidentally fell over any kind of goddamn railing. If anybody goes over, it's because they went over on purpose or they're just being stupid as shit. Like,
yeah, they're climbing on it and trying to sit on it
off the side and sitting on the railing. Maybe I can understand that, but nothing accidental. And then you wonder, could a person be kidnapped and taken off of the boat by employees? Let's say some of the guys working there are in some kind of a gang. They're sketchy as shit. Maybe they live on those islands. Could one of them abduct a woman and hide her for the rest of the voyage and get her off that ship with nobody noticing? I don't think so.
I don't know. It would depend.
I don't think so. There'd be too many witnesses. It would be, she'd fight like crazy, make a lot of noise. It's just, maybe you could tie her up, put a gag in her, and put her in something that you could roll off. You know what I mean? Like some kind of container, like maybe a
suitcase, like a big suitcase or something.
No, too heavy. Like a garbage can that has wheels on the bottom of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways to do that kind of shit.
But they probably are hip to that too, and I'd imagine there's a bunch of managers keeping an eye on things. I don't know.
They could slip them drugs too. I mean, especially because there's so many nightclubs on there and everybody's just drinking because everything's paid for.
Only she went missing. There wasn't a string of them, see?
There have been other ones. I just mentioned
on
that ship in particular.
With that particular crew, there had been a string of them. If there was a bunch of, like a gang of dudes doing it. It sounds like she went off that ship willingly. she was a runaway. How old was she? In her 20s?
23.
23 at the time. Maybe she didn't give a shit. She wanted to run away. She faked her disappearance, fell to a life of prostitution, and doesn't want to come forward anymore. Drugs and prostitution. Might have been something like that. Got caught up in some kind of partying life once she came off the damn boat. So it might have been a willing disappearance.
I don't know. I don't think I buy that. I don't think
It happens.
Well, it does, but it's just I think that's pretty unusual.
People have staged their own disappearances.
Oh, I know.
Staged their own deaths.
That's pretty rare, though.
Yeah.
That's pretty rare.
If you don't have any relatives that give a shit about you, you could disappear and nobody would notice and die and nobody would know who you were and they found the body. It happens a lot. Who is this dude? Just some dude.
Which is disturbing.
Yeah, just some dude.
Like I said, if you go on Wikipedia and whatever I can't remember exactly what the page is called, but it's just kind of something like, unidentified bodies or murder victims or whatever. It's just like a massive mess. They have to put it in like fucking decades.
They'll find there's been cases they'll find a dead dude in a damn dumpster. Like, who is that dude? I don't know. They don't know who that guy is. Some kind of a vagrant. And nobody's looking for him.
Sad.
So,
Well, I mean,
John Doe.
If he took off, or if if all his relatives are dead, or if his
relatives don't know he's missing,
or they don't know he's missing because they haven't heard from him in a long time, and they just figure, fuck him, he's off living his life somewhere.
My mom has 9 sisters. All of them have kids, which means I have all these cousins. I never met most of them. Couldn't even tell you their names. Wouldn't know even what they looked like. They're just scattered out all over the United States.
I mean, I have a lot of relatives like that too. I mean, I know what their names are, but some of them I haven't seen for a long time since I was, since we were kids. And so I don't know if I'd immediately recognize them.
Well, if one of them died, I'd never know.
That's true.
But
like I said,
it's a situation like that. I'm going to get another drink.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact that she was on the ship with her parents and her brother, and she seemed like, hey, got a new job. Hey, I'm doing this. And then so she didn't seem like she was acting weird or anything. Like the pictures that they took like right before she disappeared, which are creepy. They all looked like they were having a good time, She was just hanging out with her brother. They were like hanging out in the fucking dancing at the club, So I don't know. I don't think she would. And I don't think, honestly, as large as those cruise ships are, as large as the crew, on the ship is, I don't think it's crazy to posit that a woman could be taken off of the ship without anyone really knowing about it. Especially if a few members of the crew were kind of in on it and they had done it before. And like I said, if it was a gang of them, they would know better than to like, well, we just did one like on this route. We need to wait till we're on another route to do it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just kind of feel like I don't think it would be that hard. You know what I mean? Well, another thing too, which we'll kind of get into a little bit as we talk about more of these cases, is that a lot of times the cruise lines, they're just like any other business. They don't want negative shit like this getting out because they want people to still pay for cruises on their ships, right? So if you get a reputation and your name is splashed all over the news for being like, hey, these women keep disappearing from these fucking cruise ships, then, that's going to affect your business somewhat. So I do kind of feel like they try to keep the shit under wraps a little bit. And the fact that in several of these cases, when the family member went missing and some of the family, the family members were kind of like, well, hey, can we, pass around a picture, like ask all the people on the ship if they've seen her. I feel like the crew was kind of reluctant to do that because they're like, well, we don't want to upset everybody. Everybody's having a good time. We don't want, a bad name getting around about this cruise line. So they seem like real reluctant to do that. Thank you, Mango. The 13 o'clock podcast cruise turns into an Agatha Christie curiosity. How did Lord Zachary fall overboard? See, maybe that's why this is so fascinating. It's almost like a locked room mystery, although not really, because you can just like throw people into the ocean and they would never find you, which I think for real happened in a lot of these. So the next case I want to talk about, this is kind of an interesting one too. I'm pretty sure I knew where this dude ended up, but nobody really knows if it was a murder or an accident. I'm kind of leaning toward murder, but we'll see how it goes. So, actually, before I get into it, I'm gonna go to the
Restroom.
restroom.
Oh, we got a super chat here.
I know, I just
From
said
Andy.
that.
You read it off?
Yeah, he was. You can read it again if you would like to.
I kind of think something like this girl missing off the boat. A lot of times it's something real simple. Like, she left the room to go see that dude from that band or find some dude that she saw earlier. She leaves the room, goes walking down the hallway. Some guy sees her and fucking grabs her, rapes her, throws her overboard. Probably something like that. That's probably what it really is. So this whole thing of her, photographs of her showing up and brothels and everything, I think it's unlikely. More likely it was just she was killed on the spot and thrown overboard. See how everybody's doing.
Not even talking.
I was talking a minute ago. Don't tell me what to do. Did you tell me what to do?
I didn't tell you what to do. I just said I made an observation.
You
I
only
just said you're not talking.
I was talking the whole time.
No, you weren't. I didn't hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark's right. Women should have people with them at all times. Because there's guys out there that think they can get away with shit. That's what I think it is. I think she left that room sometimes after everybody was asleep. Went to go look for some dude she saw earlier. Another guy saw her and grabbed her, raped her, and then threw her overboard.
Well, yeah, that could easily happen. Like I said, and even people that didn't get thrown overboard, I mean, rape is like fucking endemic on cruise ships.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I mean, by far, that's the most
It's probably what it is.
reported. And
Well, if it's
you know, if
much,
it's that many that are reported, imagine how many are not reported and how many of the people like
get killed, get thrown
killed
overboard.
and got thrown overboard. So it's got to be like way worse than that.
It's probably what it is. And I bet you a lot of times that the rapist is a crew member. Because that'd be a good gig.
Yeah,
if you were a rapist.
Well, yeah, because you just like go to like different ports of call all the
Yeah.
time, and it's like you wouldn't be around.
Yeah. And it's probably not in Americans or anything. They have international crews. You know what I mean? It's that crew member might be from anywhere. And they might be shifted from one boat to the next within that company.
Well, yeah, I think that's what usually happens. I mean, and they're out there for a while because I think what they do, at least because we're going to talk about one girl that was actually on a crew that went that disappeared, and they'll be out there for like months at a time, like on different cruises, and then they'll have like 2 months off, and then they'll be like 4 months on, 2 months off. So they're just like living on the ship essentially.
Yeah, I bet you the crews are the main problems. Just some dude, you know what I mean? He's a damn busboy on the crew, or it's just, you know what I mean? Just a menial laborer guy, minimum wage type dude working on that ship. Happens to be a fucking rapist. And just one guy like that, he might be able to get 10, 20 fucking women over a period of 5 or 6 years. Wouldn't be that hard.
Well, it really wouldn't because, like I said, there's so many people on the ship. Like, there's so many people going. Because, like I said, these have huge restaurants, buffet things. They have casinos.
Yeah.
They have nightclubs, and it's like it would be really easy for somebody to work there to just, you know, roofie somebody.
Yeah.
And just like kind of drag them back behind the scenes or whatever. And you know, add that to the fact that you don't know like what kind of psychos are getting on the ship too. So it's like it could also be
people tend to do the whole, well, they roofie them and send them some. That's usually not what happens. Have you ever seen videos from security cameras have shown what happens? The woman is walking just unsuspected, not suspecting anything, and the guy who's the rapist he's just pretending like he's minding his own business. She passes him. He comes up behind. Turns around, comes up behind her, and just bam, jacks her right in the jaw and knocks her out. Bam. It's not this sophisticated thing. He just knocks her out and then drags her off.
Although I've been drugged at nightclubs a couple.
Yeah, but that's a very different. That was to people that knew you.
Well, not the first time.
Not that first time, yeah.
No, I didn't know. I knew somebody that kind of.
Somebody got me.
People. Yeah.
Somebody got me, and I think I knew who it was. I think it was this. I think that happened more than once. That same guy.
Wouldn't shock me.
Yep. We know who it is, but we can't blame him.
Yeah, we can't prove it.
Can't prove it.
Dennis says, "What the fuck is a roofie?" Doesn't know what a roofie is? Rohypnol.
He's a child.
Rohypnol.
Yes.
You put it in people's drinks.
Date rape drugs.
It's date rape drugs.
Yeah.
You put them in somebody's drink and they
Kind of go and you get super drunk, feeling they kind of become real pliant. Their memories get real cloudy.
I'm not sure what it was that gave me, but it's like I was on my first drink and it was like early in the night. It was only like shit. I don't even think it was 11 o'clock. I was maybe a third of a way through my first drink. And all of a sudden I was just sitting there having a good time. And then all of a sudden I thought, oh man, I don't feel so good. And then I just went, whoop, and then I just slumped over and then I just slept. I slept for a couple hours. I was there with my ex-husband and a friend of ours. They carried me to the car. And then like a couple hours later, I woke up in the car and I was throwing up into my lap. So,
Yeah.
And I don't remember anything. So,
Most rapists are just like a strong arm rapist. They just fucking grab the woman, knock her out, pick her up, carry her off. Take her into a van, rape her. They might let her go, they might kill her. Then another weird fucking version of him is a Romeo rapist. He comes in through your window and wakes you up, and then he's all gentle to you and fucking threatens you with a knife and tells you, if you make this easy on me and I'll make it easy on you. And he wants to have the whole girlfriend experience. Then he wants to talk and wants to cuddle afterwards or whatever. They got some weird shit like that.
yeah, I know. I've heard about that.
And they've actually...
I'd be like, yeah, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
It's not going to work for me. I'm sorry.
Here is what you do. If that ever happens to you, ladies, when he's getting ready to leave, you go, could I have your number? Just say that. 9 times out of 10, that motherfucker will give you his phone number. Because he's convinced.
And then you call the cops.
Yeah. Because from the very beginning,
Dumbass.
he sees himself as Romeo. He's convinced you love him. And he'll give you his phone number. You want my phone number?
Every situation you got to approach differently.
Yeah.
But I have heard that, like, the psychology of dudes that are fucked up like that.
Yeah.
That might be something to do. Just like kind of,
just your phone number. You want my phone number? Yeah, I want to call you.
Buy
back.
into their fantasy
Okay,
until they
right,
leave,
yeah,
and then
all right,
call
babe.
the cops on them and be like, "Hey, here's this stupid motherfucker getting his phone number. Go get him." Oh shit.
Right there.
Yeah. No need for me too says having to roofie a lady is pathetic. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. I don't know. I don't see how that could be fun for anyone.
Yeah, then they're talking about Cosby.
Yeah.
Mike Bear goes, that's right, Tom. I guess he's talking about the Romeo shit. Ask him for it.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Dennis says, I am a child. I've never heard of such a thing. Yeah. Rohypnol, bro.
Yeah, I thought nobody... that's not the only one, but that's like the most common
There's several
one.
of them.
That's the most common
They'll try to
one.
use scopolamine, too.
But usually, I think Rohypnol is so common that, no matter what drug it is, people say, they roofied somebody. It's almost kind of like the generic term.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about this next case, which, like I said, this is probably like the longest, most complicated one. Pretty sure this dude's dead, but the question is whether it was an accident, whether it was murder, and where the fuck his body went. So that's where we're at with this. So this happened in 2005. Now, George Smith IV was 26 years old at the time. Now, he's a pretty successful dude. I guess his parents or his dad ran a liquor store and he was going to take it over. And he had just married his girlfriend of 3 years, Jennifer Hagel. She just got her master's in education. She was starting a job as a third grade school teacher at the end of that summer. So they were going to go on a cruise for like all around Europe for their honeymoon. So late June 2005, this is again Royal Caribbean. This was a ship, Brilliance of the Seas, and it set sail from a port in Barcelona. Now, these two are on the ship and quickly became friends with another couple on the ship named Paul and Galina Kavinsky. I can't pronounce their last name. Sorry, you guys. So those two couples were hanging out together. This other couple said that George and Jennifer were lovely people, just normal, having a good time. Nothing really strange about them or anything like that. So they go to dinner one night together, and then they're kind of like in the bars and they're drinking or whatever. Now, one of the other couples said, George, he didn't have like a real good tolerance for alcohol. That was the quote. He'd had like 4 beers and you could see that he was like pretty drunk. So they're all kind of fucked up. It's July 5th, 2005, that evening. And they're kind of inebriated, like I said, and then they go to the casino. Now, there is security camera footage of them in the casino. Jennifer was at the blackjack table. George was at the craps table. Now, shortly afterward, George is joined at the craps table by another dude that was on the ship that was like a friend of his, a dude named Josh Askin. Now, there were also these other dudes kind of going around the ship that night, and these were Russian-American students. It was two cousins, Zachary and Greg Rosenberg, and a friend of theirs named Rusty Kaufman. And they had been hanging out with Josh Askin, who was George's friend. Oh, it's hat time?
Yeah, I hit level 1. It's the hat time.
It's hat time. I'm going to put these up.
Yeah.
Because I think it went out. So, okay, so speculation was, because they're at the casino this night, and it looks like George and Jennifer are kind of spending a lot of money. At one point, George actually went back to the cabin to get more cash. Also, George kind of looked wealthy, like he had kind of like expensive clothes. He had like a really expensive watch, shit like that. So speculation after his disappearance was that maybe somebody thought it'd be a good idea to rob him because they thought he was super rich. Which he wasn't super rich, but you know, he did have money, but he wasn't like a millionaire or anything like that. So by the time the casino closed, Jennifer and George were pretty fucked up. And so then no one really knew what happened after that. The next morning, there's a 16-year-old girl named Emily Rausch, and she came out of her cabin, like onto the balcony. She was going to take some pictures of the sunrise. They were like coming to Turkey or whatever. And it was really pretty, so she was taking pictures. And then she looks down, and she sees on the lifeboat canopy below her cabin was a big fucking bloodstain. I've seen pictures of it. It was a big fuck off bloodstain. So security gets called. They go to room 9062, which was the George and Jennifer Smith's room, and there was nobody in there. So they took pictures of the room. Then they started paging them like over the intercom system on the ship. Now, then the personnel go to this other couple they've been hanging out with and be like, hey, have you seen either of these two? We can't find any of them. And then there's like blood down here on the fucking shit. So they get called into the guest relations. Jennifer gets called there too. It turned out that Jennifer had woken up in the cabin and then saw that George wasn't there, thought that he had stayed with a friend of theirs because they were both pretty fucked up. She said, I didn't really remember that much about last night. I was pretty drunk. It's like we were both pretty drunk. I just assumed that he crashed in somebody else's cabin. And she had an appointment to get a massage at the spa, so she just went ahead, got up and went ahead and did that. So that's where they found her. And they told him, they told her, they're like, we're pretty sure that your husband has gone overboard.
How did they know that? Oh, because
because of the blood stain, and it looked like somebody had kind of like it looked like somebody had fallen off and was like trying to claw their way back up. It was like there was like handprints and like sliding, so it seemed like somebody was like trying to get back up. You know what I mean? Weird. Into the ship. Now, because these guys, Josh Askin, that friend of George's, and the three Russian American dudes had been hanging out with them the night before, the authorities like call these three dudes in. Now, this was their story. They said that after the casino closed at 2:30, they said they were on the elevator to the disco, which, you know, one of the nightclubs, which, you know, was open much later. Hi, Pokey. She's rubbing up against my leg. What are you grumbling about, little one? She's grumbling.
Yeah.
Josh says, oh, you know, when we were at the nightclub, or at the casino, the manager of the casino, who was a dude named Lloyd Botha, that he was apparently acting kind of weird. That at one point, allegedly, he put his arm around Jennifer and she seemed like kind of flirty and kind of into it. And then it seemed like Jennifer and George got into an argument, at which point, allegedly, Jennifer kicked her new husband in the crotch and then stormed out of the disco, and the casino manager followed after her.
Damn.
That was one of the witness stories. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's just what they said. Now, these guys, like I said, these Russian dudes and this other dude that had been hanging out with them, they're like, okay, well, we don't know where Jennifer and Lloyd went after that. But by 3:30 in the morning, you know, the nightclub was closing and George was really, really, really drunk. So we decided we were going to like help him out because he was just slumped over in the chair. So they had to carry him back to his cabin. So they claimed 3:52 a.m. the guys all went into the Smith's cabin. Now, they did actually do that because, like I said, the key card that registers, the time that somebody opens, leaves or comes into the cabin. So somebody did come in then. Jennifer was not in the cabin at that time. So George was still apparently sober enough to be like, hey, we need to go find out where my wife went. So they all kind of went out together and looked for her, but they couldn't really find her. So they just took George back to his room at 4:01 a.m. The men said they put George on his bed and took off his shoes. According to them, he was really grateful for them for helping him, reportedly hugging and kissing them. I love you guys. That's what they said anyway. So the men said, we all left together. George was not angry. He was just super drunk and was just, happy that we had put him in bed or whatever. There wasn't an argument or anything like that. So that's what they said. They said, we just left him in there and we don't know what happened to him after that. However, shortly after 4 a.m., another passenger named Cleet Hyman, who was actually a police chief, he was in the cabin next door to where George and Jennifer's cabin was. And he said later, this was his quote, he said, my wife and I were awakened by yelling coming from the Smith cabin. This yelling sounded like what I would liken to a drinking game. Suddenly, though, there was an argument out on the balcony. This argument appeared to be between 3 or maybe 4 individuals. Now, this is the neighbor saying this. After about 2 minutes of the argument, we heard one lone male voice repeatedly saying, good night, like they were ushering someone out of the room. I looked out and saw 3 male individuals walking away from the room. Now, this doesn't really jibe with what the dudes said to the authorities. 1, they said all 4 of them left the room together. 2, they said they had never been out on the balcony, that there was no, arguments or anything like that. They just put the dude to bed and he was wasted. And then they just left and that was the end of it. So, there's a little bit of a contradiction there. Then Cleet said, at this point, after the 3 dudes left, says, we heard just one lone voice in the room. We heard what sounded like the cupboard doors being closed loudly and also sounded like furniture being moved. Now, notably, the people on the other side, like on the other side of the Smith's cabin, they said they heard something similar. They said it sounded like the room was being trashed or that someone was throwing furniture around. They said it sounded like someone was either mad or having a good time, so we just dismissed it. But then Cleet Hyman, the cop who was on one side of them, said after there was 2 minutes of total silence, and then there was what he called a quote-unquote horrific thud. Now, authorities believe that this thud may have been the sound of George Smith hitting the canopy, because the canopy of the lifeboat was made of metal, at around 4:30 a.m. Around the time that they were hearing this noise, the authorities, or somebody like a passing crew member on the ship, found Jennifer drunk and passed out in a hallway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when they woke her up, she was just like, she didn't remember much of anything of the night. She just had just passed out in a fucking hall. She didn't even make it back to the room. Now, the 4 dudes who said that they'd put George to bed said right after that, we just went back to, one of our cabins and we were so excited that you could just order whatever you wanted, like from room service, like any time of the day or night. So we just ordered like a fucking shit ton of food and we were just like so jazzed and we were having like this big party. However, they did find out later when they kind of looked into the records and stuff. They said there was a phone call that came into room service from that room, but it was really short. And if they did order food, it was never delivered there. So the story that they were saying about, oh, we ate all these like tuna fish sandwiches and we had all this stuff in the room, maybe not true. Allegedly, reportedly. You know what I'm saying? So what ended up happening with that, like I said, so they know that he was either drunk and fell off the shit, or these guys somehow did something to him.
Do his ass off.
Man, that ramped up quickly.
Yeah, I'm in sexual tyrannosaur mode.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, this is good because at this rate, you'll have wigs on in no time.
Yeah, wigs. Well, I was thinking about the wig. was thinking about the
I
wig.
haven't even got to the bottom of my first drink yet. This is still my first
I
drink.
know. I was thinking about the wig, man. I got that Michael Caine wig in there calling me.
He wants to be pretty.
I'm gonna. What's he fucking you?
You can't
Why
do
are
it.
you telling me? You
Can't do it without the wig. It's not the same. It's not the same.
It's not the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So obviously, so they can't find his body. They don't have enough evidence. So Jennifer obviously has to go home by herself. Like this dude, they'd only been married for like 10 days, 11 days, something like that. And he disappeared. Although she got a lot of shit too, because I think some people thought that maybe she had something to do with it. Although I don't really see how that could be. Yeah, they apparently, allegedly, I don't know if this is true or not, but they did supposedly get in a fight. And then, but they found her in she was fucking passed out in a hallway somewhere. She wasn't like killing anybody. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But she did get a lot of shit afterward. So the FBI starts an investigation. The captain of the ship seems to think it was an accident, just because they said, yeah, George was super fucked up. Maybe he just tried to climb on the railing like drunk people do and fell overboard. But the family were kind of like, nah, I just really don't think that that's the case, because when they first discovered that George and Jennifer were missing, I mean, obviously they found Jennifer later, but when they went into the cabin and they didn't find anybody, like the Royal Caribbean crew, like took a bunch of pictures inside the cabin. In these pictures, there's 2 little lines of blood on the bed sheets, which seems a little weird for that to be in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, so they questioned, so they picked those 4 guys back up and questioned them extensively. Now, Josh Askin and Zach Rosenberg would not admit to anything. Every single question, because I read some of the like depositions and stuff, every single question was, I take the 5th on that. I take the 5th on that. They wouldn't say anything. On the advisement of their lawyer, I don't know, but It's like they wouldn't say anything. Rusty Kaufman stuck to his story about putting a drunk George to bed in his room, but when they asked him about specific details, like, hey, did you guys have an argument, or where'd the blood come from? He's just like, oh, I don't have any recollection of that. That's what he kept saying.
Right.
The only one that would say anything about anything was Greg Rosenberg. Now, they interviewed him again back in 2010. In 2010, but I don't know if this is significant or not, but he was in prison in 2010 for trafficking oxycodone. Because
unrelated.
Well, yeah, because apparently why he did it, he said, was because, oh, I have like a really expensive tastes, so I deal drugs like to make a lot of money and blah blah blah. So they said, so you just do it for money, because like I said, some people speculate that he might have killed George because he thought he had a shit ton of money. You know what I mean? Although, as far as I could determine, like nothing was stolen from the room or whatever. But he basically said, so he's in prison, but he's like, the quote was, I don't have it in my heart to kill nobody, man. That's what he said.
He said, I ain't got it in my heart to kill nobody, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I mentioned earlier, even though they said, we were having this big party in our room, like we just put the dude to bed, we went back to our room and ordered all this room service, and they even asked him, like, what'd you eat? And he was like, oh, we had tuna fish sandwiches, we had this, that, and the other thing.
Man, that sounds good.
It does, actually.
Yeah, tuna fish sandwich. Okay, good.
I don't think we have any tuna fish, do we?
No, I got a bunch of canned chicken though. That's our emergency stash for the fucking storms.
We could make chicken salad.
Nah, I ain't fucking with. Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But yeah, so that was their story. But like I said, so there was a phone call that came into room service at around 4:13 a.m. From that room, but either the food was never delivered or there was no record that the food was delivered. So they could be lying, or they could be not lying.
Good.
It could just be that, now the thing about it though is that even if they weren't lying, that doesn't really mean anything, because they could have chucked him over the side like before they went back to the room and got all that food. So they could have done both things.
Might have got sick of his drunk ass. Just throw that bitch over.
Well, I kind of feel like that might have been, I don't know.
Hold on.
What?
It's just all stuck together there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I tried to brush it, but it's just kind of like,
stuck together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another thing too is that, remember the whole story about, because I think they were trying it. Okay, so it almost seems like they were trying to pin it on somebody else, because remember the story that they had about, the casino manager Lloyd who I just pictured as like the bartender from The Shining. But yeah, so the casino manager supposedly putting his arm around Jennifer's shoulders or her waist or whatever, and then Jennifer and George getting in a fight about it, and like her flirting with him and them leaving together. No one's real sure if that's true either, because they talked to some other witnesses on the ship, and they said no, Lloyd, the casino manager, left by himself, and according to his key card, he went into his girlfriend's cabin at 3:25 a.m. when George and Jennifer were still at the nightclub. So obviously the two of them did not leave together. So it really does seem like these four guys are kind of trying to pin it on somebody else. Like, hey, we saw that casino manager like acting weird and like following her out of the shit. You know what I mean? So that seems a little sketchy. But yeah, so they could prove that he had gone into his girlfriend's room. Yes, he could have left again afterward, but the story about him following her out seems like it was probably bullshit. And also other witnesses said that they saw Jennifer leave the what?
Jennifer Crawford said some shit. Neat how Americans say tuna fish. Up north, we just assume tuna isn't. I think where that came from is
well, tuna fish is just like fun to say. It's kind of like saying kitty cat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's redundant.
I think a lot of it had to do with the early commercials we grew up with watching.
Chicken of the Sea.
Chicken of the Sea commercials. In the United States, I think when tuna was introduced to the American public, they didn't know what a tuna was, so they had to tell you it was a tuna fish.
Tuna? What the hell is a tuna?
Yeah. And then, because it was canned, they wanted to make sure that you would eat it, and they would say, well, it's like chicken. It's the chicken of the sea.
Yeah.
Which it is it does kind of taste like chicken. It's not a very fishy flavor, very mild. I like it.
Yeah, well, like I said, I like pretty much any kind of seafood. So.
Yeah, it's good.
Do you remember, wasn't that back in the fucking 90s or whenever it was? What's one of those idiots? Was it Paris Hilton? Where she was saying she thought chicken of the sea. She's like, wait a minute.
No. That was on Gordon Ramsay. Wasn't it?
No.
Oh, who was it? Oh, Chicken of the Sea.
Yeah. It was Paris Hilton or somebody like that.
Was it?
Somebody refresh my memory. And like she didn't understand. She's like, wait, so it's not chicken? It's fish? Like
yeah.
Although, if you think about it, Chicken of the Sea is kind of a dumb name.
Well, that's more marketing.
I know, but it is kind of...
It said that Charlie the tuna would say it was the chicken of the sea.
Yeah.
All right, which a person who had never had tuna, that makes sense. Okay, it's like chicken, but it's from the sea. It made perfect sense.
It's like a chicken that swims in the ocean.
It is the chicken of the sea.
Sorry, I just pictured a chicken with one of those little old-fashioned diving costumes on, like with the diving bell helmet thing and shit, walking along the bottom.
You have to understand
I don't know why.
American culinary history. People that were not from coastal regions would not eat seafood. Even to this day, when I was in the Army, when we got sent to Egypt, there were a lot of black dudes would not eat a fucking shellfish. They just wouldn't eat it. They would eat lobster. Do this lobster. Oh, I ain't eating that. Do this lobster. I'm not eating that.
But lobster's delicious.
And they're not, the guys that were like this were not from coastal areas, so they didn't grow up eating seafood.
Yeah.
Well, back in the time that, in the 50s and the 40s, when canned fish started to appear, the idea of a canned fish, that's kind of nasty. You know what I mean? Even though sardines, every black dude I knew eat a fucking can of sardines. You know what I mean? They'd eat them. You know.
Which is weird because sardines are fish too.
Oh yeah, that's real powerful. I can barely eat that.
I'm not a fan.
Right, and canned smoked oysters, I eat those. Those are good. But that's emergency food.
Yeah, I don't mind
those. Are redneck emergency rations.
Yeah.
And Vienna sausage and potted meat and shit. That's old school. Tila's in there laughing because she was just talking about pig's feet earlier on, pickled pig's feet. Those are old school.
Yeah, my grandma ate
Southern MREs. That's an MRE for fucking poor people. In the South, it's out of can. It's fucking. But anyway, for the mainstream American population, when tuna became a thing, you had to have fucking a marketing ploy to sell it. So you called it it was like chicken of the sea.
Yeah.
And that's a good description. And it's a tuna fish.
Because it'd be kind of dumb to call it fish of the sea.
Yeah, it's a tuna fish, and that was for people that didn't know what a tuna was. What's a tuna? How many legs does it have?
my god.
So
now
you
I
take
want
shit for
to
granted.
now I want to sell you know, chickens. Well, maybe not chickens, but maybe like a bird that can fly.
Yeah.
As tuna of the air.
Yeah. No, but when the British issued us a bunch of fucking lobster, fucking all the black dudes in my platoon, they wouldn't eat that shit. Well, not all of them. A few of them did. They knew what that was.
Well, that's
but they were looking at, I'm not eating that. Oh, no,
that's okay. I'll eat there.
That's a bug. You know, because it's not a bug. It looks like a bug. Come on, eat this, man. This is beautiful.
It is a bug.
It looks like a roach, man. I'm not eating that. But come on.
It is a bug.
Yeah,
technically,
it's a bug. It's the roach of the sea.
It's a delicious.
But you know,
bug.
they couldn't get it out of their minds. They didn't have
sea bugs.
White people just kind of take it for granted that fucking lobster has a high caliber fucking reputation to it, and that you better eat it. That's
but it
lobster.
didn't always.
But it didn't always
it
have
used to be
that,
like garbage.
It still
food.
doesn't have that for certain ethnic
like
groups,
especially up in the Northeast, because man, we got so much of the fucking stuff.
Yeah.
It's everywhere.
Well, actually, a lot of the guys who came from islands, like Micronesian guys and Samoan guys and Hawaiian type guys, they didn't give a shit about fucking lobster. That was like their version of something they give away for free at the damn bar. Let's, you know what I mean? Instead of peanuts, they'd give them a
it's like
fucking
bars
bowl
of here's a bowl of lobster.
There's a bowl of lobster
to have with your beer.
Yeah, they're like, fuck that. But what they
take it.
They would turn lobster down, but they would want spam, because spam came from the mainland, and that was their easily sourced meat was spam. So they had all these spam recipes. Now, I respect spam, though. America.
We know you do.
World War II American war effort was spam powered. That was the original MRE. All protein and all fucking salt. But the new flavors of spam are good. You slice it, fucking cook it, fry it, put it inside tacos. You can do all kinds. They got chorizo flavored. Fucking they got all different
fancy shit. Fancy shit.
And it's fucking a pure brick of fucking protein. You know what I mean? Fucking nutrition. It's heavy, but you can feed 3 people off that damn can. You know, or one hungry Tom.
One hungry Tom.
One hungry Tom.
Oh my god, that's what we should call the cookbook.
Hungry Tom.
I haven't done the cover yet. Maybe we should change it to that. One hungry Tom stands alone. I could think of a whole
song.
song.
You should talk about the girl actually thought it was an actual sea chicken. I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was like, or somebody said maybe it was Jessica Simpson. It was one of those.
They're fucking saying cow, talking to me saying it's cow steak.
Or pig bacon.
Pig bacon, yeah. Well, I gotta get off food. I'm hungry. I gotta stop talking food.
Yeah, it's like I got a lot of shit to get through. Although, like I said, this is the longest case. The other 3 are like shorter. All right, so yeah. So where was I? Okay, so Jennifer Smith, like I said, a bunch of witnesses saw her leave the nightclub by herself at 3:30 in the morning. Again, contradicting the 4 dudes that said, yeah, that casino manager followed her out. So an hour after that, they found her passed out in a hallway. This was around the same time that George probably would have fallen or been pushed overboard. They gave a polygraph test to Jennifer Smith and also to Lloyd Botha, what?
No, fucking. Somebody said tuna of the can would be pigeon. Or tuna of the air would be pigeon.
Yeah, I saw
fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, see, like I said, it had to be something that could fly.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, you know what you could do? You could sell ground up earthworm in a can and you could call it chicken of the ground.
Yeah. Gramthars says sardines.
See, I'm coming up with all kind of like
sardines and mustard sauce and Vienna sausages. That's deer blind delicacies. Yeah. That was the original redneck MRE.
Oh my god, sorry, I just laughed at Tila saying Black Betty spam lamb.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Nick Cave does such a great fucking version of Black Betty.
Yeah.
I love that song.
Y'all bitches need to respect spam. Right. Senator's right. Respect the spam.
Yeah, thank you, SideQuest here. It was Jessica Simpson when she and her husband Nick had that reality show.
Is that what it was?
Right, yeah.
Jessica Simpson.
I never saw the show, but I saw that clip. Because I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, the one that was similar to that on Gordon Ramsay was Soup of the Day was Soup of the Day. Remember that? And that woman who owned a restaurant didn't know what Soup of the Day meant.
That's right. I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he like Soup of the Day is whatever it was, and then he's like, she didn't understand that.
She thought Soup of the Day was a special type of soup, right?
or something.
Something like that. I don't remember what it was.
Or she didn't understand that it was just like a soup that was supposed to change every day. And it was like,
Yeah.
oh, this is the soup that we made today.
Today, right? Yeah, right.
She just thought it was like some fancy kind of soup. I don't know.
A fancy kind of soup.
I
Yeah.
can't remember what it was. Because she's like looking at him like he had 3 heads when he was like trying to. It was really funny. There's some stupid people out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Lloyd and Jennifer both passed polygraph tests for whatever that's worth, because polygraphs are not hugely accurate, but now interestingly, okay, so these 4 guys who acted admittedly sketchy as fuck, they are still kind of on the FBI's radar for this stuff. Like I said, they can't prove anything. Now, it should be notable too that even prior to this incident of George going overboard, allegedly, several complaints had been made against these 4 guys for various things. They had snaked liquor on board. They snaked some absinthe, which you're not really supposed to do. They were smoking in areas where they couldn't be smoking. They were just being like assholes, just verbally abusing employees, just being dicks. And a lot of people had complained about them. Also, 2 days after George Smith went overboard, an 18-year-old passenger, a girl, came forward with an allegation of sexual assault. Basically, she alleged that she had gotten drunk and they had dragged her back to their cabin and they had all had sex with her, and they videotaped it. Now, even though on the videotape, which I haven't seen, but I've watched read a description of it, they basically said, well, because the guys, of course, argued that it was consensual, and there is, whoever's filming it, they're kind of narrating, and she's kind of saying what he's asking her to say or answering his questions, but she's also kind of crying at the same time. So it was kind of ambiguous, I guess, over whether it was consensual or not. So, these 4 guys who, I guess some of them were on the ship with their families as well. So they got kicked off the ship, actually, in Naples, Italy. And then the Italian police looked into this rape allegation, because like I said, this was after the overboard thing, and they didn't have enough evidence, for the George Smith thing. But, the Italians said, well, we'll look into the rape thing, but they didn't have enough evidence for that either. So basically okay, well, we don't have enough evidence. We don't have jurisdiction. So too bad, so sad. Basically. So no one got charged for that. However, it happened that the same tape that they had perhaps unwisely videotaped themselves allegedly gang raping this girl. On this same tape, earlier, was the 4 of them eating around a table, at lunch. And they were talking about, this was a couple hours after George had gone overboard. And I think it was just the 3 guys. I don't think Josh was on this videotape. But they're basically passing the video camera around, filming themselves talking about George's death. And they're talking about it in what one of the lawyers explained as a very callous way. They're just joking about it. They're saying stuff like, something along the lines of, we taught him to paraglide without a parachute or something like that. And then one of them, or calling it parachute riding off the balcony or whatever. And at the end, one of them stands up and starts flashing gang signs at the camera and says, "I told you I was gangsta."
Okay.
And they had been talking about George dying. So it doesn't prove anything, but that's a little suspicious.
A little? No, that sounds like they did it.
That's a lot suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, and they asked the guys, they're like, okay, so what about this videotape that we found in the context of this other rape allegation that this other person had made on the ship made against them? And so they asked the one guy, they're like, okay, well, yeah, what about this? And of course, predictably, the guy was probably just kind of no comment.
Yeah.
So they just didn't comment. So apparently their lawyers just said,
they did it.
Say nothing. So it really does kind of seem like...
They did it. Yeah.
They're also kind of saying, too, that what might have happened, like I said, they think what might have spurred the whole episode, because these guys had been hanging out with George and Jennifer. And like I said, George, they weren't exactly flashing money around, but they weren't making it a secret that they were spending a lot of money in the casino. At one point, like I said, George actually went back to their room to get more money. George had a pretty expensive watch on, and they said something about, they were on their honeymoon and they had got like a shit ton of money, like, for wedding presents and whatnot, and they had a bunch of that and they were having a good time spending it. So they were, they weren't making a secret of the fact that they had a bunch of money. So they thought that maybe these dudes thought, well, hey, let's just wait until they get inebriated and then we'll go back to their fucking room. And this kind of goes in with, they said, well, what might have happened was that they took him back to his room. They tried to get the watch off him, which maybe was where the blood on the sheets came from, because it wasn't a shit ton. It was just like a little bit. So maybe they tried to get the watch off him. He kind of woke up and was like, hey, what the fuck are you guys doing? And then there was like an altercation, which, like I said, the dudes or the people in the cabins on either side said that they'd heard kind of an argument. And they said they heard like furniture and shit being moved around. And the one guy said that he saw 3 guys leave, which meant that one guy maybe stayed back in the cabin and was like rifling through shit, like looking for valuables and whatnot. So they're kind of going, like I said, they can't prove it at this juncture. But that's kind of the theory that they're going for, that they targeted him because they thought he had money and just waited till, and they took him back and then they just like went through all his shit. But some people think that maybe he just got drunk and fell overboard and it was all just kind of like a coincidence. I'm not sure. The fact, had that videotape of them talking like that hadn't surfaced, that maybe they could have got away with it. But these dudes are fucking idiots, right? Because why are they saying that on a fucking videotape?
They did it. They just didn't think any of that shit would go and get into the custody of the authorities.
I mean, not only they're like, hey, let's make a videotape of ourselves like raping an 18-year-old girl, but also let's make a videotape of ourselves sitting around a lunch table
talking about murder.
Casually talking about like making a guy, parachute ride off the balcony or whatever.
Yeah.
Just, not the brightest fucking criminals. Although I guess they can't be that stupid because they're not in fucking prison, are they?
It's just a bad investigation, bad prosecutorial fucking. Well, they couldn't make the connection, I guess.
Well, like I said, they didn't have. I mean, a couple of them they gave polygraphs to and they failed.
If that was Orleans Parish, they would have been guilty even if they were innocent. All right, or Orleans Parish or anything in Louisiana, you're guilty. If they know it's you, you're guilty.
Yeah, but like I said, they gave polygraphs to them and they failed them.
Right.
Greg Rosenberg, the one that was in prison for other shit later on when they interviewed him, notably, this is a quote that he said. He says that he didn't have anything to do with George's death, but he did say that he didn't think it was an accident. And the quote was, George Allen Smith did not disappear or kill himself or hurt himself or slip and fall off the boat at 6'4", however tall he is, and just dive off. I know that didn't happen. Something crazy went down that night, and I hope one day that they find out the truth. That guy said that. Yeah. Now, he denies like having anything to do with it. He says he failed the polygraph because he has ADHD.
Tila and all the other kids are in there doing the time warp.
Yeah, I saw that.
You noticed that?
Because why not?
Yeah.
Why not? So
we're not going out tomorrow.
I don't know.
All right.
We can if you want.
Okay.
We got to go out Friday, too.
That's the Friday after, though.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're going out tomorrow. I'm sick of this shit.
Where you want to go? Mannequins or Ibar?
Mannequins, probably.
You want to go to Mannequins?
We're going to go to Mannequins, probably. We'll see. Yeah.
I mean, I like to go to Ibar, but it is kind of far.
It's far.
And we would just went to Ibar.
What is up,
Monday.
Pooh?
What's the matter, Pookie?
She's looking like something's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen.
What's going to happen?
Yeah. What's up?
But yeah, so apparently now Jennifer has obviously remarried because it's been a while. The family have offered I think it was $100,000 reward for information. Might be more than that now. But the FBI announced in 2015 that they were officially closing the case because they couldn't find any more leads on it, and they just said fuck it apparently. But the family's still offering a reward, and they're still wondering what the fuck happened to the dude.
Those dudes did it.
I kind of feel like probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it just sounds too...
They were on a rape and murder spree.
Yeah, and I mean...
They were wilding.
Yeah, yes. I mean, they just sounded like dicks. They were just like going around the ship like just being assholes.
Yeah. Get a good crowd going in there now. Right?
Yeah, we do.
Leave it alone, Pope.
DJ Maniac says, I told someone at work today if they ever get a polygraph, lie your ass off on it because it's inadmissible in court.
Yeah.
Just start making shit up. That's what I mean. They're not super accurate. They can't use it for anything. They usually just use it to like rule people out. And even that, I don't know. I don't even know why they bother doing them. Because some people can beat them. Some people are nervous and it makes it seem like they're guilty and they're not. And it's just kind of like, I don't know. You know. Yeah, this case is fucked up and they have the evidence to prove it. Indeed. Yeah, Amanda says, so Jenny's hair is red now and she is smoking. Yeah, this is just a wig. I just decided I was going to wear the red wig this evening.
Yeah, and that's not a cigarette.
They're herbal cigarettes.
Yeah.
And
non-nicotine.
I just like to smoke them when I'm drinking.
Yeah, I smoked it to prove it. I smoke them and you don't have an urge afterwards.
Yeah, they're not super.
It's not like I relapsed.
Or
I used to be a bad smoker.
You did. And you smoked for way longer than I did because I didn't even start until I was...
Kind of like just the equivalent of vaping.
Yeah.
I was vaping, but then I even kind of lost that psychological fucking urge to constantly be doing something, you know?
Doing something.
Yeah, you gotta do something, vaping, inhaling, and this and that.
Why don't you just start picking your fingernails like I do?
Yeah.
That's what I do to entertain my hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got 3 more cases, but like I said, that was kind of the longest, most convoluted one.
Yeah, we're halfway through.
Yeah, we're good. So we actually a little bit more than halfway, if you can see my little thing on my notes. All right, so this next one, this is the case of Ying-Lei. Now, she was 38 years old. This was in 2017, so it's fairly recent. So she goes on a cruise on the MSC Magnifica. It was a 10-day Mediterranean cruise with her husband, Daniel Belling, who was 46 years old. He was German originally. She was Chinese. They lived in Dublin, Ireland, however. And also they had 2 kids, aged 6 and 4. So they were all going on this 10-day Mediterranean cruise. So this is February 2017. Now, what happened? So the cruise ship comes back to Civitavecchia, Italy. Belling gets off the ship with the kids, but his wife is not with them. But he had not reported her missing. So Ying-Lei, who was also, because like I said, they lived in Ireland, so she went by the name Angie Lee. She was actually a wedding planner. Now, she had her own business. It was called Cinderella's Wedding. They did all kind of like, wedding planning shit. These photos and crap like that. So there was so apparently there was something that was going on like in their marriage maybe before this. Apparently they had been having some financial problems. I guess Daniel Belling had lost his job. They hadn't paid their rent in a couple months. Like, I guess they hadn't, and the landlord was like getting pissed off about it, and like the fucking cops came to the place or whatever. So that might have been a factor, I don't know, in why she either took off or why the dude killed her. Nobody really knows what happened to her. So the last time she was seen alive was in Genoa, Italy, on February 10th. This was just one day into the cruise. The family they were on shore, and they went to a souvenir shop in the town. And the woman that worked at the shop said that that Angie had come. I'm just going to call her Angie because I don't want to keep like mispronouncing her Chinese name. So said that she came into the shop with the 2 kids, and then the husband, Daniel, came in after them, and he seemed really agitated. And he had like a backpack, and he pulled out a pair of gym shoes or like sneakers and yelled at her and kind of like threw the shoes at her. And he said, "Put these on instead of your sandals and shut up."
What?
That's what he, like in a souvenir shop, like threw some shoes at her. That's what the clerk said anyway. So this is like the last time she was seen alive, right?
It's kind of like Russell Crowe throwing phones at motherfuckers.
I know, this is the shoe throwing. This is the shoe throwing motherfucker. And like what, I can't imagine like what the fucking lead up was to that. So this was the story. So Daniel says that when the ship was going from Malta to Greece, he said, Angie was getting real bored with the cruise. She wanted to get off the ship. Now, he said that he took the kids to the port, but she stayed on the ship But then when he came back on, she was gone, and that she had taken all her shit with her, like all her suitcases and shit were gone. At that point, apparently he told the cleaning crew on the ship, you don't need to do, because they had like a fold out bed or whatever. And he's like, well, you don't need to like put that out or whatever, because the kids are just sleeping with me in this bed. So we don't need that other fold out bed or cot or whatever. Because there's only 3 of us in here now instead of 4. Okay. Now, so the cops, interviewed the 2 kids. Now, the 2 kids said that their dad had told them one evening to stay in the cruise ship cabin. It was like, me and your mom are going out. And then when he came back, the mom wasn't with them. And that was the last time they saw her. Right. So the kids are kind of contradicting the dad there, because the dad said that, I took the kids into the port and like she stayed on the ship. And when we got back to the ship, she was gone. But that's not what the kids said happened. Now, the cruise ship crew said that she had reboarded the Magnifica after Genoa, Italy, because somebody had seen her, but she had somehow disappeared like before the end of the cruise. So basically, they told the authorities in Civitavecchia, which was kind of the last place. So they arrest Daniel Belling because he was acting sketchy as fuck. He was actually, after the cruise was over, he was trying to fly back to Dublin from Rome, and they picked him up at the airport. Now, he got charged with the murder, although they've never found a body. Now, he gets taken, and I'm pretty sure this is still the law, but in Italy, they can just leave your ass in jail, even when they're still, like, investigating the shit, right? So he ended up being in prison for 14 months while they were investigating the case, like the disappearance. Now, he told the judge that he thought that his wife had gone back to Dublin, where their house was, or that he had gone back to China because she was just kind of like, fuck it, I don't want to live here anymore. And he also told them, this isn't the first time that she just took off in the middle of a family vacation. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what he said. So they checked all the CCTV footage from the ship. Didn't really turn up anything significant. It just confirmed what the witnesses and the crew on the ship had already testified to, that, that they had seen her come back on the ship in Genoa, but they didn't see her after that. And that was the last time also she had used her key card to leave and enter the cruise ship. Cause I guess, they have to keep track of everybody coming on and getting off so they don't like lose people, So that was like the last time she did come back on the ship in Genoa, but that was the last time anybody saw her. Now, one of the judges, when they were investigating this case, like pointed out that he thought it was very weird that the couple had taken the cruise at this particular time because, as I said, they were having financial difficulties. They hadn't paid their rent in a couple of months. Daniel Belling had lost his job. I guess Angie's business wasn't doing well or whatever. Also, another time when they questioned Daniel Belling, he kind of gave another story where he said, she left the cruise ship because she had urgent business, quote unquote. That was one of the first things he said, like before he said, maybe she just like decided, fuck it, I don't want to be on this cruise anymore. We had a fight and she just wanted to go back home. But the thing about it though, is that they found, like when they went through the cabin, they found a bunch of her shit, like her cell phone, her credit cards, her shoes, shit like that, were still there. So when they confronted Daniel Belling with this information, he clammed up and he wouldn't say anything else. Now, they asked this waitress on the boat. Now, she said that the last time that I saw Ying-Lei was the evening of February 10th. She said, I saw all 4 of them, the family, and they were all eating together at their assigned table, which was number 704 in the Four Winds restaurant. But that was the last time. She said from that point forward, Daniel Belling ate every meal with his kids and the wife was not there. The maid also said the last time she'd seen her was the 9th. And that was when Daniel had said, hey, there's only 3 of us in the cabin now, so you don't have to do the sofa or the fold-out bed or whatever.
Read what Amanda says.
What? By the way, you all, I think my dog and I are switching directions and coming to Orlando once we are fully vaccinated.
It's okay.
Wow, cool.
Okay.
Come on down. Come on
For a visit or to
down.
live? What is switching directions? Were you going in another direction?
She was going in a direction away from
I guess so.
Witnesses aboard the ship also made the very strange claim that the kids never had any shoes on and wore the same clothes every day.
Huh.
And that at one point, one of the kids was wandering around on the ship all by himself. And they were little. They were only like 4 or 6. I think one was 4 and one was 6. So one was wandering around all by himself.
Melissa Glasgow says she loves your hair.
Thank you. Yeah, this is my favorite wig that I bought. Although that blue one's pretty cool.
No, the blue one's better.
You think?
I think so.
Okay. Well,
I like
I'll wear
the
the
blue
blue
one
one
better.
next time. I'm changing them out. I have a couple more too, but I haven't like.
That long straight looks the best on you, if you ask me.
Okay.
I mean, it all looks good, but long straight looks good.
Okay.
I'm going to the restroom.
Now this is terribly sad. Also, now, Ying-Lei's mother. She didn't speak English, I guess. So nobody thought to notify her that her daughter was missing. And the only way she found out was that she had a friend that could speak English and read an article about it on the internet and then told her, hey, by the way, your daughter disappeared off a cruise ship. Isn't that fucking horrible? The weird thing about it, though, is that even though, and that's when she found out that Daniel Belling had been arrested for the murder, too. And I guess they put the kids in the custody, I think, of his parents, because they said they sent him to Germany. So I'm assuming that would be his parents. The strange thing, though, is that so Daniel Belling had not told her that her daughter was missing, which seems a little strange. But on the other hand, the mom seems to think Daniel Belling is a lovely person and would never have hurt her. So she doesn't think that he had anything to do with her disappearance. I don't know. She knows him. I don't. But the way he was acting was like super sketch. So I don't really know what to say about that. But she does not seem to think that he was responsible for her disappearance. So Daniel is basically saying he maintains that his wife is still alive somewhere. Either in Dublin, she ran off and just left them, or she went back to China, where her family was. So he basically is like, well, I think they should treat it like a missing person. And so they're looking for like through Interpol and all this other kind of shit. Now listen to this crazy fucking twist of the story. And a lot of it's weird because a lot of, the accounts of this story don't add this detail at the end. I guess I can see why, but it's like, to me, I thought this was like fascinating in a fucked up way. So all of that was going on. Now, in spring of 2017, there are 2 dudes, which was only a couple months after her disappearance, right? So there's 2 dudes. They're working on their boat in Rimini, which is a port town on the Adriatic, and they see a dark blue suitcase floating in the water. They don't think anything weird about this because, where they are, there's a lot of cruise ships and shit like that go by there. So it's like there's always shit washing up all the time. So, there's ferries and everything. So they were just kind of like, okay, whatever, another one. But this case was kind of big and it started bumping up against their boat and it was kind of pissing them off. So they're like, well, fuck it, just get that fucking thing in here. So they pull it up into the boat and they noticed that it was super, super heavy. You can see where this is going. It's much heavier than it should have been. So they opened it, and to no one's shock, they found the body of a woman in there. She was wrapped in a black garbage bag, and the woman was naked and emaciated, and it was an Asian woman. So they zipped the bag back up, and they're just like, this is not our day. So,
She was dead?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was in a suitcase in the Adriatic.
How'd she get there?
Well, no one knows.
Must have got there the same way Mini-Me's Chinese girlfriend got here. That's how they were smuggling her.
Well, I don't know. It was like I said. She was in a suitcase, like I said, and she was naked, and she was also in a bag.
Weird. Okay. So she was dead when they put her in there.
Not necessarily. We'll get to that in a second. So obviously, because this is an Asian woman, because this was only a few months after Angie Lee disappeared, because it was kind of on the same cruise route, immediately they assume, oh, this is her. However, it only took a day or two before they figured that this wasn't her. This was another Asian woman dead in a fucking suitcase in the fucking ocean. This woman had much longer hair than Angie Lee and also much, much thinner. They also, and then later they did DNA and they determined definitively that it wasn't her. This is creepy. Now, like you were saying about how she was dead when she was put in the suitcase, she wasn't. They determined that her cause of death, not asphyxiation, not drowning, starvation, which means that somebody put her in the suitcase and then threw her or she put herself in there. They think that she'd been in there for 10 days in the suitcase. She was inside a garbage bag and inside a suitcase. I don't know if you could put yourself, well, I guess you could. Why would you do that though?
If you're trying to
not take any food with you.
Well, if you're trying to smuggle yourself.
Yeah, but why would you not take at least some granola bars or something?
It could be that it wasn't planned properly. Maybe she thought she was only going to be in there for a few hours.
Maybe.
But she was nude, huh?
Yep.
That's weird.
That is very weird. So just the fact, like I said, even though, so for a day or two, they thought this might be that they had found
somebody must have put her in there.
This is a different woman.
Somebody put her in there and wasn't going to keep her in there for very long. But something happened to that person. He couldn't get back to her to let her out.
Maybe.
She was found floating in the water?
Yeah, it was like in the Adriatic Sea, like in a bay. It's found by a couple fishermen.
No telling. It was some kind of human smuggling.
It must have been. Right. Because like I said, they determined that she wasn't, it wasn't like somebody murdered her and put her. There was no sign of violence on the body or anything like that. And they thought she had died, she had starved to death.
Nah, some kind of human smuggling.
That's what I was thinking. But they still haven't identified this woman as far as I know.
They never will.
But like I said, I just thought I'd mention that because it was creepy. And because for a day or two, they actually thought they might have found that woman, but they still haven't found that woman. And this woman they found in the suitcase has not been identified. So they have no idea who she is, which is creepy. So Daniel Belling, like I said, he was in prison for 14 months while they were investigating the case. But because no body was ever found and they didn't find, even though, he had like a lot of contradictory statements and stuff, but they didn't have any definitive evidence that he'd killed his wife. And like I said, they had no idea where she was. So they had to let him go. Even though, like I said, her mom didn't seem to think that he did it, but I don't know. She just sounds kind of sketchy to me. However, he did get arrested for something else, mortgage fraud in Dublin in April of 2019. I'm not entirely sure. That's the last I heard about him. So I don't know how that turned out, but he was trying to defraud them out of like 200,000 euros or something like that. But he got in trouble for that. So I don't know how that whole thing worked out. But yeah, so that's another woman that disappeared. That one, I don't know. That kind of seems like, I don't buy that, she just decided she was going to take off and then she just left. I feel like that's hardly ever the case, especially when it's the husband and he just comes up with all these stories like, yeah, she just said she was super bored and she just left the cruise ship like the day after we came on the cruise. So it's like, why did she even go on the cruise if she didn't want to go? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I think he fucking killed her. Allegedly. I don't know. Or he knows what happened to her. I think. And, because if you didn't actually know, it's like, why do you come up with all these stupid stories about, that are obviously not true? That your own kids like contradict. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I don't know. It just seems like super sketchy. All right. So now let's talk about, this one's super weird too. This is the case of Tammy Grogan. Now this happened in 2006. Now she was on board the Carnival Cruise Line's ship Imagination and ended up vanishing somewhere between Mexico and Miami in the Gulf of Mexico. Now with her on this trip was her mom, Bonnie. She had a 14-year-old son named Jimmy and an aunt named Deb. So they had all gone on this trip together. Now, the final stop before... What are you smirking at?
Don't worry about what I'm smirking at.
Oh, because...
We're working at what Gramthars said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I went deep-sea fishing off the Oregon coast once, had lasagna the night before. Within an hour, I was hooting?
Throwing up.
Yeah. I never heard that terminology.
Throwing up, yeah.
Looked down at one point and saw a bay leaf stuck in my shoelaces. One of my most terrible memories of throwing up was throwing up a bunch of Chef Boyardee, like canned spaghetti and meatballs. like in a bathroom in my grandfather's old house, just all over the sink. It was awful.
Yeah. The time I got seasick was out in the Gulf of Mexico with my dad and fucking his buddy, his best friend. They grew up with. His name was Uncle Punch. Uncle Punch was fucking crazy. Okay, if you can fucking imagine a crazy ass redneck, that's Uncle Punch. He was like Cooter from Dukes of Hazzard, except he didn't have a beard. He was something, but even crazier. He had a boat. We were out in the Gulf of Mexico. We were fucking fishing. I started getting sick. And he had a cute daughter. She was super cute. She was older than me, though. She was up on the fucking bow of the boat in a bikini. And I was probably about 13 or 14. I spent that whole fucking trip fucking looking at that girl in a bikini. She was fucking gorgeous. Of course, she was like fucking 17. Which, anyway, couldn't get it.
It's an older woman.
It's an older woman from my point of view. Anyway, I started fucking throwing up seasick out there, and fucking Uncle Punch says, "Hey, eat this," and he fucking handed me a Little Debbie fucking Nutter Butter. Eat this. That'll feel a lot good. That'll feel better coming up. And then that'll feel good coming back up. I stopped throwing up.
Yeah, at least that'll taste better coming up than whatever.
Yeah, I got fucking sick. Well, it was just after a little while though, I adapted to it. After about 2 hours, it took me a couple hours to get sick, and then after a couple hours after that,
I think most people do kind of like
you adapted to it.
You kind of get the hang of it.
Yeah,
it's just weird. Like it's
weird at first, yeah.
You know,
we were out there fishing for marlin and swordfish and shit, and we were catching. What was it, marlin? We were catching all kinds of fucking weird shit out there. Might not have been marlin. I don't remember what it was. It was a big fish. Caught 2 of them, 50-pound fish.
Yeah, they're big.
Not 100-pound fish, but about 50-pound fish.
Marlins are pretty big.
I think it might have been marlin. It was a long time I was a kid. Caught a bunch of smaller stuff too. My dad was like, "We're not going back in. You can throw up all you want. We're not going back. No, we're out here now." It's fucking blazing sun. You think it's getting sunburned was bad? It was fucking getting real sunburn out there. But I was already a little bit tanner at that time. Consolation prize was Uncle Punch's daughter sitting out on that bow over that fucking bikini. That was the consolation prize.
Well, at least she didn't throw up on her. I thought that's where that
she
story
threw up
was
a little
going.
bit too, though.
Okay,
she threw up too, though.
So it wasn't too embarrassing.
No, she got over it though.
I was gonna say the shit about the sunburn and everything like that.
Yeah.
When we were kids, my brother, we had either been at the beach or we'd been out on the boat or on the river or something like that. And he got sunburned so bad that he got like, what do they call it? Like heat stroke or heat exhaustion or something like that. His face, like he was bright red and then his face like puffed up. Mm-hmm. His face was like this big. Yeah. Like his eyes were like just these tiny little slits like in dough. His face looked like a big dough ball. Yeah. Like a big red dough ball. It was like that for a while. It was terrible. Sun is no joke down here. Seriously. All right, so what were we talking about? Tammy Grogan. Okay. Yeah. So the ship, I think the ship docked in Mexico. So it was like on Miami rather. So they were stopping in Mexico first though. Now, Tammy had apparently been seen on the ship at about 1:30 a.m. Sunday, September 10th. Like I said, this is 2006. Now, apparently that was the last time she was seen because she didn't come back to the cabin after that. But her family just assumed that she was just out having a good time on the boat somewhere. So they didn't really realize that she was like missing. And they didn't report her missing until Monday, like late Monday morning. So it was like, several hours later. So they alert other ships in the Gulf to find her. But because she hadn't been seen for a while, I believe it was something like 36 hours, they didn't do like a big, huge search because, they were just like, well, fuck it. She's probably gone by now. I don't know. So they didn't think that, at this point, like everybody, and they always say this, like the cruise ship, they just thought, oh, it's an accident. She got drunk and fell off or slipped or whatever. But 18 months after she disappeared, her mom, Bonnie, she comes out and she's on like a news channel and she gives an interview and she says that she thinks this whole trip, this is so crazy. She thinks this whole trip was this kind of elaborate plan to murder Tammy. Now, it came out that the whole reason that this family were on this cruise was because this dude named Craig Morgan, who was like in his mid-20s, I think, he was the one that had paid for all of their tickets. Now, the mom thinks that Craig was trying to get Tammy out of the way because he had designs on Tammy's 14-year-old son, Jimmy. And so he bought the whole family, cruise tickets, and they all go on the cruise. And then he...
Like sexual designs?
Evidently. That's what the mom alleges. I'm just saying this is allegedly. This is what they're saying. Now, because what happened was, so Craig Morgan, I don't know how he met the family initially, but like I said, he was in his mid-20s, I think, but he apparently or appeared to have a shit ton of money. Like, he appeared to be a millionaire, but no one was really clear on where the money came from. So he had been, like, hanging out with this kid, took him a ride in limos, bought him a bunch of presents, bought his mom a bunch of presents. I think maybe he was kind of coming at it from the point of view of, like, trying to date the mom, but really maybe being after the kid. Like I said, allegedly. This is what the mom is saying. But then he started to, like, creep them out. So the mom was basically like, yeah, don't hang out with them anymore. And then after that, Craig was like, no, we're all going to go on a cruise together. And he bought them all cruise tickets. And then they were like, oh, well, free cruise. He's creepy, so whatever. So we'll go. Now, he said that he bought them all cruise tickets to celebrate, like, Aunt Deb. She had just lost 100 pounds or something like that. So he's like, so we're celebrating that. It's for her. It's a present for her. So you guys all have to come because it's a party. So they all went. Because like I said, free cruise. What are you going to do? Now, what? Oh, shit. Is it wig time?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's wig time.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm coming back to Michael Caine.
Uh-huh.
Coming back to Michael Caine.
Yeah.
Gotta get myself ready.
Okay, well, how close am I? Can I
Go ahead,
talk
go.
more? Okay.
Go ahead and talk. There you go.
Now, what happened with that? See, now everything's going to be all distracted. You really don't look like Michael Caine, though. No. Okay, well, now maybe you do.
Jennifer. Jennifer, I have one question for you.
I bet I can guess.
My dear. Is he fucking you? Is he fucking you?
He who?
Just, I don't know. Are they fucking you?
Well, that opens it up even more.
No.
Is corset time soon? Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to go get one of my corsets and put it on you. We'll see how that goes.
On me? What is this? Dressing me up like with corsets? This isn't the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
It could be.
No, it is not.
Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah.
So the dude, like I said, allegedly creepy 20-something-year-old, buys them all cruise tickets. Now, once they all get on the ship, they figure out that Morgan's sister and her ex-boyfriend were also on the ship and had a room, like, right next to theirs, or, like, just a couple down, which they thought was a little weird, so it seemed like he was kind of, like, planning something. Also, on the same night that Tammy disappeared, like, didn't come back to the cabin, Bonnie said that she wasn't drinking alcohol, but that she passed out after Morgan's sister gave her some water, and she kind of thinks that maybe he put some roofies in there, in the water bottle, or in the water glass, or whatever. Some reports said that Rohypnol was found in Tammy's room on the ship, and or that there was research about it found on Morgan's computer. What are you doing? It's very distracting. You're very distracting over there, like smirking.
I'm just jamming.
I'm trying to read my notes, and he's just kind of like,
come on, I'll do the time warp. It's not time for time warp. I just want you to know there's a lady who knows all that glitters is gold, and she's buying a stairway to heaven.
Sure.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It needs to be a little bit longer to be Robert Plant,
Yeah.
I feel like.
Ooh.
I don't remember Robert
And
Plant
it
ever
makes
having
you
that.
wonder.
Okay. Go ahead, Robert Plant.
No, I'm good.
No, Tila said that.
That was you there? Yeah.
Yeah, so another weird thing too. So Bonnie says that she thought maybe that he had drugged her and drugged Tammy with Rohypnol. And another weird thing too is that so Tammy goes missing, the family comes home 4 days later, and Tammy's apartment has been broken into. Her computer is gone, and all of the jewelry that Morgan had given her as gifts was also missing. Isn't that interesting? Also, the son, Jimmy, who was 14 at the time of the disappearance, he actually joined the army later on, but he got discharged after going AWOL, and he does not talk to his grandma anymore. And I don't know. Bonnie, the mom, she kind of thinks that maybe the kid was involved too. I don't really know about that though. But maybe, I mean, he's 14 and maybe he was into the 20-something-year-old guy and they're like, hey, let's bump off your mom. So I don't know. It sounds a little far-fetched, but it does seem like a weird case still. And it's like they still haven't found that girl. So who fucking knows? I don't know. And it does seem weird that a 20-something-year-old alleged millionaire would buy a whole family like cruise tickets and be like, oh, by the way, here's some of my family members and they're going to be staying right next to you. And I don't know, it just seems like a weird, and especially him doing that like after both Bonnie and Tammy were like, yeah, you're kind of creepy, like just please don't hang out with us anymore. I don't know, like I said, it sounds far-fetched, but weirder things have happened, just saying.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah,
We've covered a lot of them.
that's what I'm saying. So it's like I'm always kind of like skeptical, but well aware that weirder shit has happened than that. You know, that wouldn't be the weirdest thing that I've ever heard
Tina's
of.
in there singing fucking Stairway to Heaven too. There's a lady who knows. No, I ain't talking about it anymore. I mean,
What he always does that. He always like starts doing so. No.
nah, I gotta
I'm not
resist
gonna talk
it.
about it anymore.
I gotta resist
I'm not
it.
gonna talk about it anymore.
Gotta resist it. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. It's just the spring clean for the May Queen. Yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on. Ooh, and it makes me wonder.
Oh my god. That's what you should. That's what you should dress up as for the
Robert Plant.
But like I said, you need a longer wig than that. You need like some hippie ass looking clothes and like fucking. That would be funny. Well, you need like a costume for next Friday's party. What are you gonna wear?
Why are you asking these questions right now?
Cause I'll get a funny answer.
What am I gonna wear? I'm gonna wear some vampire clothes. Yeah, depending on how hot it is.
It's halfway to Halloween. You need to do like a costume. I'm probably gonna do Bride of Frankenstein, honestly,
I'm not fucking wearing a costume
because I can do that with my own hair.
I'm
I
not
can
wearing
just
it,
tease it
yeah.
all up.
I'm
And I
not
bought
wearing a
some white
costume.
spray
I'm
so
not
I
wearing a
could.
costume, that shit.
He's no fun.
I'm not cool enough for that shit.
No, you're not.
Let girls dress up for that shit.
Only girls do that. Girls are so lame.
I don't know what I'm gonna wear. Why are you asking me now?
Because it
I was
just
on a whole nother level.
because it occurred to me to ask you.
I'm on a whole other level. I don't have any costumes. I can dress up as the hand. That's it.
Well, yeah, like I said, you could do that, or you could be Robert Plant with a haircut. Or you could be
This
Willy.
is about
or
the hair he had.
you
sorry.
could be Willy Wonka.
I'm sorry. This is about the hair that he did have.
Who? Michael Caine or?
No, fucking Robert Plant.
No, he did, but it was longer than that.
Not
That's
much.
all I'm saying.
About 2-3 inches.
Well, yeah, it was like
depending on
it
what
was
year.
shoulder
There
length.
was a lot. You know, he lived for a long time. He changed his hair over that time. A lot of times his hair wasn't that long.
I just always remember as having not like
No.
super long, but like a shoulder length at least.
It was, yeah, a couple inches longer than this, maybe.
Yeah.
But you know, it's that same general impression to me.
I guess.
Okay.
You could kind of be like an old lady too. You could kind of be like, like Mama's Family with Carol Burnett.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You could kind of be that
Yeah.
too.
Mega's trying to get me to stop singing Stairway to Heaven.
Shut up, Tom.
Y'all need to get a microphone for the Tom show. Yeah. Well, no, I was we got a fucking sound booth right there and everything. I was gonna record some singles. I was gonna do covers. I was gonna do fucking. I could do some fucking Glenn Danzig covers. I could do. I actually want to do some 1970s Judas Priest covers. Fucking sings. Robert Halford was the god. He was the metal god. But I didn't really like the 80s stuff too much. I like the old 70s fucking Judas Priest. I was gonna do some of that. I was gonna do some goth music. I could do a little bit of everything.
You could do some Bowie. You could
do some Bowie. Do some Bowie covers.
You could do some Sisters of Mercy.
Yeah, I could do Andrew Eldridge just fucking nearly perfectly. Yeah, I should do a Sisters cover. But I don't know. I'm not good at Robert Plant. Fucking he was a master vocalist. I can make fun of Robert Plant.
Yeah, well, he had that was a different kind of voice than your voice is.
He's very, very good. All right. Yeah, he sounds like Robert Plant, and to sound like that, you end up copying Robert Plant. Only he can get away with that shit. Remember how we saw that one dude live? He sounded a lot like Robert Plant, and he ended up being a Robert Plant impersonator.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And people liked it, but they're like, dude, that's Robert Plant. Only he could do that.
Why you want to be that way?
Yeah.
Be your own man.
Yeah.
I don't know why I just thought of it, but remember that? I don't even remember why we ended up watching this. Remember that documentary we saw about Journey?
Yeah.
And about the dude, because Steve Perry left.
That's a great
then
documentary.
The guy, they found this dude on YouTube from the fucking Philippines.
He could sound just like him.
It sounded just like him. And he was just putting up little YouTube videos for his friends, being like, hey, I'm singing Journey songs.
Yeah, he
sounded just fucking like him, and they hired him, and they took him on tour and everything.
He did speak English, but I don't think his English was all that great.
Yeah.
But he could sing every Journey song perfectly.
Yeah, he loved Journey.
He loved Journey. And he had a Journey cover band. And fucking when Journey tried to get back together, who were we gonna replace the vocalist with? They found that dude and they fucking contacted him. And they did one tryout. They already heard him. They did one rehearsal. Like, that's it. And he became the fucking lead singer of Journey.
Can you imagine?
And he's like the national treasure of the Philippines. I mean, they love the guy. And that was like his dream came true because he idolized fucking Perry.
I mean, can you imagine that if you were just dicking around and your favorite band in the world called you up and said, "Hey, you want to come on tour with us and make millions
you want to be the lead singer of
dollars?"
Journey? And he sounds just like him. He's a fantastic
really does.
vocalist.
Super creepy.
Yeah. Yeah. And Netflix has a whole documentary, very heartwarming. You should see it. You can Google it. I don't remember the name of it. I think it was named after a Journey song, wasn't it?
Probably.
And
it's called "Don't Stop Believing."
Don't Stop Believing or something like that. And it's a fun documentary. And then they show him on tour and his first live show, and he's just, and then of course Journey's all old guys, and he's young, and he's out there just fucking cutting up, and the fucking crowd loves him. I liked the fact that the Journey fans, which they still have a very hardcore following that can fill fucking big live events, just embraced the dude because he was a fan that could fucking sing just like that. He loved every bit of that band. They made him the lead singer, and he delivered fucking live, and he was just the crowd loved him. So that really turned out good. It's old guys with this young dude that sounded fucking just, and really a young guy who well trained, fucking in really good shape. The voice is a lot different than an older guy who can sing. A young guy there's something about that vocal quality, hard to beat that. And Perry did that when he was young. Hard for an older guy to do that.
Yeah.
So he did it perfectly.
Yeah, and like I said, it was kind of a sweet story because the dude seemed like a lovely human being.
Yeah.
Tila said, Jenny, Tammy, Mango, and I think a trivia sidetrack show would be dope. Are you down? Like a horror trivia side? Yeah, that actually sounds kind of fun. I'm gonna write that down.
Good.
Because we could do that on the next. I mean, I might have to think of some questions or. we can.
Yeah, T saying we need a karaoke night. Karaoke's hard because to properly execute a song or a number, you have to rehearse. You got to rehearse over and over again, which it takes really to do 10 songs or so just out of the blue, several months of rehearsal. You don't want to really do anything live unless you're just fucking around drunk. You don't want
that's why people do karaoke.
Yeah.
Everyone's fucking around and drunk and it's funny.
You don't want anything really recorded until you're fucking ready, until the game is on,
Yeah, and Tila says the losers have to cough up super chats. Yeah. See, that would work. I don't know.
See, Mike is saying, yeah, most of that 70s stuff was the best. That's right. 70s Priest was the best. Sin After Sin and Sad Wings of Destiny and fucking Rock'n'Rolla. Those are my favorite albums. British Steel was good. It was good. Stained Class was... the lyrics on Stained Class were kind of fucking weird. I liked it when I was young. I'll go back and listen to it now and I'll go, that's some cheap-ass fucking lyrics. Really, Sin After Sin and Sad Wings of Destiny are the two best Priest albums, if you ask me.
Tila's saying, oh, she loves Giallo movies. Ooh, my girl.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm also a big fan.
T, you need to fucking buy this house next door.
Somebody was over there. They're over there working on it this morning.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing in there. The door was open and there was a truck out front with a bunch of like wood and shit in there.
I showed Sophie. She mentioned it. I showed Sophie. There's a Brazilian guy who sounds exactly like Bruce Dickinson. He can do all of the fucking Iron Maiden numbers. Sound just like Bruce Dickinson, Iron Maiden. Yeah, he's amazing too. And no joke, sounds like a young Bruce Dickinson.
All right. So I got one more case.
Okay.
And then we can talk about
go to the
whatever.
restroom.
Then we can talk about whatever you want.
Okay.
Yeah. So this case was actually, this is one case about an actual crew member that disappeared under mysterious circumstances. This is Rebecca Coriam. This is happened in March of 2011. Now she was British, and she was on one of the Disney cruise ships, the Disney Wonder. Now, apparently, March 22nd, 2011, she gets captured on the CCTV camera. This is in the crew lounge. She was talking on the phone to somebody, and it looked like she was upset about something. So that was kind of like the last time she was seen, was on the CCTV footage talking on the phone. A few hours later, she was supposed to work. I think she worked like in child services or something like that. So she did like some babysitting or child managing or whatever. She didn't show up for her shift, and they looked all over the ship and couldn't find her. So apparently her disappearance, this is the first incident like this that happened in the entire history of the Disney Cruise Line. Like I said, she is a crew member. So she's originally from Chester, England. How she got this job initially, in June 2010, she had actually gone to London to interview for the position on the Disney Cruise Line. And then she got hired, and then she came to Florida for the training. Now, she had been, and I think I mentioned this earlier, but like a lot of people that work on cruise ships, they're, on for several months and then off for a few months. So she was on for 4 months. She was doing cruises back and forth to the Bahamas. Which is where the ships are registered. Then she got 2 months off, so she went back to the UK to be with her family. And then when she came back, she was put on the Disney Wonder, which was based in Los Angeles. So this ship went to, like, all along, it went through the Panama Canal, it went along the Mexican Riviera, everywhere, like that was its route. So she was doing that gig. And then at some point, like, her grandfather died, so she was given like a 2 weeks leave to go back to the UK to go to the funeral. And that was the last time that her family saw her in person. So she goes back to the ship, and had been talking with her family over Skype and Facebook or whatever, for 6 weeks. So she was fine. She was working on the ship like normal. March 21st, 2011, the ship left Los Angeles. And she sent a message to her parents on Facebook and said that she would call them the next day. However, she did not call them. And her mom kind of got concerned about it. So at 9 a.m. that morning on the ship, they're off the coast of Mexico, going toward Puerto Vallarta. So like I said, Rebecca had not shown up for her start of her shift. So they look in her room, she wasn't there. They paged her over the public address system, and she didn't answer. And that was when they went back and looked at the CCTV footage, that's when they saw the last footage of her where she was talking on the phone to somebody and looking upset. That was at 5:45 a.m. Now, in this video, she looks kind of distraught. She's talking into the phone. A guy walks up to her and seems to ask her, "Are you all right?" You can say her mouth at him, "Yeah, I'm fine." And then she hangs up the phone and then walks away from the phone. And that is the last time that she has ever been seen. So the whole entire ship was searched. They searched the international waters that the ship had gone through, presuming that perhaps she had fallen overboard. The ship is actually, even though it's, docks in Los Angeles, it's actually registered in the Bahamas, like a lot of cruise ships are. So they had a detective from the Royal Bahamas Police Force kind of flew to the ship to kind of look through it. And even though he said he did a bunch of several days of onboard investigations, what they called it, but apparently it was kind of half-assed. And I think I mentioned this earlier, is that, a lot of cruise ships, when something bad happens on one of the cruises, whether to a passenger or whether to a crew member, as in this case, they don't really like it getting around because, they don't want negative publicity. They still want people to go on the cruises and have people think they're safe. So if something bad happens, they kind of seem like they want to keep it on the down low. So basically, so this detective supposedly comes on the ship and was only on there for a day, even though he later told them, he's like, "Yeah, I was on the ship for several days." He was only on there for a day, he said. He only interviewed a couple of the crew members and didn't interview any of the passengers. Now, the parents of Rebecca Coriam, when they flew there to kind of assist in the investigation or try to figure out what the fuck was going on, they said that Disney, when they was driving them around, Disney had a car come pick them up, but the car had blacked out windows. And when they were bringing them on the ship, it was almost kind of they brought them in through the back entrance. They wouldn't let them come on through the main entrance or anything. And then they talked to the captain, and the captain said, "Oh, well, probably what happened was that there was a big rogue wave, and she was maybe on the pool deck or whatever, and it swept her off," which they were kind of skeptical of that, because I guess around, I haven't, I've seen pictures, but it's kind of hard to tell, but where the pool is, the wall around it is super, super high, because for that very reason, they don't want people slipping off and falling into the fucking ocean, obviously. So they do have safety measures in place. So it looked like it would be difficult for someone to accidentally fall overboard from the area where the captain seemed to believe that it had happened. Now, interestingly, about a year after she had disappeared off the ship, her dad got an email from a woman who said, "I saw your daughter with a dark-haired man on a street in Venice last summer." This woman said she was 85% sure it was Rebecca. But the parents were kind of well, maybe, but how would she have got there without her passport? Because they found her passport and all her shit was still on the ship. Now, in October of 2011, only a few months after the disappearance, John Bronson, who worked for The Guardian newspaper in the UK, he decided he was going to take the same ship on the same route so he could kind of sniff around. He wanted to check out the ship. He wanted to interview some of the same crew members that were there and see what he could, kind of rustle up. Now, interestingly, when he was on the ship and he was kind of asking around, a bunch of the crew members that were on that same route, interestingly, none of them wanted their real names used. They said, several of them said that they thought that Disney and the police knew more about where the girl was than they would admit. Several crew members said that independently. And like I said, they didn't want anybody to know what their names were because they thought they would get in trouble. I mean, so the journalist, he's kind of looking around the ship and he's like, well, what could have happened was that maybe she was jogging, because they had like a jogging deck on one of the, a jogging track on one of the decks rather, and said, well, it seemed like if you slipped, it's possible that you could fall overboard there. It's unlikely, but the railings weren't super high. But the thing about it was that it seemed a lot of people were saying, well, she got swept off on the pool deck. And he's just like, I don't think that there's any way that could have happened. Another thing, too, is that if she had fallen off from the jogging track, there were security cameras there. And the security cameras didn't say anything, didn't show anything. I mean, unless somebody had fucking wiped them or deleted the files or whatever. Yeah, so, but it's weird because a lot of the crew members are saying, yeah, she went. Everybody knows, like several crew members said to him, everybody knows that she went overboard from the crew pool on deck 5. And they said, hey, we found this flip-flop, like this shoe, like right by the pool. The thing about it though, and like, it's even some of the crew members, they don't know who, but like some of them came and like left flowers around the pool because they were saying she got swept out. But like I said, the journalist was kind of like, I don't see how that could have happened because like the walls are super high unless it was like a big, huge wave. And when they checked the weather reports later, they were just like, the sea wasn't totally rough that day. So he didn't really understand where that could have come from. They also found out later too that the shoe that was found by it was probably not hers. Her family were like, yeah, that doesn't look like something she would have worn. And it wasn't really her size. They're not really sure who that shoe belonged to, but it probably wasn't her. But so honestly, most of the, scuttlebutt surrounding this case is that she was swept overboard somehow, and that Disney and the police are somehow like covering it up because they don't want the ship to seem like it's unsafe. They did actually track down the person because they thought, well, maybe there was some kind of like, romantic problem. And that was the whole thing, like why she was so upset on the phone. Like maybe she was having a fight with her boyfriend and then she went and jumped off or something like that. But they did actually find out who she had been talking to on the phone. And it was actually not a boyfriend. It was just like another friend of hers. So they did find that woman. And, she was upset about something, but not so upset that she would like jump off the fucking ship. But, by the same token, she was kind of wandering around the ship at like 5:45 in the morning, which was unusual. So I don't know. It could have been because some people kind of said something about, oh, there was a love triangle or, maybe that other woman, whatever. Some of the footage, I guess, got sent to the FBI for quote unquote enhancement, but I don't know if anything ever came of that.
Probably not. You'd have heard something about it.
So, yeah, I don't think anything came of that. And like I said, the flip-flop they found by the pool, like why everybody thought she got swept off by the pool, they don't think it was actually hers. So, it seems like they're kind of going with the fucking rogue wave thing, even though there wasn't any evidence of that. But the girl has not been seen since then, since that footage of her on the phone, and they have no fucking idea where she might have gone to. So there you go. Yeah. So apparently, and this was kind of on the Wikipedia page about her case, but they were saying that 170 passengers and crew have disappeared from cruise ships since 2000, many of which are not seriously investigated or widely reported.
Louis Hernandez and Khan have showed up. What's up, bro?
Wow, about time.
Yeah, what's up with you, man?
Now that we're like 3 hours in, and I actually covered all 5 of the cases before I got like all fucked up.
That's good. And Tila was talking a lot about Giallo, which we didn't know that Tila was a Giallo fan.
I did not know that. That's
Ain't
very
that
exciting.
something? Man, that's your sister over there. Let me go get another drink. Hold on. Yeah, you can scroll up there and see what she's talking about.
Yeah, man, it's just kind of, oh man. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, okay, where was it? See, this is why we know this, right? Yeah. I only know Bava and Argento, but I also love the Suspiria remake. Oh, okay. So, I'll try to think of some more. So, in a couple weeks, I already recorded it, but I don't think it's not going up until May 1st. I did a review of a giallo film called What Have You Done to Solange? So that'll be going up in a couple weeks because there's a shit ton of them on fucking Shudder. One of my favorite ones is The House with the Laughing Windows. I think that was directed by Pupi Avati. And so those are good. And God, there's so many. I dig. There's one called Short Night of Glass Dolls, which I really like. Shit, man, who directed that one? I can't remember now. Like, I'm too drunk to be remembering that right now. But yeah, so there's one. What's that weird, like, psychedelic one? They all have such great fucking titles. Damn. No, I can't remember. I reviewed a bunch of them on my blog. The Night Evelyn Came Out of the Grave. That's kind of a giallo, but that's kind of like a gothic horror as well. It's like a crossover. There's one that I also really liked. It's got some aspects that are not giallo-esque, but it does have some giallo-esque aspects to it. It's called The Perfume of the Lady in Black, which I also really liked. But yeah, there's a shit ton of good ones. I mean, they made so many, like in the 70s. And by the time that the 80s rolled around, everyone was fucking sick of them. I mean, I reviewed kind of a later giallo, A Blade in the Dark, which was Lamberto Bava, which wasn't a great one, but, you know, it had kind of some silly shit in it, but I still enjoyed it. But by that point, I think that came out in 83, and by that point, I think everybody was, like, sick of giallo movies, so it was almost kind of just, like... I want to know, too, it's like, if you haven't seen... I don't really consider Suspiria, like the original Suspiria, I don't really consider that a giallo film, even though it kind of looks like one, but I think it's got supernatural shit in it, like witches and stuff. I think that's a gray area, because generally a giallo movie is more like it's like a police procedural or like a crime story, or like a slasher, essentially. If you're gonna put like supernatural shit in it, then you're shading into maybe another genre. But it could be argued. I mean, if some people want to say Suspiria is a giallo movie, I'm not going to argue. But yeah, Suspiria, Inferno, Mother of Tears, I didn't love. And actually, Dario Argento, he made a movie that was called Giallo in, 2007? Maybe it was later than that, but I haven't seen it yet. Because the thing about it is that after, I think the last good Dario Argento movie I saw was The Stendhal Syndrome. Maybe Sleepless was okay. But after that, they really started to go downhill. Man, after I saw Mother of Tears, which I didn't love, The Card Player, which was terrible, and then he made some other stuff. Like, remember that terrible Dracula movie he made? Was it yeah. God, that was awful. The Masters of Horror shit he did was good. But...
She's asking you more down there.
Would Dress to Kill be giallo inspired? Oh, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, Tenebrae is amazing. It is. Yeah, Mike, have you seen the Witch trilogy? Yeah, I was just talking about that. I need to see Mother of Tears again. I remember really, really not liking it, but I saw it only a year after it came out, which was, like I said, a long time ago. Maybe 2008 I saw it. And, I remember not loving it, but maybe I'll like it better. Because the thing about it is that I recently, just like a few months ago, I rewatched Stendhal Syndrome, and I remember liking that movie back in the day. I think that came out in 96, but watching it again, I was like, oh man, that was like way better than I remembered. That was one with Asia Argento in it, and she had that thing where works of art would make her like space out, and that was kind of like, that was like a serial killer movie, I guess, because like there was a serial killer like running after. I was trying to think of some other good giallo movies. But yeah, so there's some on, if you have Shudder, there's a bunch on Shudder. There's not like Death Walks on High Heels. There was that one. Eyeball. Trying to think of some other ones.
I just ordered a movie today.
What did you order?
I ordered Elvis and Nixon. It's a good movie. We saw it in the theater.
Yeah, we saw that in the theater. I
And
liked that.
if you have Amazon or Amazon, I think it's Amazon Prime, you can see Elvis and Nixon for free right now. It's good.
Yeah.
It's accurate too. It's the time Elvis went to go fucking visit Nixon.
Yeah.
And the crazy shit he fucking told Nixon. Because it's not normal Elvis, it's high Elvis. You high off his ass. He went to go see the president fucking high and gave the president a gun.
Because that seems like a good
That's
thing.
something
to do.
Elvis might do, yeah. Bill, they
Yeah.
all had carry permits.
Everyone's like, yep, that's Elvis. Well, and who's going to question Elvis? Elvis
Yeah.
could pretty much just do whatever he wanted
Yeah,
to.
him and the whole
He's fucking Elvis.
him and all his little fucking friends, they were all fucking carrying 45s. They were all deputies and sheriffs and shit. The
Yeah.
people don't realize that they were all being deputized. And then, like, he asked to become a secret agent. In that fucking conversation, you got to see that. He wanted to become a secret agent to fight drugs. And of course, Darren, this is a time where he was just fucking loaded.
Oh, irony.
Yeah. He knew, though. He knew it was fucking with fucking. It was, I know what Elvis was thinking. He was trying to prevent it from spreading.
No, he just wanted all the drugs for himself.
I don't think so.
No,
I know. I think I know what he was talking about. But
I'm just joking.
I have my own theories about that legendary motherfucker.
Yeah, Don't Torture a Duckling. That was a good one, too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if we're talking about Lucio Fulci, see The Psychic. Or it's sometimes called Murder to the Tune of Seven Black Notes. That's actually one of my favorite Giallo movies, and not a lot of people talk about it. But it's Lucio Fulci directed it.
Yes, Elvis was made an honorary DEA agent.
He's honorary.
Yeah, he didn't have any power.
Well,
but
yeah, he can't, like, arrest
the
motherfuckers.
president made him that, yeah.
He could just, like, tell people that and impress
Yeah.
them, you know?
He told Nixon that he wanted to go undercover. Well, he was a combat veteran, you know. He was a sergeant in the fucking
but that's
army.
just funny to think that
Yeah.
Elvis could be undercover.
Yeah, he's gonna be
Everybody in
undercover.
the fucking world
Everybody knows
knew
you,
Elvis
bitch.
was. Hey, Elvis.
Yeah.
No, I just look like Elvis.
Elvis had a good military career, very successful. He was a good dude. Everybody liked him. He was a tanker. Came out as a fucking sergeant. And married his commanding general's wife. Priscilla was his general's wife. You know you're the shit.
General's daughter.
When you see daughter, you know you're the shit when you fucking steal the general's daughter.
Yeah.
And
And I guess he was okay with it.
doing more and more research, he knew who Mela Nurmi was. They evidently had a thing going on.
Yeah, we were watching some Ed Wood movies last night. So
There's a lot of pictures
on
of
riff tracks.
Elvis and Mela, who also known as Vampira. And Elvis had a vampire fetish. I dug up a lot of photos of him, and yeah, he was gothic. All the fucking black velvet, dressing like something out of a fucking Vincent Price movie. Priscilla did have that pale skin, blonde hair, vampire kind of motif to them. They were proto-goth. I just didn't really realize it at the time.
Yeah.
You're looking at it from modern eyes. But his 68 comeback tour, all leather with the leather bracelets, that's fucking fetish wear. That was fetish wear.
Yeah.
For that time. So, yeah. He was into all that. Fucking the king.
Yeah.
The king. The glasses and shit. Fucking all the fucking bling.
But yeah, some Strange Vice of Mrs. Ward and Black Belly of the Tarantula, those are both on my list, so I'll be reviewing those soon. Like I said, I already did one for What Have You Done to Solange, but that won't be up until May 1st. But I've already recorded it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Priscilla did have black hair back in the day.
Black hair, very pale. She looked like a Hammer horror girl out of a Hammer flick. And, you know, there's pictures that I dug up of him at people's weddings, and they're wearing black velvet, kind of.
Black velvet.
Yeah, kind of 1800s inspired Victorian Gothic stuff with crosses and fucking. He's got his glasses on and big chalices and shit. He's all his bling, you know. He's a Gothic fucking cracker pimp is what he was, you know. He was pimped out.
Pimp.
He's a cracker pimp. Yeah, he's fucking cool. Yeah. I understand it a lot better now that I'm fucking, because I really I didn't pay attention to him until recently, but I look at him now and he's a young man compared to me. He died young, and I know what you're thinking, because my knowledge of history now allows me to place him in time, in his era, a little more accurately. You go back and look at Mela Nurmi in '55 with those Chelsea haircuts and her shaved head and all that, and
She was super ahead of her time.
that's a fucking goth girl. Yeah. You know.
See, they had them back then. They just didn't call it that.
They just didn't know what it was.
Well, like I said, it's kind of like the thing where, I mean, they had creepy shit back in the 50s.
Yeah.
You know, you had fucking Screaming Jay Hawkins. You had all that kind of stuff in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah,
then in the 60s later, you had fucking Velvet Underground and all that kind of Stooges, MC5.
Yeah, Tammy just told Tila that they both dyed their hair black. Yeah, they were dyeing their hair black. Yeah. And Elvis was kind of swarthy colored, you know. He was not real pale. Priscilla was, but you know, Elvis was kind of dark skinned for a white guy. You know, in Mississippi, you had a lot of people that had Native American mixtures and with some African American in them, and they just, you know, you can see, you know, a lot of, like, if you go back and watch the movie fucking, you know, Free State of Jones, you know, fucking Mississippi where I come from, there was a lot of admixture, you know, this is what you'd call it. Octoroons. It was a big octoroon and quadroon culture, you know. Octoroons were our version of the damn geisha.
Yeah, they were talking about Suspiria and the Suspiria remake. I actually really, really liked the remake. But it's a totally different movie than the original. So I just kind of like took it in that.
Yeah.
I could see if like somebody didn't like it because it was pretty weird and it was like pretty slow.
Yeah.
I kind of dug it though. I don't know. We saw it in the theater and I liked it. A lot of people did not like it. I think some people left.
Yeah.
But I like weird shit, you know. I just actually today or yesterday I watched the first Brandon Cronenberg movie, Antiviral. Because remember we reviewed Possessor, right, which is the second one, and I wanted to see the first one, Antiviral, which came out in 2012, and it's actually on UK Shudder, so I used my VPN and I watched it, and I'm going to review that in a couple of weeks as well. That was a weird ass movie. Oh my god, so weird. That dude is just, and I hate. It must be like a pain in the ass to just be like fucking. Your dad is like fucking David Cronenberg, right? And it's like there's not really much you can do. It's like you can be totally different, you can change your name, but you make anything that's slightly body horror and everybody's like, oh, just like his dad. But in a way I kind of respect that he's just kind of like, fuck it, I am my dad's son and I'm just gonna do that too, because that's also what I want to do. And he has his own kind of thing going on, but it is very Cronenbergian, all that. It's all that like yucky body horror and all this like weird corporate espionage and all that kind of stuff. They're all into that kind of stuff, like those sterile corporations, and they're all trying to steal secrets from each other and all kind of fucking weird diseases.
How hammered I am. I'm pretty hammered. I'm pretty good.
Are you on? Is that your third drink?
My third one, but these are triples.
So okay, this is only my second one.
Yeah, these are triples.
So I still feel pretty sober.
No, I'm making my shit strong. Tina said Elvis was fine, and then she told Tammy,
was back in the day.
I think a lot of people's moms were huge Elvis fans. Elvis
needs boats.
Yeah,
Elvis needs boats.
I'm very curious about the guy, and I think like as I got older, I kind of understood him a little bit more about the rhythms of a man's life, and a lot of the other guys that I like also were real curious about Elvis. Like Eddie Murphy, for example, was real fascinated with Elvis. If you know the story of Elvis and see videos and recordings of him interacting with other people, he was a fascinating character. And it makes you wonder what happened to him. Why did he decline so early? Because he had a lot of magnetism, lots of power. I mean, when he showed up, everybody he was a king. He could come, the whole atmosphere of the room would change when he would do his act. He was the only star that could step off of a stage and the crowd back away from him in respect. They wouldn't mob him. They'd back away from him. And women would come up to him and he'd kiss them. And they'd kiss him. And these were married women, and the fucking husband's like bowing. What the fuck is going on?
That's all right. Take her.
Okay. Yeah. I know, baby. I know you can't resist. This is just like, it was true animal power. This guy, through his personality, even towards the end when he got fat, he still had that. because it was just his ability to entertain a crowd and to just
And that really
mesmerize
doesn't
people.
come along very
Yeah.
often. I mean, it's very, very rare.
They loved that man.
Thank you, Victor.
What did he say?
Oh, he's just Jenny with little hard eyes.
Okay, yeah.
I need to wear wigs more often.
He's simping. You're simping. Yeah, I don't blame you, bro. So just seeing that, he is a fascinating guy. And now, knowing what I know now with all the technology and all the biology and everything, I'm convinced that what happened to Elvis was that in his late 30s, he started to suffer from low testosterone. Jenny gonna laugh at me.
Yeah, because you bring that up and everything.
Yeah, that's what happened. So he started to feel bad from that, and they didn't know he didn't know what it was, so he started to take a lot of drugs to compensate
to fix it.
To fix it, and he had an injuries too, but he thought that was all kind of the same thing. And the drugs will not fix low T. It'll make it worse because that suppresses testosterone production, and eventually that killed him. The drug addiction. Low T fueled drug addiction. What happened to him, I think, is because he grew up on such a high. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He never experienced reality as you and I know it.
No, of course not.
No. And then once reality started to kick into him, that caused a fucking test crash. It's the same thing that happens to special operations soldiers when they come out of a war and go into peacetime. They almost usually die. They get real fat and they die. And it's because of that. You can't live on the edge like that and just stop.
Early.
But the peaking early, that's a good way of putting it. But there's male biology is involved in that. It's sad because with today's technology, they wouldn't have been able to fix that. Just with a simple blood test, they would go, yep, that's what it is. And then,
yeah.
And he could have gone on into his 50s.
Sorry, Red Mage 848 said creepy cruise ship mysteries, and the current discussion is Elvis. Well, we did the mysteries already.
Right.
We're already 3 hours in.
Yeah, we're 3 hours into this shit.
We did 5 cases.
Yeah, we're done, Tila. We're done. This is all just.
And Victor said you must be new here.
Yeah. No, the show's over.
I told him I was just kind of like I wanted to get
freewheeling, and we're dealing with you guys now.
I wanted to get to my 5 cases, and I did that. And I was like, now you can talk about whatever you want. Yeah. Problem with Elvis was that he surrounded himself with sycophants. Yeah.
Yes.
Everybody and
bad management.
Somebody mentioned earlier
Colonel Parker.
That it's like he, was really generous, which is good, but a lot of people took advantage.
Yeah. Now there was one account where one of his Memphis mobsters tried to take his drugs from him. Elvis was up on the bed. They'd feed him breakfast in bed. He had the damn tray over him. He had the television. And evidently they came in there. He came in there and said, Bubba, you're going to have to give this up. This is killing you. And tried to take it. And fucking Elvis evidently pulled that 1911, that 45 out on him. And said, you're not taking my fucking medicine. And they were dependent on him for income. And they didn't want to piss him off.
And also probably they didn't want to get shot in the face.
Yeah. He wouldn't have shot him. He'd shoot TVs and shit, but he wouldn't shoot him. But he was just trying to make a point known that they weren't going to take that. And these are opiates, which, of course, further suppress testosterone. That's why he got so fat. You cannot metabolize the calories you're eating into anything, so you just get fatter and fatter because you do not have the hormonal profile to get rid of any of that shit. So that's what that is. You put him on TRT, fucking heavy dose of TRT, maybe close to 250, 300 milligrams a week. He'd trimmed right down. His mind would have cleared. He'd have felt a lot better. You could have got him off those drugs, and you could have got him back on his feet, as long as he wasn't too far gone. But yeah, he died on a toilet.
David June says, I don't know what you're talking about. Elvis died in a nursing home fighting a mummy with JFK.
Yeah, exactly. That's
true. That's a true story.
If you guys have not seen Bubba Hotep, you need to see that.
Go see Bubba Hotep. It's
awesome.
I mean, you must have seen it. You have to have seen it by now. It's so good. Tila said, I just hate that he was freaking constipated by all his peanut butter and banana sandwiches.
Yeah.
Someone should have given some salads. Yeah, I'm sure that probably didn't help either. That was
opiates will fucking
that too.
Opiates will fucking clog you up too. You eat and you can't crap and the shit just builds up in there. And that's definitely opiates and fucking low testosterone. It'd make you feel like shit. He's trying to compensate with it for fucking pain pills. which is the worst thing you can do. Which, surprisingly enough, that's what happened to that funny man in Germany that had the little damn fucking mustache. He caught syphilis and then was taking opiates and a bunch of fucking methamphetamine, which fucked him up pretty bad too. If you ask me, had you gotten that dude off those drugs and given him a little bit of lithium, that the final solution probably would have never happened, because that he signed that shit in and started doing all that crazy shit in the last 18 months of the war when he was losing his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, so understanding biology is very important, because your leaders and your important people, when they start fucking up, you have to understand. You might want to do a blood test and see what the hell's going on in there.
Yeah, what's going on in there?
Yeah, what's going on in there? Why do you feel this way?
Victor said, "Oh, I missed the cruise ship part. Did they go over the woman that disappeared, but people kept spotting her? Probably Amy Lynn Bradley. Yeah, that was the first case that we talked about. That was like a couple hours ago. Tom's 3 degrees of separation to Elvis. I'll have to wait till he comes back to say that. Elvis needed to go to the man clinic. Yeah, Victor, you have to go back. Yeah, we did 5 cases, and it's Amy Lynn Bradley, the one that they think was maybe taken into sex slavery because a bunch of people saw her afterward, and there was that picture of her and stuff. Yeah, we talked about that one, the first one. Let's see. Too many hamburgers or something. That's like, I don't know, man. That's just always so sad to me that he died on the toilet. I remember when I was a kid, because when did he die? 77, right? I remember, and maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but didn't the fucking Inquirer or whatever, one of those fucking rags, didn't they print like pictures of him in his coffin, like on the fucking front page? Because I remember seeing that in the grocery store when I was a little kid and being like, that can't be real. Am I remembering that wrong? I'm pretty sure they had pictures of that on the front page of the Inquirer. Maybe it was Weekly World News. That sounds like something Weekly World News would do. 5 cases in 3 hours. Are you on drugs? No, but I'm actually surprised because I initially, when I was researching the show, my initial list was 8 cases, and then I was like, oh my god, there's no way I'm getting to that. So I whittled it down to 5, but then when I looked at all the notes, I'm like, oh man, I'm probably not going to get through all these, but then I did, and I was like very surprised. And it was like less than 3 hours because we spent the first like 40 minutes like just dicking around, not talking about it. So it actually only took like 2.5 hours, and I talked about 5 cases. So, you know, go me.
And what were they talking about? 3 degrees of separation? I was walking out when I heard
Tom's 3 degrees of separation to Elvis. Marilyn Rice Cub was in the Girlfriend Experience with Riley Keough. Riley Keough is Elvis's granddaughter.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm connected with all that shit. But, look, man, you can say whatever you want about Elvis. Elvis is one of the few performers. Let me get that. Is that
I have one more because it was like underneath the card. I thought I only had one more left, but there was
Elvis got fat. He was still a good-looking man even when he was fat for being Elvis. I mean, knowing who he was might have helped him look a little bit better. But even though he was fat, when he got fat, he actually sounded better.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I
analyzed it. He sounded like a Mississippi Luciano Pavarotti. I mean, he was doing opera level shit when he got fat. He was
a lot of opera singers are fat too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He could carry a note. He was more power. He had more emotional power. I challenge you to go back and watch those live performances of him when he was fat. He could sing his fucking ass off. He was better fat than when he was skinny in some ways, when it comes to just vocal power. So he was no joke. I mean, the average fucking rock star, when they get fat, they're a fucking has-been and they fucking vanish. And, you know, he got better when he got fat. That's saying something. He was a real singer. He wasn't just a pop star. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mike Barrett says, what are you smoking?
It's herbal cigarette.
They're herbal cigarettes without, no nicotine.
Yeah.
No nothing.
I won't smoke them with nicotine or I'll get hipped again.
Tobacco free.
I don't have any kind of cravings after I smoke those. They're just kind of fun. Like vaping. But no, he could fucking sing when he was fat. He was fucking great. And it was a once in a lifetime thing. There won't be guys like that again because he was a creation of the state of the art back then. And the state of the art was fucking television and recorded music. There was no internet. And so you won't, everything was filtered through just a couple of small outlets. So you won't have these sensations in terms of personalities. Everything's democratized. Anybody can put out content and be great, and you probably wouldn't get a big following. Just not like that anymore.
Hi, Pookie.
This is in a time when you had 4 television stations, you know.
Yeah. David June says, Jenny, I think you should do a horror host style show where you get in your club gear and do an MST3K thing where you and Tom and Pookie are your sidekicks while you riff on a public domain movie.
We thought about it.
We have thought about doing
That's
that.
a lot harder than you think that is.
Well, we could probably do it one of these days because I have to say, like, sometimes we'll watch like some shitty movies like in the room or whatever, and man, we say some funny shit. And sometimes we'll say some really funny shit and I'll be like, God damn, we should have like recorded that. That'd be hilarious. Tom, better singer, Elvis or Roy Orbison? And then Tila says Elvis or Tom Jones.
Okay, good, all good questions. Better singer, Orbison or Elvis? If you ask Elvis, Elvis would say Orbison was better. Somebody asked Elvis one time, says, Elvis, how does it feel to be the king of rock and roll? And he goes, I'm not the king of rock and roll. He goes, if there's a king of rock and roll, it would be Roy Orbison.
He did say that, I remember.
Now, Roy Orbison was a great vocalist. He was a great lyricist. Roy Orbison was the goth of that scene. It was about sadness, you know. I'm coming back one day, come what may on Blue Bayou. You know, he was like that. Man, you know, he was all about this sad and slow, you know. A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes in my room every night. And just he sprinkles stardust and he whispers, go to sleep. Everything will be all right. I close my eyes. He was like that, you know. Fucking, out of the two, I'm going to say they were equals. They were equal, but they were different. Now, what was the second question about that?
Elvis or Tom Jones?
Oh, shit. Jones was the man. And if you ask Cassandra Peterson, fucking Tom Jones had a fucking cock like a 40-ounce fucking beer can.
I have heard that, yeah.
He sent her ass into the fucking hospital. He went in on her and fucking ripped that shit. That is a fucking true
That's
story.
why all those old middle-aged ladies throw panties up on stage.
That's right. All this fucking shit about, you know these brothers got these big old fucking dicks, but every now and then they got these white dudes that are just fucking monsters. And
I heard Roddy McDowell had a giant one, too.
But Tom Jones is one of them. Another one was fucking Milton Berle. Milton motherfucking Berle. What would make you think Milton? They said Uncle Milty was fucking huge. And this is by all accounts. He was, all the showgirls and shit would have said that and everything. Jones was a different kind of greatness. I still got to give it to Elvis. Elvis was a little more pioneering. Oh man, it's difficult to say. I'm still going to give it to Elvis.
I gotta say, I mean,
give it to Elvis. But Jones had his own shit going on. He was a lot more modern than Elvis. Okay. It was a different. He was from a decade later, so it was different. It was different. What'd you say, Jenny?
I was gonna say, I lived in Wales for a while, and Tom Jones is from Wales.
Yeah.
So he's like everywhere.
Yeah.
They fucking love Tom Jones. I think he's from Swansea.
Yeah.
I want to say.
Now, if you just want to talk about vocal power and vocal style, I'd probably put Tom Jones over Elvis in some ways.
Well, he got like kind of cheesy in Vegas later, but so did Elvis.
So did Elvis.
Like if you see like his really old shit, it's really, really good.
Elvis was very much. Elvis was very gospel inspired, especially towards the end part. I mean, he loved gospel music. He liked African American culture of the time that he lived. He was bringing that into the mainstream. But he was still honoring the guys who actually made it. He was trying to bring everybody along with him, including Little Richard, because he did Little Richard covers, which helped make Little Richard famous. There's a lot of myth that Elvis was racist. Man, these are fucking racist white dudes making this up. They were trying to compete against him. Elvis liked black people. Elvis lived with black people. You know, a lot of his crew were black that worked with him. He would go to fucking venues with black background singers and musicians. They would say, well, we can't have black people coming in here because there was sometimes it was, depending on the state, it was segregation going on. And he was like, well, if she can't come with me, then we're not playing. And they go, oh, okay, Mr. Presley, you can come in. So he would muscle his way in there. And, you know, you could tell what the hell's going on with Elvis. You know, he's flirting with black girls and shit. And they got that shit on tape. And, you know, he knew a lot, fucking all the big names from blues and rock and roll from his era. And if you heard what the Klan said, the Klan at the time fucking hated him because they said he had what they would call Negro ways. They didn't like him. He was not acceptable to the racists of his time. So, no, he wasn't racist. He was a dude kind of like Eminem in his time. He was kind of, black people and white people liked him.
Somebody asked if there was a list of places where our shows so they could catch up. Probably the best way, just go to 13o'clockpodcast.wordpress.com, and I post every single show like on the blog, so you can go and find audio version and the video version. So that's probably the easiest thing to do, you know. Or you can just go on YouTube, whatever. But if you just want to listen to the audio versions, I put those.
Yeah, Mango says he has the Tom Jones gospel album. And Tila goes, I didn't know Tom Jones did gospel. Yeah, because Elvis was doing gospel. You have to understand, Elvis was from Mississippi. This is Southern Baptist territory. They did gospel music, real high quality church music in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. You learned to sing in church. That's where the average person learned to sing, and it was gospel. And once Elvis started to bring that into fucking, I guess you could say, pop music, because the rest of the country had never heard that. To get street cred, other artists did that. And like Tom Jones is Welsh. They don't. What the fuck's he know about fucking?
What are you doing?
Gospel music.
She's going crazy.
Southern Baptist gospel music. You know? He's doing it because Elvis and everybody else was doing it.
Yeah.
And now, was I saying that fucking that's a bad idea? No, that's a good idea. You could sell that. Was Jones the shit? Yeah, Jones was the shit. A lot of people were the shit. I still got to hand it to Elvis though. And Orbison, he was there too. But, you know, a few years later, the British started to show up with the Rolling Stones and the Beatles, and they took it to another level. And let's be totally honest, Elvis really did not respond to the Rolling Stones. He couldn't really respond to that. That was not really his thing. Instead, he went deeper into a gospel thing. He started to go back to Southern roots. And my understanding is that he didn't like the Rolling Stones and the Beatles. He thought that was kind of too hard, I guess you could say.
That's all that newfangled
too
bullshit.
Experimental, yeah.
Which is really funny, like thinking about it now. But I guess that happens every generation.
Although
I don't like all this newfangled music.
I'm gonna go back. He wasn't that old when this was going on.
No.
And I'm gonna go back to biology. Had you banged him up with the proper testosterone levels and fucking put him back on his feet, he probably would have went, because it makes you more optimistic. You know what I mean? He probably would have went, oh, I understand that. Oh, I can do that.
Maybe he wouldn't be such a like a grouchy.
Exactly. That's what I had to go. That's pretty good. The boy's coming up with that. I can do that. I understand that. You know, yeah, that's what he would have done. I think retreating into gospel music was part of the fucking drugs and low testosterone.
Well, I mean, and the thing about it is that naturally, too, just people when they get older, they tend to, not always, but they tend to retreat back to what was familiar to them.
Right.
Right. It's hard for...
Right. And he was prematurely aging because of those hormonal levels. Let me go ahead and get you another drink. You want another drink?
Yeah.
You want the 50-50 bar?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Dermot says South Wales was traditionally conservative Christian territory in Jones's earlier. Yeah, I can totally see that. I was there in like from the mid 90s to the early 2000s, just off and on, like 6 months here, 5 months there, whatever. Mostly around Merthyr Tydfil, Caerphilly, Cardiff. Went to Swansea a couple of times, but I just remember going in pubs there and like end of the night when everyone was drunk, like, you know, they'd bust out the Tom Jones and everybody starts singing to the Tom Jones, man. They're like really into Tom Jones and also Catherine Zeta-Jones because she's also from Swansea. I remember, I just remembered this. I was in Swansea when Catherine Zeta-Jones married Michael Douglas. And in the town, they had all these fucking banners around, like, congratulating. They weren't there, obviously, but the whole town was, like, super, super excited. And there were just, like, fucking banners and shit like that everywhere, like, all over Swansea, because Catherine Zeta-Jones had married Michael Douglas. I thought that was so funny.
Yeah.
Well, because she's Welsh, too. She's from Swansea.
Now, here's another one that we haven't mentioned, though. We're going back in time. I'm taking you old folks back in time.
Gonna go back in time. That's Huey Lewis, huh?
We didn't mention James Brown.
Wait, Mike Barrett says, why did you go to England, Jenny? Oh, I used to be married to a Welsh person.
Yeah. Well, it's a guy. It wasn't a person.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, there's a person. A person's a person.
Okay. The
So we lived over there for a while.
Yeah, forgot about James Brown. Okay. James Brown didn't quite have the range vocally of Elvis, Orbison, and
Tom Jones.
Jones, yeah.
I gotta go to that.
But in terms of just raw power and a great show, he was fucking fantastic. I liked James Brown. I liked his mentality too. He was very an intense character. A lot of physicality, dance. His show was extremely fucking tight. He had a powerful masculinity to him that I liked. He was no soy in that motherfucker at all. He was tight show. And he was friends with Elvis. Elvis and, he and Elvis were going to do some material together, but Elvis ended up dying. And they had known each other evidently for a long time. Now, when Elvis died, Brown was invited to Graceland to see the body, and he asked for time alone with the king. You know, when he was in the casket, and he was in there for I think they said it was. I'm trying to remember exactly. He was in there for a while. It's about an hour or so. And evidently, fucking James Brown fucking lost it. He fucking lost it. They evidently had to fucking kind of remove Brown from Graceland. And some people would say, well, it's because he was planning on making all kinds of money, with that. I don't think so, because this happened in a time when Elvis really wasn't making all that much money. It was a professional kinship that the two had. Because they were both Southern and they were both kind of misfits. There's a lot about James Brown. Now, James Brown's fucking act did evolve over the decades because he lived a long time. And the world changed from underneath Brown. He was still a crazy motherfucker. He was funny. He got into all kinds of trouble. But I got to tell you this. Yeah, he towards the end, through the 90s, the 2000s and everything, he didn't really change all that much. But by the time he got to that age, Brown shouldn't have changed that much. Because he was kind of a very popular nostalgia act. When people went to go see Brown, they wanted to see the 60s and the 70s Brown. And he gave them that. He gave the audience what they wanted. He was a tight performer. You'll never see another one like that either.
Well, it's just kind of like whenever you see Because I think like a few years ago, particularly in Orlando, maybe in the rest of the country too, but there was kind of like a wave of, 80s new wave bands doing reunion tours.
Yeah.
And, they've had new music since then, but sadly,
Nobody wants that.
Nobody wants to hear that.
They want the high times.
Yeah, everybody's like, they want to go, they go see OMD. They're like, I want to hear So in Love. I don't want to hear your new shit, which, I try not to be that guy, but
yeah,
I kind of, I love that song too. So, what are you going to do? But I understand how frustrating that can be for artists of any type, but all musicians. There's like, hey, we've had like 20 years of new music and no one gives a shit about that. Everybody just wants to hear this one song we did like 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah, now everybody's talking about Tila saying fucking, James Brown, one of the greatest ever. Yeah, he was also a king. I would say that Brown and Elvis were in many ways equivalents. This is in another era where segregation and stuff was going on in certain parts of the country. You had a country where there were two very distinct markets. There was a white market and a black market. Both of those guys had a certain amount of crossover. But unfortunately, fucking, at the time, Brown did get mainstream exposure. He was on a bunch of TV shows and everything. But Elvis had the advantage. You just got to say Elvis had the advantage. Part of fucking Elvis's advantage was just genetics. Elvis was fucking good looking. It didn't matter what race you were. He was a tall, good looking dude. And everybody's going to say, yeah, he was. Brown was not that good looking. It didn't matter, though. Because he fucking put on a fucking great show. He was a lot shorter. He was in good shape, though. He did work out. I fucking looked at him and says, that bitch lifts. He's not lifting hard, but he's fucking lifting. So Brown was in the game. He was competing against the competitors that were around him. He was trying to put forth an image of strength and power. And he did it. But it's hard to beat Elvis, though. Elvis was fucking tall. He was real good looking. He had a lot of mainstream appeal. And his vocal range was a lot bigger. He could sing like a real sweet song, or then he could do something that was fun, and then he could do some gospel holy shit, or then he could do Pavarotti. Brown wasn't that. He didn't have that same range. Brown was about sex, really. Sex and power. And unbeknownst to many people, James Brown was a Republican. He was a Southern Republican. All right. And he was kind of strict with his people. If you were not perfect, you were fired. And
we watched a documentary on him not too long ago.
Right. You better show up on time. Your shit better be fucking pressed. Your shoes had to be fucking polished. You had to be perfect. If not, you were fucking fired.
Yeah, he had standards, bro.
Yes, and he was a disciplinarian. He had a military-style discipline to him. He was no joke. Okay. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that.
Seriously, I love music documentaries. I will even watch music documentaries about bands I don't give a shit about. Yeah. Just because, I don't know, I just find that fascinating. Yeah. Like I said, that's why we ended up watching that Journey one. It's like, I don't give a shit about Journey.
No. But
it just sounded like a fun thing to watch. Yeah. Like one night when we were bored.
Yeah. Now we're talking about, Tina bringing up Tina Turner. I tell you what. Tina was like, for me, growing up the way we did, I don't know how old you are exactly, Tila, but you sound like we're of the same generation at least. Tila was like the first real mainstream hot black chick performer. She was, you know what I mean? It wasn't like she was like for the mainstream market. She was tall, she was good looking, she had a lot of class. She could do any kind of fucking movie. She could perform alongside with David Bowie. She could be in a Mad Max film. She was just like the first black female that could fucking do anything. You could cast her in anything. She was like fuck. What would be a good analogy? I don't think there is. I don't think there's a white girl equivalent to Tina Turner. She was her own thing. Because there were other black women during that era that also fucking had a lot of fucking power and a lot of influence and a lot of fucking artistic power that they had it, but they kind of disappeared over time. Like, what was her name? Dolph Lundgren's fucking girlfriend. Fucking shit. What happened to her?
I don't know. She sang like one song.
No, she did. She did have no. What was her name?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Grace Jones. Oh, Grace Jones.
Yeah,
Okay.
Grace Jones.
I thought you were talking about that other chick.
No, Dolph Lundgren's ex-wife, Grace Jones.
Grace Jones.
She fucking was doing great things through the 80s, and then she just kind of vanished.
You know what? I always loved Grace Jones, but she was
great.
Well, she's too weird to like.
She was weird.
But that's what I liked about her.
She was like a new wave black girl.
Like I said, I like weird shit.
Yeah. Real tall, skinny, supermodel, had a flat top.
So she was always going to be too weird for the mainstream. You know what I mean?
But she was kind of, though.
Yeah.
It's
well, for a time.
For that time. It's just that it didn't last long.
Remember she sang on that Arcadia record?
She stayed on that.
1985.
Yeah.
She was in the James Bond movie.
I don't know if you've ever heard of a band called Arcadia.
Well, it's Duran Duran.
It was a Duran Duran project album.
It was Simon, Nick, and Roger.
Yeah, just three of them from it. And
they made one album.
It had Grace Jones on it doing background.
I love that album. I still listen to that.
One of the greatest albums of all time. Arcadia. It had a song on there called it Re-Election Day.
It's just called Election
El Diablo. Was it called Election Day?
It's just called Election.
It's called Election Day. I thought it was Re-Election Day.
No, it's not.
Okay. And then they had she got to correct my ass. And then
well, you're wrong.
I'm wrong. And then they had El Diablo. That was really good.
That's a really good record. I just really I bought it in '85 like on vinyl.
Yeah.
And I just remember it's like I said, I still listen to songs off that nowadays.
Yeah. She's in
it's a little prog rocky. It's kind of prog rocky because I think what's his fucking ass from Keith Emerson. Was it Keith Emerson? I think he played on that record too.
Yeah, see everybody's going Grace Jones, Grace Jones.
Yeah.
They're behind.
Yeah, Dermot said that Grace had a lot of solo hits in the UK. I think she really only had one or two here. I think that happened a lot because, you know, people, particularly in the 80s, like I think a lot of acts that would be considered one-hit wonders here, like Gary Newman, for example.
Yeah.
Or Dexy's Midnight Runners or somebody like that, that just had one big, huge hit here and then they didn't have anymore. But in the UK, they had a shit ton. So it's like they're still super famous over there, but over here, everybody's like, oh, that guy that did that one song. Yeah. But yeah, they did like a shit ton of
No, Grace was in Conan 2. Remember that?
That's right.
Too. And she was in A View to a Kill.
Yeah.
She played what was his name? Zarin. What was that guy's name? Zarin. The fucking Christopher Walken.
Right? Zarin.
Yes,
right.
Zoran. I think it's Zoran.
I haven't seen it all.
Yeah, that was played by Christopher
Walken.
Christopher Walken's girlfriend.
Yeah,
she was like the evil fucking assassin chick. That he said. Yeah, she was cool. She was married to Dolph Lundgren at that time.
Yeah, see, Dermot makes a point. Soft Cell had tons of hits in the UK, right? It's like and over here it was just Tainted Love, and that was pretty much it.
I heard that entire first Soft Cell album is a masterpiece. Honestly,
I fucking love Mark Almond.
Yeah, I haven't heard that whole
I will
album.
listen to anything that bitch puts out. Yeah. All his solo shit is good. Honestly, his song "I'm Sick of You Tasting of Somebody Else" is one of my favorite songs of all time. His voice is just, I love his fucking voice. But yeah, I like all his solo shit. I like all that stuff. Every now and then they'll play, they play Tainted Love at the bar a lot. They'll play Sex Dwarf. They play Sex Dwarf a lot. So that was more a club hit. I don't know if that really, because I remember hearing that a lot in clubs back in the day, but I don't know if that got in the charts or anything.
She says, I believe Grace started off as a model and then became a performance artist.
Yeah.
She's known for it. Yeah. I've also saw some of her concerts where she did some of her music, and it's kind of like music and performance art. You can see it on YouTube. She's good. She's done stuff in the past 10 years, and she's aged well. She was just I think part of the things that made her be able to kind of do her own thing is that she wasn't American. She was either Haitian or Jamaican. I don't remember. Do you remember where she was from?
Not offhand, no.
Yeah, so there was something about where she came from, and it was one of these little islands, and because of that, she could kind of step outside the box and do some crazy shit. She just kind of appeared at the right place at the right time, and the market was ready for her. And
Jamaican says too.
She was Jamaican.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dermot said that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamaican.
Everybody liked her. She probably had British backing then, because Jamaica and England, there's a fucking link there. There's a lot of good Jamaican stuff, like all that fucking ska that came out.
Well, there was
fucking
there was a
good.
massive influence.
Yeah.
I mean, in the punk scene, because a lot of punk rock kids in England were listening to Jamaican movies, were listening to reggae. I mean, shit, man, you can even hear on the fucking second Bauhaus album, there's like some reggae sounding songs.
Yeah.
No, the whole thing isn't reggae, but there was like a big crossover.
Well, it's because punk rockers in England in the 70s wouldn't listen to fucking prog rock. They're not going to put that on.
Yeah, because that's what they were like rebelling against.
And you know what I mean? There wasn't a lot of fucking punk rock music at that time, so on the jukebox they put on some fucking reggae.
Yeah.
Now there was another kind of reggae. It was I forgot what it's called. You guys in the audience probably know what it is I'm talking about. It was in Jamaica. People basically didn't have money. So what you did is if you had a record player and an amplifier, you set that shit up on your fucking out in front of your house. And you started playing some music, some speakers. And then you sold things like chips and booze. And people would party right there on the street. And that's kind of where a lot of that reggae came from. And there's a certain kind of, it's not house. What do they call this shit? You guys don't remember what it is.
I don't remember.
And I was listening to some of that a couple months back, but I forgot what it was called. And they were recording stuff to be played in that environment. It's like a street bar. It's a bar on the street. And they're talking about drinking on the street in the music. And reggae kind of came from that. Maybe you guys don't know what it is.
Mike Barrett said she was in a film called Vamp from the 80s. I keep wanting to review that, but it's like it never wins in the Patreon poll. I put it up a couple of times. I think it's on Tubi at the moment.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's Amazon Prime for free. But I know I just saw it recently and I was like, ooh, because I haven't seen it in a long time. You get to see Nicolas Cage eat a live cockroach.
Dermot said
no, that was Vampires.
She said she came from an upper middle class background. Her dad was a diplomat. That explains a lot. So she was well educated.
Yeah. And the thing about it too is like if your family has money, you can you can do weirder shit.
You can be very artistic if your family has money.
I know, it must be nice.
Tila says also her age is a bit of a mystery too. You can't count on what's reported about her age. Yeah.
Dermot says she's about 70 now and looks amazing.
Yeah. The last time I saw her was like 6 months back from a show from a few years ago, and she looked great. Some people just don't age that quickly. And
depends.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? You know what I mean? This just reminded me because we were talking about her being from an upper middle class background and how it's easier when you have monetary backing to do weird shit, which is nice because, you know, poor people can't really don't have that luxury a lot of times. We were talking about, because we were watching last night Plan 9 from Outer Space, the Riff Tracks version, which is on Tubi. And we were talking about Bunny Breckenridge.
Mm-hmm.
So Tom got curious about him.
I started investigating Bunny.
Because like I said, we just watched Ed Wood, the movie, the other day too.
Bunny was amazing.
I did not realize all that stuff about Bunny Breckenridge. I really did not. I was like, I knew about him from the Ed Wood movies.
Yeah.
And him playing the alien and him being like very theatrical, like in that movie. Bunny
was a descendant of
Plan 9, and he's like doing that with his hand all the time.
Bunny was a descendant of a vice president and the founder of a fucking big ass fucking national bank.
He had like fuck off money.
He had a shit ton of money. He was married to a European woman who was a duchess for a while.
Yeah.
But he was gay, so he broke that off. And then he went to Hollywood and started doing Hollywood bullshit. He had a bunch of fuck off money. They said he had an encyclopedic knowledge of gay history. And he would entertain hippies and shit that would come move in
Yeah,
with
he
him.
let like hippies like live in his
Live
house
with him
and
if he
stuff.
liked him, and he knew everything about all the closeted people in fucking Hollywood. He knew,
And he worked as a drag queen for a while
And he
when
was a
that
drag queen.
wasn't real
You're right.
acceptable.
right.
But like I said, he had fuck off money, so
Yeah.
he could just be like,
Tried to get a sex change, but got in a car wreck when he was there, which he talks about that in the movie. And he aborted that.
Mexico
Yeah.
was, yeah.
Yeah.
They talk about
Later on,
Bill Murray played
he
the
got busted for taking 2 underage guys on a trip with him to fucking Las Vegas.
which yeah, not good.
Yeah.
Not a good look.
Which that fucking sent him to a mental institution, but he got out within a year. It was and and then he went back to do more Hollywood bullshit.
It was a crazy story. I
It's a
didn't
crazy
realize
fucking
that.
story.
Like I said, all I knew about him was that he'd been in some Ed Wood movies.
Yeah.
And that was kind of, and I'm like, he's fantastic in playing Man from Outer Space, like playing like the really fey alien.
Yeah, and he was super educated. And he was also the only person in all those Ed Wood productions that actually had classical training.
Well,
he was
that's
trained.
That's pretty obvious if you
Yeah.
watch the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like over the top and theatrical, but he's obviously at a different level than all the people that are just like
He's a real actor.
pointing guns at their own faces.
Yeah.
And
He's actually a real actor.
what a spook details,
Yeah,
bodies,
fucking
blah, blah, blah.
Bunny
Like,
Breckenridge.
yeah. I didn't realize he was like such a fucking fascinating person. Like I said, I only knew him from the Ed Wood movies. See, shame on me. I should have looked that shit up earlier.
Dermot
And like I
he
said, if you've
checked-
seen Ed Wood, Bill Murray plays him in the movie.
They're still in there talking about how old she is.
Dermot says she's 72.
She might be older than that.
Maybe.
She might be older than that. Wouldn't surprise me. Because people lied about their ages back then. They still do lie about their ages. There are porn stars that are claimed that I know today, all right, that I've fucking been watching since I was a little kid. Not a little kid, but,
Yeah, I was going to say.
17, 18, that are claiming to be 50. And I know they're not 50. They got to be 5 years older than that. You know? Like, what's her name?
Which one? The one with the butt?
Yeah, what's her name? Ryan Connor.
Ryan Connor, yeah.
Ryan Connor. I grew up looking
The
at Ryan
one
Connor.
with the butt.
Yeah, Ryan Connor's awesome.
She has a big giant ass.
Yeah, Ryan Connor claims to be 50. No, Ryan Connor's about 55. She's at least five years older than me. She looks great though. She looks great. But she's not natural. I mean, of course, that's fucking implants, and by looking at what happened to her nose, she was fucking around with HGH, and she's doing some anabolics and a lot of HRT. But
Her nose is like getting big.
yeah, one of the things that happens if you take human growth hormone, they didn't know this back in the early 2000s. In the early 2000s, they thought that human growth hormone would be a very safe alternative to steroids. And it is. It's a lot easier on your system. But it causes your facial features to grow big over about a period of about a decade. That's also what happened to Sylvester Stallone. His nose and his fucking lips got really fucking big.
I noticed that.
But they fixed him. And that's what happened to her also.
Bitch, my
Her
is
nose
big
got
enough.
big like a damn lemon. But she fucking got that lemon like nose, and they fucking she got a nose job, and they fixed it.
She looked like fucking Foster Brooks or one of those like fucking old drunks.
Yeah.
That's like I just fucking displayed my age
Yeah.
by making a Foster Brooks joke. I don't
Yeah.
Probably nobody even knows who that
Yeah.
is.
Or it'll fucking look like old fucking W.C. Fields.
Right.
Step aside, baby. Step aside. Yeah.
This big old fucking big
nose.
old gin blossoms.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Kind of had that going on. They fixed it though.
I don't I don't know, man. See, my nose is big enough. I don't really need that shit to happen.
That was HGH though.
Yeah.
That's HGH. That's a totally different situation. They were doing HGH for a while because they thought that was like I said, they thought it was a safer alternative than steroids. Don't look. Hormone therapies are safe, and as long as you don't go too fucking heavy on the dose, because those hormones belong there. If your teeth fall out, you put false teeth in. If your hormones fucking dry up, you just put the hormones in there.
Just put more of that
Just put it in there. Now, anabolics, that's if you're trying to get big, and I think what Ryan Connor was trying to do is get a big ass and big thighs.
Well, she succeeded on that score.
She did, yeah. She tried to get in it. Instead of taking steroids, she took HGH and it fucked her face up. Had she just taken steroids, that wouldn't have happened to her face. Although the ass probably would have gotten smaller once she got off the fucking steroids. See, that's the thing.
Here's what I wonder though. You know, and I, you know, I know you can't speak for all guys or whatever, but I do kind of feel like, to an extent, if a woman in porn or just in the workaday world or whatever has like a really big nice ass or has really big boobs, does it really matter what her face looks like?
Yeah, it does. It's a total package.
Okay.
It's the total package.
Because I kind of feel like some dudes would be like, if she has nice tits, it doesn't matter. She, you know, not if she looks like a fucking, you know, flea stack or something like that.
That's out there.
But if she's just kind of like average looking,
it's a mixture of a mixture of everything. It's not just a mixture of looks; it's also the personality. It's a mixture of everything. All right. Now, just because she has a bad personality doesn't mean you won't hit. It just means you won't stay. Well, yeah,
we've discussed that.
It just means you won't stay.
The reason that I was thinking of that, and I'm not going to mention any names, but because we used to have a friend that was banging this woman, who apparently had a real rockin' bod, but her face kind of looked like...
Oh, yeah. You're talking about Yeah.
But her face kind of looked like the Wicked Witch of the West.
She was throwing herself.
And he kind of said something like, "Well, just put a bag over her head," or he made a comment to that effect.
Yeah, well, she was throwing herself at me too. Last time we saw her just a few weeks back at the fucking club. Remember she showed up there?
Well, that was more than a few weeks ago. It was a long time ago.
No, it was about a month ago.
Was it?
At Mannequins. Don't you remember she showed up at Mannequins?
Did she?
Yes, she did.
How drunk was I?
Must have been drunk as a fuck.
I don't remember that.
She showed up. She showed up the day I took those videos of you.
I remember us seeing somebody there we thought was her, but it wasn't her. I remember.
Okay, it was the time before that. Then.
Okay.
It was the time before that.
Yeah, that was a couple months ago.
Couple months ago.
I don't remember.
She was there.
I must have been like
face like an old lady with bad teeth and shit. She looks like an old lady. She's not an old lady.
She's younger than I am.
Yeah, she's maybe 40. She had a face look like 70-year-old, but she's about like a 40. And there's something about her jaws and her teeth and a witch-like fucking nose and look like a witch. Body just fucking rocking. Yeah, but no.
So we've heard.
Yeah. No, I could see it through the body. I could see it through the clothes. I know exactly what he's talking about. And that was even back in the days. She had a good body. Real good. But it was just like, look at her.
Well, like I said,
look at her.
She's what?
When she was young, she looked old.
Back in the day, they call that a butterface.
A butterface, fucking, yeah. But the thing is that, you know, if her teeth was okay, you might be able to forgive it. But she had bad teeth. You see, having bad teeth, that just fucking crosses you right off the list. Rotten teeth with teeth missing and fucking all crooked and shit? No. She had rotten teeth with teeth missing.
That's true.
Crooked as fuck. Looked just like a witch that crawled out of a goddamn gingerbread house, fucking trying to fucking throw the little kids in the damn cauldron and shit. Yeah, she looked just like it. I was like, nope.
Oh my god.
Nope. Got pictures of her. I can show these people though.
Don't do that. God damn it.
I got pictures of her.
Like I don't mind
little
you
spectacles and shit.
I don't mind you showing pictures of people if you're like being complimentary. But if you're talking about like, look at this ugly bitch, don't do that. That's shitty.
No, her figure was like a 9.
Mike Barrett says nothing wrong with witch face.
Yeah.
Depends, man. If you're into that.
Yeah.
You know. Just saying.
Yeah, but he was hitting it. And I was like, dude, you're hitting it. And he goes, dude, man, her body is fucking rocking.
And then he said something like, just put a bag over it.
And I said, but dude, look at it. He goes, just put a fucking bag over her face.
I wonder, does he really do that?
No.
Did he really do that?
No, probably not.
I'm sure that really like made her feel good.
Probably not. But he just
told
me that. He just told me that.
I'm really enjoying it. Somebody putting a bag over my fucking head.
Yeah.
Thanks, I'm really into it now.
Okay. See what everybody's saying.
Glinda the witch was nice. I agree.
Yeah.
She was a good witch.
Mike said that fucking she almost killed Roger Moore in bed and during the View to Kill.
That's right. I forgot about
I don't
that.
believe that. Like I said, I don't believe that old man would hit that. He was old. He was old and evidently fucking didn't have much interest in making those movies. He was just there for a paycheck. Roger Moore.
Yeah, he was.
I don't even think he had interest in women.
He was kind of phoning it in.
He was just phoning that shit in.
I don't remember. Honestly, I saw most of the Bond movies from the
Yeah.
80s. I don't remember a lot about them. Obviously, I had to see View to a Kill because Duran Duran did the theme song, and I love Duran Duran. So I felt like obligated to watch that.
Yeah.
But I don't remember that much about it. I remember Christopher Walken being cool, but Christopher Walken's always cool.
Yeah.
I remember Grace Jones being cool. She's always cool.
Yeah. Fucking David said he's got the shirts. He said they're fucking. I didn't say they were like sales. I said they were like a tent. Fucking they're huge, bro.
I didn't realize they were going to be that big.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I just went on there.
T says men have two emotions: hungry and horny. No, you forgot mad.
Okay, so 3 emotions.
3. Yeah, mad.
3 emotions.
Yeah.
See, this is, you know,
Yeah.
women have the whole panoply of emotions. In fact, our emotions are so complicated that I don't even know what I'm like. I don't even know what I'm feeling.
342 says
because
everyone.
there's like 5 or 6 things like competing at once.
342 says everyone in the entertainment industry lies about their age. Yes, I believe so.
Well, yeah, probably they
Yeah.
kind of tell them. They're like, well, you can't be like a fucking.
Gramthars says bad teeth is a game changer. Yes, it is. That's a fucking game changer.
Meth mouth.
Yeah. I don't think it was meth. I think it might have been. Might have been meth.
Yeah, it's possible. Also, some people like genetically they just have like really bad teeth. I don't know. Gramthars says For Your Eyes Only was good, especially. Did I see that? I'm sure I saw it. You know what? Honestly, I think I've seen all the Bond movies over the years, but just a lot of shit doesn't stand out to me. You know, I liked them, but it's like I don't remember a lot about them. Xanadu says, right now I'm hungry. Yeah, me too. Don't use meth. Yeah, all your fucking teeth will fall out. All your teeth will fall out. Or you'll start doing shit like Peter Murphy and like throwing bottles at people and getting thrown out of your own concerts. Poor Peter Murphy. We haven't even seen him in the last few years, have we?
That dude's a fucking crackhead.
I haven't looked at any pictures of him recently. Whatever happened with that shit? Where he got in trouble with like causing the wreck?
Yeah, they worked it out.
Oh, okay.
They worked it out.
Xanadu says, Tom, I'm sending you a photo of my steak.
Okay.
Man, I want a steak.
All right.
We don't have any steak.
All right, I got a picture of fucking Ryan Connor. She's got clothes on, but you can't really tell. This is what we're talking about a HGH and fucking and no. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, Sheena Easton did do the theme song For Your Eyes Only. I remember that song. That pops into my head every now and then for whatever reason. I don't remember any of the words. Just the chorus part. You know what's really weird? A night or two ago, was it last night or the night before? I was having some weird ass dream. I don't remember what it was.
And what was the weird ass dream say?
And for whatever reason, in the dream, I started singing The Long and Winding Road, which is really weird. That Beatles song.
I don't remember that.
Which is really weird because I haven't heard that song in years.
Long and Windy Road.
The Long and Winding Road.
I don't remember that one.
You don't know the Beatles song? Only one of the most famous songs ever. Come on now. So for whatever reason, I felt like I was sitting in the backseat of a car, like singing it out the window. I don't know. And it was sad because it's a sad song. So it was kind of like upsetting me. And then I woke up and for some reason I couldn't get that fucking song out of my head. Mm-hmm. And so then I got up and I put on my hiking clothes so I could go out for my shit. Mm-hmm. And then Pookie comes in the closet and wants to play with me. So I started singing it to her, except I sang The Long and Pookling Road.
Yeah.
She seemed to enjoy it. I was like, I'm sorry this song's so sad, Pookie, but I changed the words like to more.
Xanadu says she's a hottie. Fucking Dermot says bootylicious. Yeah. And they go, who was that? Xanadu says, I'm sending you a photo of my steak. I saw it. The steak looked good, bro. No, that was Ryan Connor,
She's a porn star.
porn star.
She's kind of known for her big ass booty.
Big boobs, big boobs, big fucking butt. She got new boobs recently. Big thighs. She's everything big. She's your size. She's not tall. She's just But the thing is that she claims that she's 50, and that's a recent photo I showed you guys. She's not 50. She's about 55. She couldn't have been 50.
Doing that MILF porn.
Yeah, she's about 55.
But like you said, that's a very large demographic of. So a lot of people are out there watching MILF porn.
Yeah, actually, I saw a video on YouTube that analyzed who was watching what, and that age demographic, there's like 6 or 7 of them that are in their mid-50s now, all right, that look about like that. They're a pretty big segment of the online market.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the top like search.
Yeah,
terms.
and it's younger guys.
Yeah.
It's not old dudes looking at them. It's 20s, 30s.
All the old dudes are looking at 15-year-olds.
No, too hard to find. Too illegal.
Well, not
No.
okay, 18-year-olds or people that like
I don't know.
schoolgirl
I
outfits
don't
and all
know.
that kind
Maybe not. Older guys like variety. It's not just one thing; it's a lot of things. But no, evidently, a lot of these younger guys are looking at older women. Now, it might just be a generational thing because I don't know. Maybe younger women aren't quite as of this generation right now are not quite sophisticated enough, or they're just not exciting to them. I don't know. They're just not seen as sexy.
Well, it's always very strange because it always seemed to me that younger women were always more interested. Like, because, when I was in high school, thank you, Ken, because I'm a fan and miss participating as much since the change, but loyal like a dog.
Thank you, bro.
Love you guys and your shows. We love
Thank
you,
you, bro.
Ken. Because I always kind of feel like, girls in high school, for example, they didn't want to go out with high school guys. They want to go out with the college dudes.
Yeah.
Because they were older.
They were older, right?
They don't want to go out with the high school guys who were like too immature.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. So I just think that's really, really funny that like fucking. You would think that
something's happening right now in society where younger guys are looking at older women. And
maybe
the
they've always
that.
maybe they've always been doing that, but we just didn't have the data to.
Maybe.
Because now they have internet algorithms, so they know what everybody's
It
looking
might
at.
be economic. It might have something to do with society, the way society's going. You know what I mean? Maybe the younger women, because of, I don't know, some of the weird things that they're doing stylistically with their hair and the way that they look, the older women might look better to them.
Xana said, I think it's the Freud thing. Dudes want to bang their mom.
I don't think so.
There might be a component of that, though.
Well, I can tell you that, and I got Gramthars there as my witness. As a young guy, I was banging fucking young women in high school. All right, it was rare to see a woman that was in her 40s or 50s that I was attracted to. But that was the women that were in their 40s or 50s of that generation back then.
And porn is different.
Those women are dead now.
Yeah.
Okay. Every generation turns out a different way. They look different. They act different. The old people that were old in the 70s, you didn't want anything to do with them.
Well, yeah, because they were old.
They were, well, not like that. They came from a different time.
Well, like I said, when I say people are old, I don't mean age.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about age. I'm talking about attitude.
The mentality and everything.
Yeah, I'm talking about the mentality, what they look like.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they were like something out of Beverly Hills Billies. Fucking like Grandma from fucking Beverly Hillbillies. Remember her? With Granny?
Yeah.
They were like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm thinking of when I say old people. I don't necessarily mean age doesn't have anything to do with it.
Because I does, but not really.
Yeah, but kind of, but it's not a 1-to-1 correlation.
It's a generational thing.
I mean, I've talked to 60-year-olds that were cooler than like some 35-year-olds.
Yeah.
It just depends on what the person.
Well, we go to the club and we know people in their 50s that are fucking doing crazy ass shit. That fucking, they're much better than people in their 20s and 30s.
Yeah, depending. But we know
They're,
some
you know,
people in their 20s and 30s too that are.
yeah,
awesome.
they're fucking awesome. Also, it
So,
depends on who. Depends
yeah.
on who it is you're talking to. You know what's fun? Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing I'd like to fucking actually kind of expound on. Back in the day in the 50s, I was looking at pictures of Mela Nurmi from 1955, and she was fucking way ahead of her time. She was like a girl you would see today, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, she would
And
no one would comment on it.
No, and then I realized that Hollywood stars and Hollywood elites of the 50s and 60s, that's been disseminated to pretty much the general population now.
Yeah.
The general population is as free as only the elites were back in the 50s.
Yeah.
So it's changed the way people are. You know, changed the dynamic of reality. It's kind of like your average person is kind of almost at the level of what a celebrity used to be.
Yeah.
We're definitely way above what a royal person would have been in the Middle Ages.
Well, they were
Way
still
above.
pooping in a pot.
They were pooping in
and
pots
throwing
and
it out
shit.
the window.
You could show them a fucking cell phone and they would freak the fuck out. You could show
Look,
them
we have indoor plumbing, bitch.
and air conditioning and houses that they couldn't even fathom or imagine. Houses as nice or as clean as what we have now. So we're living better than royalty from fucking 300 years ago. Even a poor person.
Cyan Super asked if that was Conan the Barbarian back there.
What's that?
That painting back
Yeah,
there.
Conan. That's Conan.
Yeah.
Sophie gave that to me.
Yeah. It's cool. It's on canvas and everything.
It's on canvas, yeah.
Frank Frazetta.
Frank Frazetta, yeah.
Tammy said, I told my daughter if I ever start acting old, slap me.
Yeah.
See, I kind of just, I don't know. I decided when I was a teenager, I was like, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that person. I just don't want to be that old person that's like, these kids today, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to be like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why I kind of started doing like, yeah, I'll admit, like, I like, 70s, 80s movies, music, shit like that better, but I like a lot of new shit too, and I never wanted to be that person that was just like, oh, no good shit comes out. All the movies suck now. All the music sucks now. I don't want to be that person.
No, Ken, it's not a poster. It's a painting.
Yeah, it's on canvas.
It's on canvas.
Yeah.
Well, we're down to the very hardcore. There's only 35 in there now. How long have we been going?
4 hours and 6
oh man, it's time. 4 hours. It's time to end this.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I'm hungry too. All right, everybody. We fucking thank you guys for fucking spending so much time with us. We throw in an extra hour of just fucking talking and bullshitting about general things. If anybody has a real important question, you can put it in there right now. Maybe I'll answer it before we go. But I think we might be done.
Probably.
Yeah.
We'll be back on Sunday. We're probably going to talk about Death Proof.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about the new episode of Creep Show.
Yeah.
Which we just watched
yesterday.
So, Ken says, well, I'm glad I got to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, somebody talking about Boogie Nights. Man, we should really fucking review that one too. I love.
Victor just sent us a fucking start over.
Start over.
Victor sent me $10 and fucking said start over.
Well, in an hour or two, it's like,
yeah.
Thank you, Victor.
Yeah.
In an hour or two, if I keep drinking, it's just going to be like 3 hours of me just like sleeping on the fucking laptop is what it's going to be.
Yeah. Okay, somebody was talking about Boogie Nights. What was the question? Was there something?
No, they weren't asking a question. They were just saying about Boogie Nights.
Shit.
No, I don't know if you were here from the beginning, but it's like...
No, T says, please review Boogie Nights. We can do that.
God damn it, I love Boogie Nights.
Okay, look, we can review it. I gotta get it on blue. I want to get that shit on Blu-ray. See, I like everything on hard copy in case the world falls apart and we go into the apocalypse and the internet shuts down. I still got my goddamn movies. So I still got that shit on fucking physical motherfucking medium. You know what they're doing right now? I'm gonna tell you guys something. They're going back into the digital archive and changing the movies. They're censoring them. I ain't having that. They're adding advertisements that weren't there for Coca-Cola and all kinds of crap like that.
Let's Photoshop some Coke cans.
They're fucking taking the nudity out, fucking photoshopping hair over the chick's ass. I want the original. Yeah, they're trying to make everything fucking fit modern standards. They're not going to let a movie be a product of its time. They go, oh no, we got to bring this up to date. We got we got to take this out. We got to
Well,
cover
the thing
this
about
up.
it is like I don't.
It's like a bunch of Puritans, prudish ass.
I don't care if they
motherfuckers.
want to do that as long as the original one is there for if you want to choose.
No, they
Like,
don't
do
no,
whatever
they-
the fuck you want,
no,
but
they
don't
don't.
replace.
They're replacing the shit.
Like I
and
said,
changing it.
don't do what George Lucas did, where he's like, "Hey, I'm
No.
gonna add all this stupid shit
They are
into
George
Return of the Jedi.
They are George Lucasin the fuck.
I'm gonna
out of
add
things.
like some shit tons of CGI, which didn't need to be
And-
there."
For instance, okay, and then some of them they're just not going to make anymore. Like you can't get True Lies, which is a great Arnold movie. You can't get True Lies. You got to order that shit on DVD. Why? Well, the terrorists are Islamic terrorists, and that's out of style now, so we can't have that. Man, come on! It was a movie of its fucking time. That was a great movie.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's still Islamic terrorists in lots of movies from the 80s.
I know you're trying to make sense out of something that you can't make sense out of for some reason, and they said so. They're not gonna fucking re-release True Lies on Blu-ray. That's it. They're gonna try to forget about True Lies because Islamic terror. That's anti-Islamic or something. I don't fucking know. You know how they are. They're worried about shit. That was a long time ago. Play that shit. It don't matter.
Well, I mean, I don't know. As far as I only buy movies on physical media if it's like my favorite movie and I want to watch it over and over. But I will say that I do prefer having a physical book rather than an ebook or an audiobook.
Mike Bennett jumps in and says, "Can you review Commando?" Of course I can review Commando.
I can't believe we haven't got around to that one
That's
yet.
one of the fucking best action movies of all times. Yeah, well, yeah, write that down. Write that down. We're going to fucking review Commando. That's a good
Please.
idea. Time to
Please
review
write
Commando.
that down.
I already reviewed fucking Predator, didn't I?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
That was one of the first movies we did, actually.
Yeah. Might have to redo that. That was with our old fucked up audio. So,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, we can do Boogie Nights. We'll do that.
Yeah, I definitely want to do Boogie Nights.
Okay.
I saw that in the theater and I've seen it like several times since then. I just love that movie.
Bennett jumps in and says, True Lies, you can only get it on German Blu-ray. Yep. Okay.
I feel like I just, yeah. Yeah, Tila says from Boogie Nights. My favorite is the drug scene, the 80s soundtrack, the Chinese firecrackers.
T.
Oh my god, that was like that. They played fucking that song, Sister Christian.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I remember
T,
that.
if you like Boogie Nights, you gotta see
Pain and Gain.
no. Yeah, Pain and Gain is one of them. But no, the other one, fucking Mope. There's a movie called Mope,
Yeah, 2019.
2019. I don't know if you've seen
It's
it.
about the porn industry.
It's about the porn industry, and it's a true story. It's fucking great. I gotta get that bitch on Blu-ray. Mope, M-O-P-E.
I liked that movie a lot, actually.
Yeah. See Mope and see Pain and Gain.
I think the
Pain and
reason
Gain.
I love Boogie Nights, it's sort of based on a true story. It's kind of based on John Holmes, but it's highly fictionalized. I like movies that
She said Mope, got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
She saw Pain and Gain. Pain and Gain is Florida as fuck. If
Yeah.
you want to know what Florida's like, see Pain and Gain.
But I like movies that can successfully tread that line between being funny and also being kind of horrifying at the same time. Because it's like there's a lot of tonal shifts in Boogie Nights, and that could go drastically wrong. But the fact that they pulled it off so successfully and made like such a great fucking movie.
You smoking?
No, it's
Put it
gone
up.
now.
Okay.
There's one more. Why? You want one more?
Yeah, we're smoking up.
All right. Well, we said I didn't even know. I thought I only had one left, but then I found one like underneath the piece of cardboard,
All right.
which is crazy. I was
We're
like,
down
oh, hey,
30
there's
people, but everybody's still hanging with us anyway because they know we're going to stretch this shit out.
Where'd it
We're going to smoke one more. We're going to smoke one more
this is the
cigarette.
last one.
Last one.
I got 2 more
then-
boxes coming, but they
and
probably
then-
won't be here for another day or 2.
They're saying we're smoking a blunt. No, we're not smoking a blunt.
It's not. It's just herbal.
Yeah. Herbal cigarette. There's no nicotine in there, so it's not fucking addictive. And I smoked a couple of them the other day with her on the show, and I wasn't nicking or anything. It's nice though.
Yeah, I mean, they're just nice to have, but they're not. It's not anything you want all the time.
Right, just sometimes. That'd be good in a club.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's why I got a couple more boxes. I got that I've had that for like a million years. Because only every now and then I want one. But it's usually, like I said, when I'm drinking. Because I feel bad like I was cadging cigarettes off of people. I mean, people would give them to me for free if I asked, but I feel bad about it.
Saiyan Super says he's on level 2 or 3 after smoking a blunt. Yeah.
I don't know. I wish I could get more into that, but I don't know.
Gramthars is talking about Charlie Wilson's War. It's the best Tom Hanks movie. I've never seen that one.
I heard of it, but I don't think I've seen that one either.
I saw the one where he was talking to Wilson on the fucking desert island.
Yeah, that was
What was that called?
What was the name of that movie?
I'm suspicious of Tom Hanks. There's too many rumors about that dude. Let me see. Too many rumors that he likes fucking. I'm just gonna say
Castaway. That was the name.
Castaway. Too many rumors about that dude fucking and I'm going to say underage girls. Don't call my lawyer or anything. Don't be fucking coming at me with that shit.
You don't have a lawyer.
Oh, yeah, I know, but just all these rumors about him and these girls. I don't like that dude. I don't trust that dude. Any of them big Hollywood motherfuckers. Slowing down, Jenny. You're gonna have to fucking rev me back up.
Oh, this is my job now?
Yeah, I feel like I'm stuck in glue. We're gonna go out tomorrow night.
Okay.
We're gonna get some soul food and shit.
Okay.
Yeah. Too bad you guys aren't coming with us.
Y'all
See
should come
y'all at the
visit.
fucking club. Gotta go to Mannequins. T's talking about she's gonna leave fucking San Francisco and move to Florida anyway. Yeah. T and her husband come down here to Florida and all these fucking palm trees and all this heat, living up in these houses by the swimming pool, going on these cruises.
Hopefully not falling overboard or getting murdered.
Yeah. Retiring and making money on the internet.
David June says, like I
making
said,
money in these clubs.
do a meetup.
Yeah.
One of these days. I mean, I don't know. I miss going to iBar on Saturday nights, though. But I guess we were just there on Monday.
Tina goes, wait a minute, Tom, hold on. Not yet. Hold on. Then she goes laughing. I don't know what you're talking about, T. There you go.
The Gilded Age Phoenix. I'm a little late. If a woman has a nice body but an ugly face, we just put a paper bag over her head. Oops, you just said that. See, that's what I thought.
I'm just not that sex crazed. I'm pretty sex crazed, but I'm not that sex crazed to where she could show up and talk me out of some dick. Some perfectly good dick. Over that fucking shit. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, yeah, okay. What are you laughing at?
The phrase, she talked me out of some perfectly good dick.
Yeah, like that.
Just, it gave me like a really funny, like mental image of some girl with like a butterface.
Yeah.
Coming in and just plucking your dick off and taking it away.
Yeah.
Just putting it in her pocket.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
I'm taking this, bye.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. She tried on a couple of occasions, but it's just not gonna happen. Okay, look. You guys remember fucking Return of the Jedi? Remember the Emperor? That's what we're talking about on a young woman.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad.
Yeah, that's what she always reminded me of. She's like...
Damn.
You'd be like... Pretty good.
Man. She
wasn't that bad, I guess.
That's what I'm
Just
saying.
had fucked up teeth.
See, this is what fucking worries me about shit. It's like... This is something I think about. Because girls in general, like I said, women in general. Not all of them, obviously.
I'll pull the pictures out.
Don't.
Okay, I can do it.
Don't you dare.
Alright.
I'll smack you.
Okay.
Women in general are pretty very, 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 very self-critical.
Yeah.
And something that you said a couple shows ago.
Yeah.
That shit that registers on women as being like, oh, we don't like that about ourselves, is like that doesn't register to a guy. But from the way that you talk, and like I've heard of a lot of other guys talking, they come up with other shit that you didn't even realize was a problem.
Yeah.
So now you have all the shit that you were worried about your own body, and all the shit that they're worried about. So now you have twice as many things.
Yeah, that's how it rolls.
That's what I'm saying.
Now somebody's going fucking. So we're talking about Emperor Palpatine in a corset. No, think of Emperor Palpatine in a Emperor Palpatine in a fucking Mary Poppins outfit. More like Mary Poppins.
She's not watching.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that, man, like I said, I have so many things like about myself that I don't like. And then when you hear dudes talking about, oh, this, that, and the other thing, I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even think of that. So now there's like all these other things.
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know specifically.
Oh, okay.
Well, things I didn't even think about. Well, remember, like you said the other day about my flat feet.
Yeah.
That was actually something that had never occurred to me. That was something weird.
Yeah, it's kind of.
They're just feet.
Yeah.
And so, like, the fact that you just like
feet are kind of rare.
would go on and on about my flat feet.
I did not go on about your flat.
Well, no, I'm just saying you brought it up
once.
You brought it up more than once, and that was like something that never occurred to me as like something to be self-conscious about it, and now I am.
Oh, that's how women are.
And now I am.
No,
that was something I never even thought of before, and I'm like, oh great, there's another thing I gotta worry about.
No, it's kind of a rare feature, but yeah, don't worry about it.
It just I just thought they were just feet. It never occurred to me.
Yeah, they're feet. Yeah.
It never occurred to me that there was something weird about them.
There's nothing weird about them. Don't worry about it.
You know what I mean?
You're so funny. Okay, so you ready to shut it down?
I guess so. I'm starving.
I'm starving too. I'm fucking want to get something to eat.
Yeah, we gotta eat something. Is Pookie outside?
Yeah, I'll bring
her.
Shit.
Okay, we gotta go find Pookie.
Yeah.
All right, we gotta go find Pookie, and we gotta get some food. Yeah. So, have a good Saturday, you guys.
Right.
We'll be back on Sunday afternoon,
mm-hmm.
talking about Creep Show, talking about Death Creep, probably.
Yeah.
And maybe some other things. And then Louis sent us Gone Baby On too, so we might talk about that on Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Sophie says flat feet are absolutely common. See, I thought they were. Yeah. Mine are pretty flat. Yeah, it's the least weird thing unless you're a man that has a foot. Right.
What?
That it never occurred to me that there was anything weird about my feet until you brought it up. Seriously.
Unless you're a man that has a foot.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta get away from you, bitch.
Hey, we're gonna call you out on this shit. All right, so we will see you guys on Sunday afternoon. Thanks for hanging out with us for 4.5 hours. Yeah. And we did talk about all the cases I want to talk about, okay? So nobody complain. All right? So have a good weekend. We'll see you guys on Sunday. Bye.